Molotov remembers. Inside Kremlin politics. Contents. Preface VU 9. 1. International Affairs 3. THIRD. With Lenin 85. 3. With Stalin 157. 4. Since Stalin 329. Chronology 421. Preface. Vyacheslav Michajlovič Molotov has a special place in my memory. I met with him regularly during the last 17 years of his life, from 1969 until 1986. We had 140 in-depth talks, each on the average 4 to 5 hours. No matter how Molotov may be judged, his opinions are important, his life is inseparable from the history of his country. He worked with Lenin, was a member of a military revolutionary committee that prepared the October armed uprising in Petrograd and deputy chairman of the State Committee of Defense during the Great Patriotic War. He filled high posts in the party and the government, headed the Foreign Ministry, and met almost all the major figures of the 20th century. His judgments are subjective and often conflict with what is today published and asserted as truth. The subjects of my talks with Molotov were quite various, but they involved the most tense moments in the post-revolutionary history of our country. All these years I kept a special diary, recording in detail every talk, every statement, and questioning and clarifying them in later meetings. From 1970 to 1977 the historian Shodek Vantaliani took part in half our meetings. Molotov's view of events was unchanging. He was a censor to himself. The angle of a question might change, but the extent of his answer remained the same. This is why one piece of information may be followed by several dates. Molotov was exact in his choice of words and sometimes picked at unimportant details. He liked to dig down to the roots of matters and was stubborn and consistent in conversation. He talked little about himself. He understood that I would write a book about him. Molotov did not leave memoirs. I am not interested in who said what and where, who spat on what. Lenin didn't write memoirs, nor did Stalin. There are people who say they have seen my book. I don't write memoirs, I 8. Write about socialism, what it is and, as peasants say, what we need it for. Even in 1969, when I first visited him at home, he was already approaching 80. A man of a medium height, sturdily built, with a big, stubborn forehead, sharp, bright hazel eyes, not faded from aging. A wiry gray mustache. Everyone in the Politburo had mustaches in his time. What you noticed at once was his modesty, meticulousness, and thrift. He saw that nothing would be wasted. For instance, the light would never be on for no reason in other rooms. He wore clothes for years in the same hat and coat he appears in official government pictures over years' time. At home, a thick brown shirt, on a holiday, a gray suit, a dark tie. He had an excellent memory until the end of his life. Not everything has happened as we thought it would, Molotov told me. Much has turned out the other way. Many things have been done wonderfully, but that's not enough. I am looking at a picture of Lenin's funeral while he says this. Stalin is bent under the weight of the coffin, Molotov is supporting it with his young shoulder. The leaders were as young as the country itself. Molotov spent his last 20 years on a state-owned dacha in Zhukovka. TWO cheerful women took care of him after the death of his wife in 1997. His wife's niece Sarah Goloveinskaya, and Tatiana Tarasova. We talked usually from noon till 4 p.m. He would say, "Eat tea with slices. It's an old Russian meal. I remember it since childhood. You cut slices of brown bread into the soup and eat. Have these pears, they sent them to us from Georgia. Pour yourself brandy, as Stalin used to say, for the groundwork. But I could have a drop. I am a man of the 19th century, Molotov said. What superstitions people carried with them into the new century, they were afraid of everything. There certainly will be failures and frustration along the way, he said. but imperialism is falling to pieces. He died at age 96 on November 8, 1986, on the day when exactly 69 years earlier he had stood beside Lenin as he was proclaiming Soviet power. Molotov's will was opened. There was a savings book in an envelope, 500 rubles for the funeral, that was all of his savings. Felix Choev. Introduction. Russia never ceases to amaze, astound, and confound. On November 7, 1917, at 10 a.m., a seeming gang of jailbirds led by an obscure revolutionary, alias Lenin, proclaimed the overthrow of the Russian provisional government headed by Alexander Kerensky and the transfer of all power to the Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies. The Soviet government headed by Lenin managed to survive against all odds: counter-revolution, armed intervention, blockade, famine, epidemic, and total breakdown of the economy. Under Stalinist despotism, the Russians and the fraternal peoples of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics transformed the most economically undeveloped major country of Europe into the world's second greatest industrial power and declared it the first socialist society. They defeated Hitler in World War II. Now a superpower, they pioneered the development of nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles, making it clear by 1957 that if war broke out between the two superpowers, the United States would not emerge unscathed. Incredibly, the party-state juggernaut that crushed the slightest manifestation of political nonconformity, much less dissidence, produced two great, de-Stalinizing reformers, Nikita Khrushchev and Mikhail Gorbachev. Suddenly in 1991 the USSR collapsed. All of this happened often contrary to the expectations of outsiders, indeed, often to the astonishment of Soviet leaders themselves. Russia, most certainly, is not a country easy to comprehend. The greatest barrier to understanding Russia has been the obsessive secrecy imposed by the Soviet regime. Closed societies make it virtually impossible to ascertain the real state of affairs. And the Soviet Union was the ultimate in closed societies. Unlike a normal state, the USSR regarded virtually all public business as a state secret. Because secrecy enabled officials at all levels to camouflage malfeasance or falsify affairs, even Soviet leaders could not know with any degree of certainty the true state of the Union. Reality was further obscured by the regimes dictating a highly idealized view of the Soviet Union as the best of all possible worlds. Further compounding this false vision, the regime also arranged a grossly falsified version of the past designed to buttress the roseate official view of the present. This secrecy went so far that the Soviet government did not even permit the publication of uncensored, candid political memoirs. In the USSR the citizen could find no political memoirs, diaries, or autobiographies, written by past and present Soviet leaders or their aides, which might inform and deepen understanding of the country's polity. Public discourse, such as it was, suffered from the absence of political memoirs, civil society's vital link connecting the recent past and present politics. Obsessive secrecy was not the only reason for the dearth of political memoirs. Early death in battle or in purges or in overwork prevented many revolutionaries from committing their thoughts to paper. Or memoirs, if actually written, found publication barred by the Soviet security mania and may still be gathering dust in KGB archives. Or key memoirs had to be smuggled out of the country for publication abroad, as was true with Khrushchev's recollections. But there was another formidable barrier to the writing and publication of candid memoirs: self-censorship. The ideological mindset of Soviet leaders militate against such individualistic literary activity. For their doctrine taught that they were mere instruments of the inexorable, inevitable forces of history in which the individual counted for little and the masses for everything. The most notable exception was Trotsky, who in exile abroad wrote and published My Life. That book used to be cited in Moscow as further proof of Trotsky's egoism, bourgeois individualism, and anti-Leninist line. The urge to set the record straight or, more precisely, to leave one's version of events for posterity, cannot always be resisted. Once censorship ended and the ideological blinders fell away with the crumbling of Soviet power, political memoirs began to appear. In the past 5 years we have seen publication of memoirs by two former ministers of foreign affairs, Andrei Gromyko and Edvard Shevardnadze, and a rising tide of autobiographical works or political memoirs, including those by Boris Yeltsin, Mikhail Gorbachev, Alexander Yakovlev, Gorbachev's principal advisor, and Yegor Ligachev, Gorbachev's chief critic within the former party. Valuable as these works are, they fill none of the blank pages in the history of the era of Lenin and Stalin. For that we now have this testimony from V.M. Molotov, who served Lenin as secretary of his XI Chancery and served Stalin as his second in command. Expelled from the Communist Party and in FORCED retirement since 1962, the aging pensioner had become a familiar figure at reading room number 1 of the Lenin Library, where for a time he busied himself at writing his memoirs. But no journal would publish portions he submitted. The party leadership had banned Molotov's writings because he persisted in assailing the foreign and domestic policies pursued by Khrushchev and Brezhnev. The ban on publishing anything short of total repudiation of his most deeply felt views impelled him to give up writing his memoirs. Moreover, the regime had a heavy club over his head. In the 22 years following his expulsion from the party, Molotov frequently petitioned for readmission, which he insisted must be backdated to 1962, expunging the record of his ever having been cast into outer darkness. Molotov refused to publish an anodyne, sanitized version of his memoirs tailored to fit the current line, of the sort Andrei Gromyko and Anastas Mikoyan had published. And an attempt to publish the views expressed in this book would have nullified his chances of reinstatement in the party, which he believed inevitable once the party returned to the correct path. He was finally informed that his petition's for reinstatement had been rejected on 2 counts. He was still held culpable for the murderous part he played in the terror of the 1930s and for his participation in the anti-party group which nearly unseated Khrushchev in 1957. He not only rejected a mea culpa, he continued privately his stout defense of the most horrible crimes of the Stalin regime: forced collectivization, the Great Terror, and pervasive repression as necessary and positive, though he conceded that the terror was marked by errors and a bit of overdoing. As the years passed, Molotov claimed that the anti-party charge against him had become moot. He and his anti-party confreres, Malenkov, Kaganovich, Bulganin, and Shepilov, could claim recite in their failed effort to remove Khrushchev from office in 1957. After all, the party itself removed Khrushchev 7 years later. Ironically, Molotov was reinstated in the party in 1984 by General Secretary Konstantin Chernenko, whom Molotov had privately ridiculed as a nonentity, a wholehearted participant in the Brezhnev leadership's binges of mutual medal bestowing. But why, then, the conversations sedulously recorded from 1969 to 1986 by Felix Joeff with Molotov's knowledge and permission? Molotov and his principal interlocutor, Joeff, too had an eye to posterity. In the last 30 years of his life, Molotov believed that Stalin's successors were betraying the revolution and his own life's work. He wanted to set the record straight and help return the party to the true Leninist-Stalinist faith. Thus he agreed to meet frequently over a 17-year period with Joeff, who faithfully recorded Molotov's remarks and thoughts, his resounding affirmations of the virtual infallibility of Lenin and Stalin and of the scientific correctness of the system they created, in contrast to their successors' alleged concessions to Western imperialism and perversion of socialism. And why the publication of this book in Moscow in 1991? And why the claimed press run of 30,000 copies on smooth paper and in sturdy binding, most unusual for publications in the last days of the USSR? Although Terra, the book's publisher, is one of the few high-quality publishing firms in Moscow today, it is quite possible that this book was intended to rally neo-Stalinists and other hardliners in a movement to oust Gorbachev and establish a quasi-Stalinist regime. Indeed, if the conspirators who engineered the failed coup of August 1991 ever read anything, this might have been their favorite book. But the significance of this book goes beyond contemporary politics. It is first of all a significant historical source, for it offers invaluable first-hand information on Lenin and Stalin and their times. Molotov had worked closely with Lenin in Lenin's last 2 years. He had worked so closely with Stalin that he was long regarded by MA New York as Stalin's most likely and logical successor. As Soviet foreign minister from 1939 to 1949, and again from 1953 to 1956, he had negotiated with Hitler and Ribbentrop, Churchill and Eden, Roosevelt and Hopkins, and their post-war successors to boot. As an unrepentant Stalinist, he had broken with Khrushchev and was expelled from the party in 1962, yet had survived into the Gorbachev era. Thus Molotov offers us an unparalleled insider's view of Kremlin political history over most of its life. Indeed, this is the first, and undoubtedly the last, inside account of top-level Soviet politics to cover the entire Lenin-Stalin-Khrushchev era. And as Molotov relates his recollections in response to the occasionally probing questions posed by Choev and his friends, we gain an insight into a singular mentality and morality, that of an unregenerate Stalinist. Molotov, N.E. Vyacheslav Michajlovič Scriabin, was born February 24/March 9, 1890, in the village of Kukurka, Vyatsk province. His mother came from a fairly well-off family, the Nebogatikovs. Her 3 XILL brothers owned a prosperous general store, in which Molotov's father worked as a clerk, in the neighboring town of Nolinsk. The Scriabin family moved there in 1897. Molotov was the 9th of 10 children, 3 of whom died in infancy. One brother became an army surgeon. Another brother, Nikolai, attended a gymnasium and university and became a composer. To avoid confusion with a distant relative, the famous composer Alexander Scriabin, Nikolai changed his surname to Nolinsk. Molotov failed in his gymnasium studies, then enrolled in a real shul, a modern secondary school, in Kazan. There a leading Bolshevik married to a cousin of Molotov's apparently completed Molotov's political conversion. In 1906 he joined the Bolshevik wing of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, despite the stronger Menshevist influence prevailing among exiles sent to Nolinsk. In 1909, on the eve of Molotov's graduation, he and 3 comrades were arrested for revolutionary activity. He was expelled from the real shul and exiled for 2 years to Vologda. There Molotov supplemented high income in exile by playing the mandolin in a quartet that performed in restaurants for a ruble per night and in movie theaters. Molotov was permitted to take his real shul graduation examinations as an extramural student. He passed them in 1910 and the next year enrolled in the St. Petersburg Polytechnic Institute to study Econom-ICS. Formal enrollment until 1916 enabled him to avoid the draft and provided cover for clandestine revolutionary work. A former exile residing illegally in the capital, in 1912 he assisted in the founding of Lenin's newspaper Pravda. In 1915 he moved to Moscow to work as an organizer of the underground party organization there. He then adopted the alias Molotov, derived from the Russian word for hammer. Arrested that year and sentenced to 3 years of exile in Manzurka, Irkutsk province, he managed to escape in 1916 and made his way back to St. Petersburg. In the decade following the revolution of 1905, the Tsarist government had managed to shatter all revolutionary organizations. The regime drove senior revolutionary leaders to seek asylum abroad or exiled them to the remotest margins of the empire. In 1914 repression was redoubled when the Bolshevik Party adopted Lenin's anti-war position, transformed the imperialist war into civil war. Lenin and Zinoviev had fled to Switzerland. Trotsky and Bukharin found haven in New York. Stalin and Kamenev were exiles in Siberia. On the eve of 1917 not a single 11th member of the Bolshevik Party's Central Committee was in the capital. The party had some 24,000 members with 3,000 in Petrograd. In 1916 the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee was set up in Petrograd to exercise on-the-spot leadership and to maintain liaison with Central Committee members abroad. The bureau consisted of 3 very junior party leaders, Molotov and two former workmen, Alexander Shlyapnikov and Peter Zalutsky. The bureau members played no direct part in the overthrow of the Tsarist government. But Molotov and his two comrades, faithful Leninists, immediately condemned the newly created provisional government as a counter-revolutionary combination of capitalists and landlords. Molotov opposed the support, however conditional, given this government by the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, then headed by moderate socialists, the Mensheviks, and the Social Revolutionaries. Notwithstanding, Molotov was brought into the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet by none other than Alexander Kerensky, who would enter the new government as its Minister of Justice and future head from July to November 1917. Upon their return to the capital from Siberian exile at the end of March, Central Committee members Stalin and Kamenev reversed Bolshevik opposition to the provisional government. Contending that the party should endorse the Petrograd Soviet's support of the provisional government as long as it sought peace, they overruled Molotov and removed him from the editorial board of Pravda. Flouting Lenin's desperate letters from Switzerland demanding that the party refuse to support the provisional government, Stalin pursued a policy of conditional support. In fact, Stalin and Kamenev abandoned Lenin's position, which held that only worldwide proletarian revolution could achieve a lasting peace. They took up instead the moderate socialist anti-war position, which assumed that popular pressure could compel existing governments, including the newly formed Provisional Government of Russia, to negotiate an immediate, just, democratic peace. On Lenin's return to Russia in April, he succeeded in persuading the party to reverse itself and adopt his line: no support whatever to the provisional government - all power to the Soviets. Molotov's position was vindicated, though he had not yet gone as far as Lenin in demanding a Soviet government. Stalin was never able to live down this lapse into Menshevism, except by exterminating most of the old Bolsheviks who remembered it, Molotov being the major exception. Lenin's demand that the party move Russia directly from the XVGOist democratic revolution to socialist revolution temporarily stunned Molotov as well as most of the other Bolsheviks. For several weeks they opposed Lenin's new course. In November, Lenin led the party into power. Thereafter Molotov, unlike most of the old Bolsheviks who were an independent, contentious lot, never opposed or deviated a hair's breadth from any major policy shift Lenin proposed, even when he, Molotov, did not immediately understand the reasons for it. Only once in the Politburo did Molotov later vote against Lenin when Lenin proposed closing down the Bolshoi Theater as an economy measure. For his dogged devotion and services, Molotov received a series of rapid promotions to ever more responsible work. By 1930 he had risen to the pinnacle of power in the Soviet state, chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, by assisting Lenin then Stalin in removing Bolsheviks who had fallen into disfavor. In the 1920s Molotov stepped into the boots of men he had helped turn into political corpses. In the 1930s he zealously helped Stalin turn them into corpses, period. Although Molotov was a member of the Military Revolutionary Committee, chaired by Trotsky, that planned and executed the insurrection, he played a relatively small part in that event. No fiery revolutionary tribune or theoretician, his talents lay rather in the humdrum work of administration, and he came into his own in the 1920s. For he was the ideal apparatchik and chinovnik, party and state bureaucrat. Not for nothing would he be dubbed, supposedly by Lenin, Stonebottom or Non-S. In the Civil War, 1918 to 1921, Molotov held a number of posts in Petrograd and in the provinces where in 1919 he came to the favorable attention of Krupskaya, Lenin's wife. 1921 proved an important year for Molotov. He was elected a full member of the party's Central Committee, was named secretary of the CC, and was elected a candidate member of the Politburo. As secretary he served as Lenin's chief of staff until 1922, when the newly created office of General Secretary went to Stalin. Molotov then acquired the title of Second Secretary of the Central Committee, deputizing for Stalin. In 1921, no longer living out of a suitcase, Molotov settled down to marry Paulina Semenovna Jemhuzhina, a Bolshevik who had worked in the Ukrainian underground during the Revolution and Civil War. The death of Lenin in January 1924 sharpened the struggle for power within the Communist Party. Despite earlier differences with Stalin and 16. The fact that Stalin had superseded Molotov as chief administrator of the party in 1922, Molotov became Stalin's most loyal servitor. Indeed, he figured as one of Stalin's point men, so to speak, in the struggle against the three major opposition groups within the party in the 1920s, Trotskyist, Zinoviev Kamena and Bukharinist. In 1926 Molotov was elected a full member of the Politburo, a position he retained until 1952 when he figured among the next round of Stalin's purge victims. In 1930, at the age of 40, Molotov became chairman of Sovnarkom, SUC, seating the defeated rightist Alexander Rykov. In Soviet political power, Molotov was now second only to Stalin and acted as his chief spokesman. Molotov accordingly played a crucial and bloody role in the main domestic events of the 1930s which accompanied the crash program of industrialization under the five-year plans launched in 1929, total collectivization of agriculture with its attendant horrors of famine and mass dekulakization and the Great Terror. In 1928–1930 Molotov helped Stalin defeat the Bukharin-Rykov-led opposition to the Stalin-Molotov resumption of compulsory grain requisitioning and the drive for total collectivization. Stalin had launched the effort at the end of 1929 with the pronouncement that the time had come for liquidating the kulaks as a class. This was a logical consequence of Molotov's charge in September that emboldened kulaks had moved from obstructionism to mounting an offensive against collectivization of the peasantry. Since kulak was a social category never clearly defined, any peasant, however poor, who showed insufficient enthusiasm for the collective farm could be accused of having kulak proclivities. In January 1930 Molotov was appointed head of the Politburo Commission on Collectivization which mapped out the chief anti-kulak measures. Molotov boasted that he personally designated the areas from which tens of thousands of so-called kulak families were selected for expropriation and deportation. Precise figures are still lacking, but the victims may have numbered an estimated 10 million people sent into internal exile in Siberia, the far north, and other inhospitable locales. Perhaps one-third of them perished under the harsh conditions of transportation and exile. Molotov also shares with Stalin direct responsibility for the man-made famine of 1932–193 caused by total collectivization and forced grain procurement. Molotov told Shoev that on his inspection tours he saw no evidence of famine in the Ukraine, consisting that there might have been hunger in certain other areas. The famine of 1932–1933 took an estimated 5 million lives in the Ukraine, 1 million in the North Caucasus, and 1 million in Kazakhstan and elsewhere. By 1934 Stalin had routed all oppositionists, his power was almost absolute. But in February at the XVIth Party Congress, as Molotov recounted it, a small group of delegates asked the extremely popular Sergei Kirov, faithful Stalinist and party boss in Leningrad, whether they could run him as a candidate for general secretary against Stalin. Horrified, Kirov declined and reported the incident to Stalin. Molotov recalled that Kirov, mindful that he was not up to the responsibility of general secretary, had no such aspirations. Thus Molotov denies that the Congress came close to voting in Kirov instead of Stalin, which would have given Stalin a reason to do away with Kirov. Even if Molotov's version is correct, would Stalin have let the matter of Kirov's popularity rest there? Whatever the case, Kirov was assassinated in December 1934. Cui bono? The assassination of Kirov eliminated Stalin's likeliest replacement and provided a pretext for the ensuing Great Terror, 1936–1938. Many esoteric and sophisticated theories have been propounded to explain the terror. Molotov offers the crudest: it eliminated a potential fifth column. but his argument implicitly lends credence to the theory which holds that Stalin engineered the terror to eliminate all individuals who in the coming crisis of war might form or support an alternative to the Stalin government. Although Molotov was party to the slaughter and exile of millions of peasants, he may initially have opposed applying the death sentence to the first batch of old Bolshevik purge victims, including Zinoviev and Kamina. Moreover, Molotov disagreed with Stalin over some questions of theory posed in drafting the new constitution then under discussion. When Pravda published a list of Soviet leaders whom the terrorists had confessed they were conspiring to assassinate, Molotov's name was not on the list, a sure sign of disfavor with Stalin. Unless the omission was inadvertent, which is most unlikely, Molotov apparently said elimination in the summer of 1936. But the next year his name was included in the list of targets of the accused conspirators brought to trial. What proof of an attempt on Molotov's life did the prosecutors adduce? In 1934 an automobile carrying Molotov had skidded into a ditch. 3 years later this ordinary accident was transformed by the prosecutors into an attempt on Molotov's life. The prisons and the Gulag, the FORCED labor camps, swollen by hapless peasants, were now further swollen by enemies of the people, victims of the terror that reached its peak in 1937. Again precise. 16 II. Numbers of victims are lacking. Estimates of the number of those repressed in the 1930s range from 5 to 20 million. Despite the horrors of collectivization, famine, and terror, the USSR won unprecedented sympathy abroad, thanks largely to Soviet foreign policy. Commissar for Foreign Affairs Maxim Litvinov's campaign for collective security in the League of Nations and for a grand alliance with the democracies against the aggressor states of Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and militarist Japan seemed to show a democratic, progressive, humane side of the USSR. This impression was reinforced by the drive of the Comintern to mobilize in every country a popular front of parties and organizations against fascist aggression and tyranny. The Soviet Union, in contrast to the appeasers, seemed to be the only country willing to stand up to Hitler and his allies. In the spring of 1939, however, Litvinov's negotiations with Britain and France for a mutual defense alliance against aggression stalled. On May 3, at a crucial juncture in these talks and when behind the scenes the possibility of a German-Soviet rapprochement had sprouted, Stalin replaced Litvinov with Molotov as Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Although Molotov had no experience whatever in diplomacy, he represented Stalin's ideal candidate for the post of Commissar for Foreign Affairs. In every way Molotov was the opposite of Litvinov. Molotov was Russian. He was provincial. He had never been outside the USSR except for a brief sojourn in Czechoslovakia and Italy in 1922. He had only a smattering of foreign languages and was fluent in none. He had never had much contact with foreigners with the possible exception of some foreign communists. He was decidedly anti-Western. Initially he knew virtually nothing about foreign countries and was almost totally ignorant of political geography. And his wife was not a foreigner. Molotov, the most intransigent Stalinist type, was in a sense the punishment Stalin inflicted on the West for spuming Soviet conditions for a Grand Alliance. Although Molotov lacked the conventional education for the post of foreign minister, he had moved to the top through the cruelest, most grueling, and perilous political survival course, Stalinism. That experience seems to have served Molotov well. From 1939 to 1949 and again between 1953 and 1956 he did more than hold his own in negotiations with major world leaders and highly trained, widely experienced foreign ministers. He began his career as foreign minister with a diplomatic revolution, the 1939 German-Soviet non-aggression THIRD and supplementary secret protocol that divided Eastern Europe into German and Soviet spheres of interest. His career ended in 1956 when Khrushchev dismissed him for his efforts to block or reverse the new policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. In foreign affairs, how effective was Molotov? He saw his main task as foreign minister to extend the frontier of the fatherland to the maximum. Moreover, he was a powerful proponent of Red Army socialism, the establishment and consolidation of communist regimes largely by Soviet military power in countries around the Soviet perimeter. He boasted that Stalin and he had coped well with this task. Outside appraisals of Molotov's record as foreign minister vary. D.C. Watt, a leading British diplomatic historian, has called Molotov one of the most inexorably stupid men to hold the foreign ministership of any major power in this century. Beside him, Chano, Beck, even Ribbentrop, seem masters of intelligence, quick-witted, well-informed, and of impeccable judgment. But two statesmen who dealt directly with Molotov would not agree. According to Winston Churchill, Molotov was a man of outstanding ability and cold-blooded ruthlessness, robot-like, yet an apparently reasonable and keenly polished diplomatist. In the conduct of foreign affairs, Mazarin, Talleyrand, Metternich would welcome him to their company. And John Foster Dulles, who squared off with Molotov from 1953 to 1956, wrote, "I have seen in action all the great international statesmen of the century. I have never seen such personal diplomatic skill at so high a degree of perfection as Molotov's." But a full evaluation of Molotov the statesman, domestic as well as international, must also take into account his perverted ethos. He asserted the outrageous proposition that Stalinist morality was more humane than bourgeois morality. The regime had destroyed millions of lives for what Molotov saw as the noblest purpose, the building of full socialism. On close inspection, Molotov's vision reveals the social equality of the anthill and little else. Stalinist morality was also superior, he claimed, because the repression of actual and potential enemies of the people ultimately saved lives in the coming war. But he also favored the resumption and continuation of repression. A permanent purge was needed to prevent the final triumph of rightists, like Khrushchev, who, inspired by Kulak ideology, pandered to the Philistine desire of the majority of the people to live a peaceful, comfortable life in freedom and justice as well as in social equality. XX. In Molotov's ethos the means unlimited violence had swallowed up the ends socialism and communism, that is, a world without violence. Nevertheless, Molotov in his last days proved to be a prophet. He predicted the triumph of the Bukharinist right in the USSR, which turned out to be an apt description of Gorbachev. In Molotov, never has a prime minister or foreign minister of a great country more zealously, proudly, and effectively served a more monstrous master and his legacy. A word about the text and translation of the Russian language 140 Conversations with Molotov, from the Diary of Choev. Between 1969 and 1986 Choev, who since childhood had idolized Molotov, met with him at Molotov's flat in Moscow or dacha at Zhukovka 139 times. The Koth conversation was Molotov's funeral. Between 1970 and 1977 Choev and Molotov were joined by the Georgian historian Shodak Vantaliani. The questions posed by the interlocutors covered every aspect of Molotov's life and career, each conversation lasting on the average 4 to 5 hours, after which Choev recorded them in his Molotov diary. Only 700 of the more than 5,000 typewritten pages of this diary went into his book. Occasionally Molotov was asked a very pointed question, but his interlocutors did not press hard for a candid response, nor did they often dispute him. Perhaps that is why the publisher took the unusual step of asking the well-known Soviet historian Sergei Kuleshov to write a 50-page afterword commenting on the book. The publisher noted that Choev did not share Kuleshov's position that the horrors Molotov and Stalin inflicted on the people of the USSR originated with Lenin. This judgment is still novel in the USSR but is quite familiar in the West, consequently the Kuleshov afterword is not included in this translation. Generally, material not originating with Molotov or having little or no bearing on him has been omitted. This entailed excising banal details, lengthy statements by third persons, and extended quotations from books having little relevance to Molotov. Nothing significant from Molotov himself has been omitted. Occasionally I have added explanatory information in brackets in the text. Chof on the whole arranged this material topically. The dates appended to the various conversations indicate the dates the conversations took place. I have moved some of the material so as to order the whole into chronological historical periods. I have, however, let the section on international affairs open the book as it does in the original. XXL. The reader should bear in mind that these are conversations. They are at times discursive, repetitive, even self-contradictory, and often range over entire historical periods. A very rough draft translation was done in Moscow by Jane Ormrod, Lisa Patrick Wilson, and T.O. by Perlmutter. I have, however, entirely reworked this draft and retranslated large sections of the Russian original. The degree to which the translation accurately conveys the letter and spirit of the original is my responsibility. The reader unfamiliar with Soviet politics and government may appreciate some guidance through the maze of titles and agencies and institutions referred to throughout the book. The USSR was governed by two vast hierarchical, parallel political structures, the Communist Party and the Soviet governmental structure. The real governing body of the country was the party, which exercised its authority through the state mechanism. Submission to party discipline was the overriding obligation of party members wherever they worked and lived. Molotov's rise and fall in this system can be briefly traced. After the revolution he rose quickly up the ladder of Bolshevik politics. In 1920 he was elected as a candidate member of the Party Central Committee, the executive committee that ran the party in the period between party congresses. The congresses, held annually at FIRST, then irregularly, passed on matters of policy, strategy, and tactics, and elected the members of the Central Committee. In 1921 Molotov was elevated to full membership in the CC and elected a candidate member of the Politburo, the steering committee of the party and the real locus of power. The next year Politburo member Stalin was elected to the newly created post of General Secretary of the CC, a position he held until his death in 1953. Molotov now hitched his career to Stalin's. That Stalin became the absolute ruler of the USSR without holding any executive office in the government is a measure of the power he amassed as General Secretary. In 1926 Molotov reached the highest echelon of power. He was elected a FULL member of the Politburo, a position he held until he lost favor with Stalin in 1952. He recovered this position in 1953, the day after Stalin's death, but lost it again in 1957 by opposing Khrushchev's de-Stalinization drive and conception of peaceful coexistence. Molotov's opposition to Khrushchev's party program, which pledged the achievement of communism by 1980, precipitated Molotov's expulsion from the party and his removal from all offices. XXLL. In 1962. Ironically, the Khrushchev system that Molotov reviled pensioned off Molotov, the oppositionist. Under the Stalinist system that Molotov revered, he would have been repressed. He finally won reinstatement as an ordinary party member in 1984. Thus he held membership in the party for 80 of its 93 years of history. On the formal governmental side, the cabinet that Lenin formed on the heels of the insurrection was called the Council of People's Commissars with Lenin as chairman. When Lenin died in 1924, Alexander Rykov succeeded him as chairman of Sovnarkom. Rykov, a defeated right-winger, was removed from office in 1930. Molotov said he had urged Stalin to assume the post, but Stalin declined, saying it ought to go to a Russian. Although Molotov had no ministerial experience, he came to the post of chairman of Sovnarkom, which he held until May 1941. In May 1939 Molotov added the position of Commissar for Foreign Affairs to his chairman's portfolio. Signaling the approaching crisis, in 1941 Stalin himself replaced Molotov as chairman of Sovnarkom. From 1941 until his death in 1953 Stalin held the two most powerful positions in the country. Titular chief of state was the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, a purely ceremonial position occupied by Mikhail Kalinin until his death in 1946. During the war, Molotov was deputy chairman of Stalin's inner war cabinet, the State Council of Defense. After the war, Sovnarkom was renamed the Council of Ministers, changing Molotov's official title to Minister for Foreign Affairs. No doubt for most of the period from 1930 to 1952 Molotov was second only to Stalin in the USSR. After Khrushchev removed Molotov from top positions in the party and state, Molotov was appointed ambassador to the Mongolian People's Republic, 1957 to 1960. There he was too close to Mao Zedong for Khrushchev's comfort, so Khrushchev transferred him to Vienna, where he acted as Soviet representative to the International Atomic Energy Commission. That posting was not as outlandish as it seems, inasmuch as Molotov played a prime part in the initial development of the Soviet atomic bomb program. One key agency, the secret police, is ubiquitous in these conversations. This agency passed through a series of name changes and reorganizations. In December 1918, Lenin established the CHIKA, the Russian acronym for the full name of the secret police, the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution, Sabotage and Espionage. Through the years it was renamed several times and known by the XXIII following initials: CPU, OGPU, NKVD, MVD, and MGB. Downgraded after Stalin's death, it was named the Committee of State Security. Molotov often referred to it nostalgically as the CHIKA. Finally we come to Molotov and the basic institutions of Soviet agriculture. One must bear in mind that the Revolution, by abolishing private property in land and turning over former privately owned estates to the peasants, extended and consolidated the traditional system of peasant agriculture in Russia. This was based on communal land tenure with periodic repartition of land allotments. In other words, the villages owned the land and the peasants had use rights to equal shares of it. Every so often the assignment of plots was adjusted to reflect changes in the size of families. After 15 years of trial and error, two forms of socialist agriculture won Stalin's favor, the kolkhoz and the sovkhoz. Kolkhoz is the Russian acronym for collective farm. It was nominally a self-governing producers' cooperative, resembling the pre-revolutionary artel. The members' land allotments, implements, farm buildings, and livestock were pooled with ownership vested collectively in the kolkhoz. Members were permitted to own some poultry and a few animals for meat and milk, and each household was allowed a small plot for a kitchen garden. The sovkhoz was the acronym for state farm. All land and productive property were owned by the state, which appointed the farm director. Sovkhoz members were simply agricultural wage workers, though they too were permitted small garden plots and some farm animals for family use. The sovkhoz might be viewed as a kind of socialist factory farm. Other types of collective farming, the TOZ and the commune, fell by the wayside. The TOZ was an elementary agricultural producers' cooperative in which only heavy implements were owned in common. In the commune all property was held in common. Work and daily life were conducted communally. Work was not compensated by wages or other forms of distributed income, since theoretically the commune was supposed to provide for all the needs of its members. The authorities favored the sovkhoz over the kolkhoz because the sovkhoz, as state property, was theoretically owned by all the people of the USSR, the broadest form of social ownership. That is why Molotov blindly thought that the solution to the problems of Soviet agriculture lay in turning the kolkhozes into sovkhozes. Now to Molotov himself. Molotov, who had no previous experience in diplomacy, was appointed Commissar for Foreign Affairs by Stalin in May 1939, just when the Soviet Union entered the most critical period in its diplomatic history since Brest-Litovsk. In this section Molotov and Choev focus on three key problems: Stalin's German policy, 1939–1941, including a defense of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact and an explanation of why the German invasion of June 1941 took the Stalin leadership by surprise, alliance with the West, 1941–1945, and the onset of the Cold War, and Molotov's opposition to Khrushchev's version of peaceful coexistence. Molotov insists that Stalin and he had no illusions about Hitler. Molotov defends the non-aggression pact because it gave the USSR another 22 months to prepare for a German invasion that Stalin and he knew was sooner or later inevitable. In November 1940, Molotov went to Berlin, where he sharply complained to Hitler and Ribbentrop that the Germans, by stationing troops in Finland and Romania, were violating the German-Soviet secret spheres of interest agreements. Moscow, fully aware of the weakness of the Red Army compared with the Wehrmacht, desperately played for more time to continue its military buildup. When May 1, 1941, passed without the German invasion predicted by Soviet intelligence, Soviet leaders thought the country was more or less safe until the summer of 1942. For surely Hitler would not launch an invasion toward the end of June, which would entail a winter campaign and a war on two fronts to boot. Thus the USSR, it seemed, had gained another year in which it could reach peak military strength. But the Kremlin erred badly, Molotov admits. They should have recalled that Napoleon had launched his invasion of Russia as late as June 24, 1812. Molotov regards the Grand Alliance of 1941 to 1945 as another fruit of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact. The pact, he contends, divided the imperialists against themselves and precluded the formation of an imperialist anti-Soviet, united front. Consequently, when the German invasion came, the USSR had Great Britain and the United States on its side as allies and friends. But Molotov also believed that the Western democracies intended to allow their Soviet ally to be bled white by the Germans. Moscow desperately needed an allied second front in Eastern Europe. Molotov reveals here that Stalin and he were perfectly aware that the United States and Britain could not successfully launch a second front in Western Europe in 1942 or in 1943 for that matter. Nevertheless, Molotov in May-June 1942 extracted from Washington and London pledges to launch a second front in 1942. The pledge helped lift the morale of the Soviet people. Equally important, according to Molotov, Eastern failure to deliver a second front in 1942 or 1943 put Roosevelt and Churchill in bad light with their own electorates. Subsequent public pressure forced a step-up of Lend-Lease assistance to the USSR and fulfillment of the Second Front pledge in 1944. Most revealing are the very first pages of the section on Soviet concerns in the first post-war year. Stalin in a tour d'horizon concluded that the USSR in victory had achieved international security around its entire perimeter except in the direction of Turkey and Iran, which were neither Soviet satellites nor allies. Molotov concedes here that Stalin went too far by calling for Soviet military bases at the Dardanelles, delaying evacuation of Soviet troops from northern Iran, and laying territorial claims to parts of eastern Turkey. The West consequently hardened its policy toward the USSR, and the Grand Alliance, which Molotov never had much faith in, was sundered. Yet Molotov bitterly charges his predecessor and rival, Maxim Litvinov, with treason for opposing this policy then. On June 18, 1946, Litvinov in his deputy foreign minister's office confided his oppositionist views to the American correspondent Richard Hotelet. Litvinov said that worsening relations with the United States was caused by the Kremlin's false conception of security based on territorial expansion, prompted by the belief that war with the West was inevitable. The conversation was secretly recorded by Soviet security services, and on August 2, 1946, Litvinov was dismissed from his post as Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. Litvinov's opposition raises a significant question about the origins of the Cold War. Litvinov stated that Soviet leaders in 1946 believed that war with the West was inevitable. But at the very same time Stalin was publicly declaring that such a war was not inevitable and that peaceful coexistence between East and West was quite possible. 7. Throughout these conversations Molotov evinces little faith in peaceful coexistence and the possibility of preventing a new war. Indeed, Other Soviet sources show that Molotov believed the U.S. military buildup in 1946 was intended for an attack on the USSR, notwithstanding Stalin's protestations that war was not inevitable. Where did Litvinov get the idea that Soviet leaders believed an East-West war was inevitable? From Stalin, from his immediate boss Molotov, or from both? Was Stalin dissembling when he publicly professed faith in peaceful coexistence? Or did he really believe in it? If he so believed, did Molotov disagree with him on this vital question? It would seem so, judging by Molotov's 1946 views revealed recently in other Soviet sources and by his vehement opposition to Khrushchev's version of peaceful coexistence. In sum, Molotov dared argue with Hitler, and despite Molotov's notoriety as a servile, Stalinist yes-man, he even dared disagree with Stalin. A new map. It's good that the Russian Tsars took so much land for us in war. This makes our struggle with capitalism easier. My task as Minister of Foreign Affairs was to expand the borders of our fatherland. And it seems that Stalin and I coped with this task quite well. I recall a story told by Angelides, supplemented by Molotov. It's about a map with new borders of the USSR that was brought after the war to Stalin's dacha. The map was very small, like those FOR school textbooks. Stalin pinned it to the wall. Let's see what we have here. Everything is all right to the north. Finland has offended us, so we moved the border from Leningrad. Baltic states, that's age-old Russian land. And they're ours again. All Belarusians live together now, Ukrainians together, Moldavians together. It's okay to the west. And he turned suddenly to the eastern borders. What do we have there? The Kuril Islands belong to us now. Sakhalin is completely ours, you see. Good. And Port Arthur's ours, and Darren is ours. Stalin moved his pipe across China and the Chinese Eastern Railway is ours. China, Mongolia, everything is in order. But I don't like our border right here, Stalin said, and pointed south of the Caucasus. In this matter we admittedly went a bit too far, but something has been brewing in the south. You have to understand that there are limits to everything, otherwise you can choke. The problem of the Baltic states, Western Ukraine, Western Belorussia, and Bessarabia we solved with Ribbentrop in 1939. The Germans reluctantly agreed to our annexation of Latvia, Estonia, and Bessarabia. A year later, when I was in Berlin, in November 1940, Hitler asked me, 8. 9. Well, good, you are uniting the Ukrainians, uniting the Belarusians, all right, and the Moldavians, that's reasonable, but how are you going to explain the Baltic states to the whole world? I said to him, we'll explain. Communists and the people of the Baltic states favor joining the Soviet Union. Their bourgeois leaders came to Moscow for negotiations but refused to sign such an agreement with the USSR. What were we to do? I must tell you confidentially that I pursued a very hard line. I told the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs when he came to visit us, you won't go home until you sign the agreement to join us. A popular Minister of War from Estonia came to see us. I've forgotten his name. We told him the same thing. We had to go to such extremes. And to my mind, we achieved our aims quite satisfactorily. This sounds crude in the telling, but in fact everything was done more delicately. But the first one could have warned the others. There was no escape for them. A country somehow has to see to its security. When we laid down our demands, you have to act before it's too late. They vacillated. Of course, bourgeois governments could not join a socialist state with alacrity. But the international situation was forcing their decision. They found themselves between two great powers, fascist Germany and Soviet Russia. The situation was complicated. That's why they wavered, but finally they made up their minds. And we needed the Baltic states. We couldn't do the same with Poland. The Poles were irreconcilable. We negotiated with the British and French before talking to the Germans. If the West had permitted our troops in Czechoslovakia and Poland, then of course we would have read better. They refused, thus we had to take at least partial measures. We had to keep German troops at a distance. If we hadn't moved toward the Germans in 1939, they would have invaded all of Poland right up to our old border. That's why we came to an arrangement with them. They had to agree. They took the initiative on the non-aggression pact. We couldn't defend Poland because it didn't want to deal with us. Inasmuch as Poland would not deal, and war was close at hand, give us just that part of Poland that we believe indisputably belongs to the Soviet Union. And we had to protect Leningrad. We didn't make the same demands on Finland as on the Baltics. We talked to them only about their ceding 1-0 to us a piece of the territory near Leningrad. From Vyborg. They were very stubborn. I had to talk at length with Ambassador Paasikivi. He later became president. He spoke a bit of Russian but was understandable. He had a good library at home, he read Lenin. He realized that without an agreement with Russia, Finland would be in trouble. I sensed that he wanted to meet us halfway, but he had many opponents. How merciful we were toward Finland. We were smart not to annex it. It would have been a festering wound. Not because of Finland itself, but because that wound would have afforded a pretext for anti-Soviet action. People are very stubborn there, very stubborn. Even the minority could have been dangerous there. But little by little we are now consolidating our relations. Just as with Austria, we were unsuccessful in making Finland democratic. Khrushchev handed over Porkala to the FINNS. I doubt we would have done this. Port Arthur wasn't worth spoiling relations with the Chinese. And the Chinese kept within limits, didn't bring up their territorial problems. But Khrushchev pushed. We never recognized Bessarabia as Romanian. Remember how it was shaded on our maps? So when we needed it, I summoned the Romanian minister to the USSR. I gave him a deadline for withdrawal of their troops, after which we would move ours in. You summoned the Romanian ambassador? Yes, yes. Let's come to an agreement. We never recognized Bessarabia as YOURS, and it would be better to resolve these problems now. He replied immediately, I have to consult my government. He went limp, of course. Consult and come back with an answer, I said. He came back later. Did you discuss with the Germans whether they would stand in your way in Bessarabia? We came to an agreement when Ribbentrop visited us. At the same time we were talking directly with Romania, we had contacts there. Hitler told them, give it to them, I'll return it to you soon. 1-1. They took their cues from him all the time. I didn't know geography well at the time of Ribbentrop's visit. I didn't know the geography of the borders between Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary. I demanded we draw the borders so that Chernovice would go to us. The Germans said to me, but you've never had Chernovice, it's always belonged to Austria. How can you demand it? The Ukrainians demand it. Ukrainians live there, they ordered us to do this. But it has never been Russian, it's always been part of Austria and then of Romania. Friedrich von der Schulenburg, German ambassador in Moscow, said this. Yes, but the Ukrainians must come together. There aren't many Ukrainians. Let's not discuss this question. We have to make a decision. And the Ukrainians are now both in Transcarpathian Ukraine and in an area to the east. All of this belongs to the Ukraine, and you want to leave out a chunk? Impossible. How can this be? What is it called? Bukovina. Schulenburg hemmed and hawed, and then said, I'll report to my government. He did, and Hitler agreed. Chernovice, which had never belonged to Russia, became ours and still is. For the moment the Germans weren't out to spoil or sever relations with us. We were overwhelmed with joy and surprised with Chernovice. I was told later by people who had visited Chernovitzy that there had been order there, but now there was disorganization. It turns out they had been using Ukrainians for all the hard work when Chernovitzy had been a part of Austria. Now that they had joined us, the Ukrainians didn't want to work. They became independent, not merely unskilled workers. They could not make it by themselves, they had no management experience and didn't want to be left behind. The final agreement on borders took place after the war. Some were astonished, why did they talk about Chernovitzy and Russia? There has never been such a thing. We weren't fools. No one, at least among our enemies or supporters, considered us fools. 1-2. Ribbentrop-Molotov. Eastern broadcasters talk a lot about you, curse you, and Stalin. It would have been worse if they had praised us. They say, there are AFEW people in history whose names have been attached to border agreements. They have in mind the Ribbentrop-Molotov line. And why were incendiary bottles called Molotov cocktails during the war? You had nothing to do with it? They thought it up. A mixture. I mixed Russians and Germans. You are considered one of the main instigators of the war because your treaty with Ribbentrop-Fried Hitler's hands. They'll go on saying that. Ribbentrop was a good champagne salesman, Shota added. Certainly. He was a wine merchant. Our men fired at his plane when he came to visit us. They all but shot him down. They didn't realize who was up there. He was a lean, tall man. The talks took place in the Kremlin. That's where we drank champagne. Did he bring his own? No, it was our treat. When we received Ribbentrop, of course he toasted Stalin and me, and the whole he was my best friend. Molotov's eyes twinkled. Stalin unexpectedly suggested, let's drink to the new anti-Cominternist Stalin. He said this mockingly and winked at me. He had made a joke to see Ribbentrop's reaction. Ribbentrop rushed to phone Berlin and reported ecstatically to Hitler. Hitler replied, my Gen's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hitler never understood Marxists. I had to toast Hitler as the leader of Germany. Over there, in Germany. Here, at dinner, they toasted Stalin, me, and Hitler, in our little company. That's diplomacy. Molotov was at the head of the table during a reception in honor of Ribbentrop. When Stalin spoke, he offered a toast to our peoples. 1-3. Commissar of the Railways, Lazar Kaganovich, who was a Jew who sat at the table one chair next to the fascist Minister of Foreign Affairs. And Ribbentrop had to drink to me. Kaganovich told me the story. Talk is that you and Stalin decided, in order to gain Hitler's favor before the war, to give him the Baltic states. This has nothing to do with reality. We realized very well that such a step would not only fail to stop Hitler but on the contrary would whet his appetite. And we ourselves needed space. The writers say that. Writers perhaps of Philistine views. That's absolute nonsense. We ourselves needed the Baltic states. They persistently write in the West that a secret agreement was signed together with the Non-Aggression Pact in 1939. None whatever. There wasn't. There wasn't. No, that's absurd. Surely we can talk about it now. Of course, there is no secret here. In my view, these rumors were deliberately spread to damage reputations. No, this matter is very clean. There could not have been any such secret agreement. I was very close to this matter, in fact I was involved in it, and I can assure you that this is unquestionably a fabrication. This wasn't the first time I asked Molotov, what was the secret protocol signed during talks with Ribbentrop in 1939? I don't remember. Churchill writes that Hitler didn't want to cede South Bukovina to you, that this strongly affected Germany's interests and that it was not mentioned in the secret treaty. Well. And that Hitler urged you to join the Triple Alliance. Yes, the scoundrel. That was just camouflage. a game, and quite a primitive one at that. 1-4. But you told Hitler that you didn't know Stalin's opinion on this issue. Why, oh, you knew, didn't you? Of course. With Hitler I couldn't wear my heart on my sleeve. Molotov says the rumors are groundless that there was a secret correspondence between Stalin and Hitler, Molotov, and Ribbentrop during the war, that one of the sides offered an armistice after the battle for Moscow, and that Stalin telephoned Hitler when the war started. That's nonsense. They would do anything to stir up trouble. Stalin wouldn't dirty his hands. He wouldn't have benefited from it. I had to sound out. Eastern sources say that during the war you met with Ribbentrop in Mogilev. This story is going around. Apparently in 1943 I'll know about this American radio broadcast this story. It's absurd, of course. I am only surprised they are still interested in broadcasting such trash, which is patent nonsense. But they keep printing it. It seems to me that at times Stalin was impelled to hold your FEET to the FIRE. It happened. He was the leader and had to move matters forward. That was unavoidable, and there was nothing unusual about it. In Berlin, Hitler was an extreme nationalist. A blinded and stupid anti-communist. Did Stalin meet him? No, I was the only one to have such a pleasure. There are people of that kind now, too. That's why we must pursue a vigilant and firm policy. 1-5. Hitler. There was nothing remarkable in his appearance. But he was a very smug, and, if I may say so, vain person. He wasn't at all the same as he is portrayed in movies and books. They focus attention on his appearance, depict him as a madman, a maniac, but that's not true. He was very smart, though narrow-minded and obtuse at the same time because of his egotism and the absurdity of his primordial idea. But he didn't behave like a madman with me. During our first conversation he spoke a monologue most of the time while I kept pushing him to go into greater detail. Our meetings were most accurately recorded by Beryskov. Fiction based on this subject contains a good deal of made-up psychology. Hitler said, "What's happening? And England, some miserable island, owns half the world and they want to grab it all. This cannot be tolerated. It's unjust." I answered that it surely was intolerable and unjust, and that sympathized with him. This cannot be considered normal, I told him. He cheered up. Hitler said, "You've got to have a warm water port. Iran, India, that's your future." And I said, "Why, that's an interesting idea, how do you see it?" I drew him into the conversation, giving him an opportunity to speak out. For me this was not a serious conversation, but Hitler continued to expatiate bombastically on how England was to be liquidated and the USSR would thrust its way across Iran to India. He had little understanding of Soviet policy, a myopic man. He wanted to involve us in risky policy. And he'd be better off after we got stuck in the south. We'd depend upon him there when England went to war with us. Why, oh, you had to be too naive not to realize that. But in our second conversation I switched to our concerns. "Here," I said, "you are offering us splendid countries. But when Ribbentrop visited us in 1939 we agreed that our common borders should remain calm and that there should be no foreign troops in Finland or Romania. But you are stationing troops there." Hitler said, "That's a trifle." "There's no need to speak roughly," I said, "but if the socialist and capitalist states want to reach an agreement there must be a partition. This is your sphere of influence and this is ours." So Ribbentrop and I had agreed that the border with Poland would look this way, and there would be no foreign troops in Finland and Romania. Why do you keep them there? Trifles. How can we talk about the big questions when we cannot agree to coordinate our actions on secondary matters? He stuck to his story, and I to mine. He became agitated. I persisted. In sum, I wore him down. We had dinner after the talks. Hitler said, "The war is on, so I don't drink coffee now because my people don't drink coffee either." I don't eat meat, only vegetarian food. I don't smoke, don't drink liquor. I looked and it seemed a rabbit was sitting next to me eating grass, an idealistic man. It goes without saying that I was abstaining from nothing. Hitler's team drank and ate, too. It should be noted that they didn't appear missane. We had coffee and small talk as prescribed among diplomats. Ribbentrop, the former wine merchant, talked about wine labels and asked about Massandra. Hitler played along and tried to impress me. Hitler clasped me with one hand when our picture was being taken. I was asked in Canada in 1942 why I was smiling in that picture. Simply because they got nothing from us and never would. Hitler was surprised that I persisted with the trifles that could easily be sorted out. I said to him, "Let's sort them out." He answered with something vague. He came out of his room when we were leaving and walked me to the coat rack. He told me while I put on my coat, "I am sure history will remember Stalin's name forever." "I don't doubt it," I answered. "But I also hope it will remember me, too," Hitler said. "I don't doubt this either." I sensed he was not only afraid of our power but that he also stood in awe of Stalin's personality. I remember a film about your arrival in Berlin. It was a steam locomotive. Even the Germans didn't have electrically powered locomotives. Berlin station, soldiers, rifles, Shota said. And you were slowly getting off the train. Oh, you wore a hat. Could be. Yes, you wore a hat. Oh, you moved slowly. Ribbentrop greeted you in the SS manner, Göring, Goebbels. And in the Reichstag Hitler was embracing you. Hitler welcomed you so. No. Wait a minute, Vjačeslav Michajlovič, I saw that, I remember how it was in the film, you were there, Hitler here. So how was it then? The devil knows how. I can show you. You can show me. You weren't even there. Hitler was there, Ribbentrop, 2 interpreters. One of them, Hilger, lived his whole life in Russia alone in Moscow. He used to say he was our friend. And I was there, of course, with that group of 4. Beryskov was there, though I don't remember. Probably Pavlov was there. I suppose they both were there. Pavlov, not Beryskov, actually made the translation. He was the chief interpreter. Our ambassador was there, I later appointed Dekhanizov to the post. There was not much to choose from. We were in Hitler's office, a vast, lofty hall. Hitler was of medium height, approximately as tall as I was. He certainly did the talking, the rest of us just added some remarks or explanations and asked questions. He wanted to win me over, and almost did. Molotov smiled ironically. Everyone kept urging me that we should be together, Germany and the Soviet Union, that we should combine our efforts against England. England is all but smashed. Smashed? I said. Not yet. We'll get rid of her soon and then you will turn to the south, to warm water and take India. I listened to Hitler with great interest. He was using all his powers of persuasion. Was he persuasive? He had a very one-sided view. He was an extreme nationalist, a chauvinist, blinded by his own ideas. He wanted to aggrandize Germany, to squash the whole world under his heel. He refrained from criticizing the Bolsheviks. Diplomacy, of course, but how could he negotiate otherwise? If you want to reach an agreement and you start spitting in the other person's face. We had to talk like humans. And we had to talk. And Churchill? Shota asked. With Churchill, too. But Roosevelt was softer with you. Yes, he was a wheelier comrade. He drank with us, of course. Stalin nursed him along just right. He was very fond of Soviet champagne. He loved it. Like Stalin. I wired Stalin after my talks with Hitler, quite lengthy telegrams every day, what I said, what Hitler said. Stalin asked me when we met, How did he put up with you when you were telling him all this? T8 Well, he had to put up with it. He spoke in a calm voice, he didn't curse. He just tried to persuade. Would you like a conclusive agreement with us? He asked. We came to an agreement when Ribbentrop visited us in 1939. But in September-October we had already taken what was ours. And there was no other way. We didn't lose time. And we got an agreement that along our borders, especially in Finland, which is 50 kilometers from Leningrad, there would be no German troops. And in Romania along our borders there would be no troops except Romanians. But you keep many troops in both places. Political questions. I had a lot to say. Great Britain is what we need to talk about, Hitler said to me. We'll discuss this, too, I said. What do you want? What are your proposals? Let's divide the whole world, he said. You need the South, to get to the warm waters. Then we had dinner. I dined at his place. Himmler, Goebbels, Göring were there. Only Hess wasn't there. I visited Hess in his office, too, in the Central Committee of the Nazi Party. Hess appeared very modest. His office was a modest, hospital-like room. Göring's office was the opposite, filled with big paintings, Gobelin tapestries. The dinner at Hitler's was attended by the whole company. They seemed to be at home there. He went on, here are 5 countries. I said, there is an agreement with Ribbentrop, made in 1939, saying that you would not station troops in Finland, but they are there. When is this going to end? You are also not supposed to have troops in Romania. There should be only Romanian troops there, but you have your troops on our border there. How can this be? It contradicts our agreement. These are trifles. Let's negotiate the big question, he said. We didn't settle anything with him, I kept pressing him, that's not an answer. I asked a question and you're not giving any clear answer to it. I request a clear response. We had to see if they really wanted to improve relations with us or whether we had run into a void, into empty talk. It became clear they didn't want to yield to us on anything. They pressed and pressed, but they were not dealing with cranks. Hitler realized this. For our part, we had to probe deeply as much as it was possible to speak seriously with them. We had agreed to observe the treaty, they were not doing so. We saw they didn't want to observe it. We had to draw our own conclusions, and they of course drew theirs. Yes. We defeated the biggest monster raised by imperialism, Shota said. More exactly, England and France, too. Was there any point for the Germans to meet with you in 1940? They wanted to fool us and draw us into a war with England on the side of Germany. Hitler wished to see whether he could involve us in the adventure. They would remain Hitlerites, fascists, and we would help them. Could he involve us in that? I said to him, what about our immediate concerns? Do you agree to fulfill obligations you have pledged to fulfill? It became clear, of course, that he only wished to draw us into an adventure. But for our part I was unable to secure promises from him regarding Finland and Romania. We were seated at the table during negotiations with Hitler. There was a table for experts, a table for an interpreter. Hilger translated for Hitler. He was born in Odessa, his mother was Russian. His son was later killed near Moscow. Hilger disapproved of the war against us. He was frightened. His Russian was excellent, you couldn't tell him from a Russian. Schulenberg understood Russian a little bit but spoke it badly. He had accompanied us from Moscow. He had forgotten his uniform. The train had already left the station, and he had had to catch up with us by car somewhere outside Moscow. A guard of honor stood along the rail line all the way from the border to Berlin. Hitler did most of the talking during our first conversation. And I pressed him. I raised questions, cleared up some things. He described in detail what he considered necessary, and I listened. Then, in our second conversation, I had to talk. In diplomacy you don't have to begin with abuse and name-calling, one can do without that. But you need to sort out the plans, the intentions, the moods. You have to think about these. Hitler was very correct with me. Diplomacy exists exactly for the ability to talk, to keep quiet, and to listen, Ta Lehren taught. A diplomat cannot use abusive language. 20. I changed our ambassador to Germany after my visit to Berlin in November 1, 940. He was out of his depth. I had appointed him myself, but it hadn't been successful. I was just getting down to business and had to replace the old hands, and of course I made some mistakes. He was not a bad comrade but very weak and ineffective. His name? Like Schwarzkopf. Schwarzkopf. He was a professor, he knew a bit of German. He had worked only a few months. When I came to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1939 I had to change almost all its chiefs. And I remained the Predsovnarkom. And Dekanizov became ambassador to Germany. Stalin nominated him. Apparently he was an Armenian but pretended to be a Georgian. Even Stalin argued with him, "You aren't a Georgian." He was not a bad worker, a very honest man. "Do you have a party program?" I asked Hess. I knew they didn't. How could it be, a party without a program? "Do you have party rules?" I knew they didn't have party rules. But I decided to feel him out anyway. Hess was Hitler's first party deputy, a party secretary. Bormann was his deputy. I went on tripping him up. "And do you have a constitution?" They didn't have that either. What a high level of organization. "Did you know that Hess was a pederast?" Shota asked. I didn't know. I wasn't interested, but I knew he wasn't the only one of them like that. The war could have started much earlier. The task of intelligence was to report in a timely manner. On the whole, everyone expected the war would come and it would be difficult, impossible for us to avoid it. We delayed it for a year and a half. If Hitler had attacked us half a year earlier, bearing in mind our situation then, it would have been very dangerous. So it was impossible to begin obvious preparations without revealing to 2-3 German intelligence that we were planning serious measures. We took many serious steps, but still not enough. We didn't have time to finish very much. Some think Stalin should have to answer for all this. But there was the People's Commissar for Defense, the Chief of the General Staff. On the other hand, some people, Marshal Golovanov in particular, argue that the war caught the General Staff asleep. They were not asleep. But they had a directive ordering that the first reports not be trusted, that they must be verified. Time was lost. But that's a failing of Stalin's. You may think so, of course. He was in a difficult situation because he didn't want the war. And maybe Stalin overestimated Hitler? Maybe he thought Hitler was smart enough not to attack us until he finished the war with England. That's right, that's right. Not only Stalin had this feeling but I and others did, too. On the other hand, there was nothing left for Hitler to do but attack us. He would never have finished his war with England. Just try to finish a war with England. A writer described the beginning of the war this way: Stalin cursed the ambassador to Germany Dekanizov and Molotov as well, who had boasted that now we would be friends with Germany. He is spitting on and smearing me, knowing that now I can't publicly defend myself. They write now that Stalin trusted Hitler, that Hitler deceived him with the Pact of 1939, lulled his vigilance. Stalin trusted him. Such a naive Stalin. No. Stalin saw through it all. Stalin trusted Hitler? He didn't trust all his own people. And there were reasons for that. Hitler fooled Stalin? As a result of such deception Hitler had to poison himself, and Stalin became the head of half the world. We had to delay Germany's aggression, that's why we tried to deal with them on an economic level, export-import. No one trusted Hitler, but Stalin was so credulous. He wanted to delay the war for at least another half a year, or longer. Everyone wanted this delay, everyone who was close to the concerns of the time. No one as close to the situation as Stalin could have avoided miscalculation. But in fact there was such a man who managed to find the way out, and not only to find the way out but to win. A mistake was made, but of minor importance, I would say, because 2-4. We were afraid to get ourselves drawn into the war, to give the Germans a pretext for attack. That's how everything got started, I assure you. Me, these were not our mistakes but our weaknesses. Weaknesses because I think psychologically it was almost impossible for us to be completely ready for war. We felt we were not yet ready, so it was quite natural for us to overdo it. But there is also no way to justify that. I personally don't see any mistakes in that. In order to delay the war, everything was done to avoid giving the Germans a pretext to start it. But Hitler had already made up his mind. It would have been hard to make him change it. We weren't inside his mind, anyway. He was out to unleash the war in 1939. But when? We wanted a delay for a year or several months. Of course we knew we had to be ready for war at any moment, but how do you do that in practice? It was very difficult. So many times we talked about this subject, and each time I tried to clear it up. After 5, 10, 15 years Vjačeslav Michajlovič made the same statements. And it was not an attempt to justify himself but an unshakable conviction. We were at the dacha in Žukovka, Ivan Stadniuk, a writer, was visiting. Molotov had followed the publication of his novel The War. He liked it, gave some advice. After reading the third book of the novel he reproached the author for writing that Stalin had assumed the Germans would not attack us until 1942. Stadniuk had relied on memoirs of Marshal K. Merezkov. But I consider that wrong. To slander a dead man, Stalin, as if he had said this. In the first place, Merezkov is inaccurate, you can't trust him on this. Stalin called him Yaroslavets. Why Yaroslavets? People in Yaroslavl were so shifty, he said, that there were almost no Jews. Russians themselves played such roles and one of them was Merezkov. I doubt Merezkov's accuracy when he wrote this. I was close to Stalin and I don't remember anything like that, and no one who saw him every day would say that. I admit I could have forgotten something. Maybe he did say something of that sort, but with the word probably. You have written this to justify Timoshenko, who in your book reflects upon the beginning of the war. Timoshenko wasn't a low-ranking officer, he was People's Commissar for Defense. But did he measure up? So why slander Stalin? I take a very critical view of your work. As you would have it, there appeared a man Timoshenko who spoke more truthfully, and suddenly he is against Stalin. The point is not that we didn't divine the exact date of the attack, the point is that we didn't let Hitler into Moscow. Leningrad, or Stalingrad, that's the point. The crux, after all, is our final brilliant victory. And you cast doubt on Stalin now, when he is no longer alive. I proceeded from the assumption that this would justify Stalin, Stadniuk said. Why weren't we prepared? Because we supposed. But we were prepared. How is that weren't prepared? That is wrong, that we weren't prepared. Unprepared for what? For the day of the attack, for the hour of the attack, that's what we weren't prepared for. Oh, but no one could have been ready for the hour of the attack, even God himself. We'd been expecting the attack and we had a main goal not to give Hitler a pretext for it. He would have said, Soviet troops are assembling at the border. They are forcing me to take action. Of course that was a slip-up, a shortcoming. And of course there were other slip-ups. You just try to find a way to avoid mistakes on such a question. But if you focus on them, It casts a shadow on the main point, on what decided the matter. Stalin was still irreplaceable. I am a critic of Stalin. On certain questions I did not agree with him, and I think he made some major, fundamental mistakes. But no one talks about these mistakes. Instead they keep criticizing things on which Stalin was right, and they talk endlessly as if they were negative. In essence, we were largely ready for war. The 5-year plans, the industrial capacity we had created, that's what helped us to endure, otherwise we wouldn't have won out. The growth of our military industry in the years before the war could not have been greater. The people went through a colossal strain before the war. Hurry, hurry. And if they didn't, they were expelled from the party, arrested. Is it possible to keep the people or the party or the army or even your near and dear ones under such strain for a year or 2 years? No. And still there were things that cannot be justified. There were mistakes, but the point is how to understand them. First, whose mistakes were they? Second, how could they have been avoided? There are at least 2 questions there. The tension was palpable in 1939 and 1940. Tension ran very high, that's why there was so little good cheer about and why everyone longed for a respite. Recently someone asked me reproachfully, "And where was Stanov? He was vacationing in Sochi when the war broke out." Well, it was certainly possible not to go to Sochi in 1939 or 1940 and even in 1941, but after all you had to give a sick man a rest. They taunt us. What were they thinking about? About the war? No. 2-6. They were Sochi. The members of the Politburo, it is said, were optimists. Keep every member of the Politburo, healthy or sick, under pressure every day. And think of all the people, all the personnel. We even abolished the 7-hour working day 2 years before the war. We abolished the right of workers to move from one enterprise to another in search of better conditions, even though many of them lived poorly and were looking for better places to live, but we abolished this. We built no apartment houses, but there was great construction of factories, the creation of new army units armed with tanks, aircraft. We drove all the designers faster, faster. They couldn't finish in time. They were all young designers. I knew Pavlov rather well, the commander-in-chief of the Belarusian district. He was a tank man, a brawny fellow and, of course, utterly loyal to the party. He was executed because he had panicked. He was ready to sacrifice his life on a battlefield or anywhere else for our country. Well, let's admit, he was a bit of a blockhead. That's more the man's misfortune than his fault. Although he couldn't have been that stupid if he managed to become a commander-in-chief. Not smart enough, a bit stupid, but he became the commander in honest fashion, as a communist. As it turned out, he went to the theater on the 21st of June. He was informed that not everything was quiet on the border, but he said, "Never mind, we'll sort it out after the performance." Could we have told him not to attend the theater in 1939, 1940, and 1941? That's also wrong. It's not that the man didn't understand, he was tired and wanted a respite. I told Molotov that Marshal Golovanov had recounted to me that he had personally witnessed a telephone conversation between Pavlov and Stalin in Pavlov's study only a few weeks before the war. Stalin had warned him about a possible attack, but judging by the talk it seemed that Pavlov, who was almost on the border, did not take the warning seriously. The thing is, I told Molotov, now some think you appointed such untrained people as Pavlov, but if it had been Tukhachevsky, someone like Tukhachevsky, if trouble started, which side would he have been on? He was a rather dangerous man. I doubted he would have been fully on our side when things got tough, because he was a right-winger. The right-wing danger was the main danger at the time. And many right-wingers didn't realize they were right-wingers, and were right-wingers in spite of themselves. Tyaritskiyets, those loudmouths, shouted, "We won't be able to hold out. will be defeated. They damned themselves out of their own mouths, so to speak. And these defenders of the kulaks were deep-rooted. They were more cautious, they had lots of supporters around peasants and the lower middle classes. There was only a thin layer of party leadership in the 1920s, and there were always fissures in this thin layer, now right-wingers, then nationalists, then workers' opposition. How Lenin managed to bear this is amazing. Lenin died, but they all lived on, and Stalin had to pass through very tough times. Khrushchev is proof of that. He turned out to be a right-winger, though he was pretending to be for Stalin, for Lenin. Father Stalin. We are ready to give our lives for you, we'll wipe out everyone. Only when Stalin's power weakened did the conspirator in him surface. We demanded great sacrifices from workers and peasants before the war. We paid little to peasants for bread or cotton or their labor. We simply had nothing to pay with. What to pay? We are reproached we didn't think of the material interests of the peasants. Well, if we had, we would have wound up in a dead end. We didn't have enough money for cannons. We delayed the war. This calmed the people a little. If we managed to delay it for a year and 10 months, we could probably have delayed it for a month or so more. Anyway, I have been thinking about it ever since. We should have kept in mind that the best time for an attack on Russia was June. It wasn't fully taken into consideration in any quarter, to my mind. Napoleon attacked Russia in June, too. Summer months are very dangerous. But the Soviet Union heroically found the way out of that situation. That was a mistake. Yes, a mistake. But 1 June had already passed. June of 1940 had passed, and that suggested that June 1941 would pass, too. This was a miscalculation, I suppose. We were under great pressure to prepare better, which I thought was impossible. Perhaps we could have been 5% better prepared. But no more than 5%. We were going all out to get our country ready for defense. We inspired the people: if war comes tomorrow, if tomorrow they take to the field, we shall be ready to march today. We didn't let the people oversleep, but we encouraged them and cheered them up all the time. If everyone was under such a strain, some kind of respite was needed. But the time for a respite was poorly chosen. No. The need for a respite was continuous in January, in February, in March, and so on. But when would they attack? We could be blamed for not taking June into more consideration than May. But you would have to be a pedant to blame us for this, knowing all the measures that were being taken. If you blame us for this, you are, if not a bureaucrat, a pedant. Of course we should have been somewhat more alert in June than in May. But already in May we had been under colossal pressure with no chance to let off steam. Even if a higher alert had been ordered in June, there would still have been need for a respite. Why was Stanov in Sochi? Why were officers on leave? Why was Pavlov at the theater? My God! Of course, we might have done without these niceties, just the same, they were not decisive. Why did you destroy the old line of fortifications before you managed to build a new line? That's simple: we didn't have the opportunity. We didn't have the time not only to destroy what we needed to destroy but also to replace it with something new. That's a fact. Maybe there was haste, I don't exclude that possibility. But anyway, objectively, it turned out that Hitler outwitted you. No. No, I don't agree with this. Yes, he had his own calculations. There couldn't have been a better time chosen for the attack. But to demand a greater effort from us than in May. There was the danger of a breakdown. Everything was stretched to the limit, and there wasn't all that much to eat. A mistake in timing is an unjust accusation, quite wrong. There was a miscalculation of some sort, certainly. But this was more a misfortune than a mistake or a fault. Khrushchev used Churchill's words saying that he had warned Stalin. Stalin said later, "I didn't need any warnings at the time. I knew the war was coming, but I thought I could gain another half a year." That is why Stalin is blamed. He relied upon himself and thought he could delay the war. That's stupid. Stalin couldn't rely upon himself, in this case he had to rely upon the whole country. He thought not about himself but about the whole country. That was our main interest, that of a whole people to delay the war for a few weeks more. But Churchill didn't have anything against us at that period. Yes, but could Churchill be trusted in this matter? He was interested in pushing us into a conflict with the Germans as quickly as possible. How could it be otherwise? Ambassador Schulenburg warned Dekanizov about the beginning of the war. 2-9. He didn't warn, he just hinted at it. Many people hinted at it to speed up the conflict. But to trust Schulenburg? So many rumors, so many assumptions made the rounds. It was also wrong not to pay attention to them. But if you had ordered the Annie, that's what a provocation is. Why would it be a provocation? Better to let them attack the unarmed? To give military men leave? We were not unarmed, we were on alert. And no one would work for a year without a vacation. To my mind it was impossible to ensure against a surprise attack in our condition. But we should have been preparing for it anyway. We march to heroic deeds, but we often lack endurance. It's hard to blame the people for this, though there were culprits. The Germans were more disciplined. You tell them what to do, and that's it? Ours would do the same with much pressure. But we still didn't have enough perseverance, or enough methodicalness. Our peasants' nature showed itself here. They would work, then drink themselves half dead, then harvest. Surprise, of course, played its part. I am sure there are intelligence reports coming in even now that something may begin somewhere. It's the nature of intelligence. And Marxism-Leninism doesn't have anything to do with it. Our ideology stands for offensive operations when possible, and if not, we wait. While we are gathering strength, they peck at us. That's not excluded. And not because we are gathering strength but because we do not know how fully to utilize our talent. This takes time, and we didn't have much of that. Stalin is portrayed as vain and willful, as though everything would be as he wished. This is wrong and slanderous. But as to the surprise that unfortunately happened, it couldn't have happened differently. You probably won't find such know-it-alls who could predict exactly such things about their enemy. People write that faith in Stalin was based in part on his own self-glorification and the cult of personality he created. Is that so? A little bit. You see, a man is still a man. But he did a great deal, and that's the main thing. No one could have done more than Stalin in that situation, not only during the war but before the war and after it. There are many questionable statements in Zhukov's book. And untruths, too. He describes how he reported to Stalin before the war that the German maneuvers were creating a danger of war. Supposedly I asked him, "So, do you think we'll have to fight the 30 Germans?" Such a shameless thing. Supposedly I was the ultimate fool, so to speak. Everyone understood the situation, but I understood nothing. Zhukov writes that Stalin was sure he would manage to prevent war. But if Stalin is to blame for everything, then he built socialism alone and won the war alone. Even Lenin didn't rule alone, and Stalin wasn't the only one in the Politburo. Everyone bore responsibility. Of course, Stalin's situation then wasn't easy. It's not true that we didn't know. After all, Kirponos and Kuznetsov put their troops on alert but Pavlov didn't. The military men, as always, turned out to be helpless. Well, of course we were then weaker than the Germans. Of course we should have deployed better. But we had our best officers working on that. Zhukov was considered a rather good commander, he worked in our general staff. Timoshenko, too, was a rather good military man, he was the People's Commissar for Defense. But military men blame everything on Stalin, that he hobbled initiative, that they had to wait for his orders. Everyone wants to pass responsibility to someone else. But Kuznetsov, a sailor, the Navy minister, issued an order on the night of the 21 St-22 to expect an air raid. Zhukov didn't do this. Kuznetsov boasts that he did this on his initiative. In this case he proved to be more than right, because he was not asked to verify his reports. Such verification was demanded of the General Staff, which was understanding orders not to rush but to check every report, even those just minutes before the war began, before accepting it as truth. We knew there was a delay there, but it didn't matter. Nekrich writes, Stalin thought that Hitler was playing a game to extort political and economic concessions, and why not think so? Hitler was an extortionist, to be sure. He could have been extorting concessions. You could have counted on extortion. Around each issue there could have been extortion and deception and duplicity and flattery, and it's hard to say really. The main idea in the literature is that Stalin didn't think Hitler would start the war. That's right, they write so. Vyacheslav writes a bit naively about the beginning of the war. I read the beginning of Berezkov's book. It's a good book. Not on the whole. But interesting. Yes, interesting. I've read only the first 100 pages, and I've noticed two things with which I cannot agree. One is that Stalin thought that Hitler wouldn't attack the USSR that year. How could he put such words into Stalin's mouth, especially now when you can accuse him of anything? And he cannot defend himself, and no one can do it for him. All the more, Stalin believed, Stalin thought. As if anyone knew exactly what Stalin thought of the war. Of course some people were inclined to believe that the war would not start that year. If it should come, it would be later. I consider this normal, but in my opinion there are no grounds to assert that Stalin believed the war wouldn't come that year. No one can say that about another person. That's the first thing. Second, he mentions a TASS report. A week or so before the war it was announced in a TASS bulletin that the Germans were taking no actions against us, that we were maintaining normal relations. It was, I think, Stalin's idea. Berezkov reproaches Stalin, saying there was no ground for such a report. This was a diplomatic game. A game, of course. And it didn't work. Not every attempt yields good results, but the attempt itself was not a bad idea. Berezkov writes that it was patently naive. It wasn't naivete but a diplomatic move, a political move. In this case it didn't work, but there was nothing unacceptable or impermissible about it. And it wasn't stupid but, so to speak, an attempt to clear up the situation. The Germans' refusal to respond to it simply showed they were pursuing a treacherous policy toward us. They tried to show the whole world that they were taking legitimate measures. In my view it is wrong to condemn and ridicule the TASS report. But Berezkov describes it as an obviously wrong move, as naive. There was nothing naive about it. It was a highly responsible action. The move was aimed at depriving the Germans of any excuse for an attack. If we had moved our troops out just a bit, Hitler would have declared, "You see, over there they have moved their troops forward. Here are the photographs, here are the activities. They say we had insufficient troop strength at the border, but had we started moving troops to the border, we would have given Hitler an excuse. Meanwhile, we were preparing at full speed. We had no other way out. So I consider it vile to reproach us for this. The TASS bulletin was necessary as a last resort. If we had managed to delay the war for the summer, it would have been very difficult to start it in the fall. Up to the last moment we were successfully delaying the war by diplomatic means, and no one could have predicted when we would fail. And keeping silent meant inviting the attack. It turned out that on June 22 Hitler became an aggressor in the eyes of the world. And we gained allies. Nekrich suggests Stalin hoped to pull Hitler into negotiations. 3-2. Yes. That's right. We had to test them. Of course, in dealing with such beastly people you might get tricked, and not everything might work, but essentially no concessions were made, and testing them was quite legitimate. In a way, Stalin distinguished Hitler from the German military, believing that the war might begin as a result of their provocations, but that Hitler himself wouldn't have broken the pact. I don't think Stalin believed that. I don't think so either. These are very wild speculations aimed to cast doubt upon Stalin. He wasn't a naive person, he wasn't such a good-natured simpleton that everyone could. But we had to try, we had to find ways to get to Hitler. I read to Molotov the so-called Hitler's will, as noted by Bormann on February 14, 1945. The critical factor of the war was that for Germany it started too soon and at the same time too late. From a purely military point of view we should have started the war earlier. I should have taken the initiative in 1938 instead of allowing myself to be drawn into war in 1939. No doubt. The war was inevitable anyway. Nevertheless, I am hardly likely to be blamed. England and France agreed with all my claims in Munich. From the present-day point of view, the war came too late. But from the point of view of our moral preparation, it started much earlier than it should have. My disciples had not yet reached their full maturity. Did he say that? I needed, in essence, another 20 years to make that new elite ripe, an elite of youth, immersed from its earliest childhood in the philosophy of National Socialism. Our tragedy as Germans is that we never have enough time. Circumstances always were such that we were forced to hurry, and if we don't have time now, that is mainly explained by our lack of space. Russians with their huge spaces can afford the luxury of time. Time works in their favor and against us. But Russians found themselves in such a situation long before 1941, and Hitler could have understood this, but he didn't. That's his failing. International Affairs 3-3. Why just 1941? Because, considering the constantly growing power of our Western enemies, if we were destined to take action at all, we should have done it with minimal delay. And note, Stalin wasn't idly sitting by, hands folded. That's for sure. Time was against us on both fronts. Actually the question was not why June 2, 1941, but why not earlier. That's right, that's right. If it weren't for the difficulties caused us by the Italians and their idiotic campaign in Greece, I would have attacked Russia weeks earlier. Probably. Our main problem became how to delay Russia from attacking us as long as possible. I had a never-ending nightmare that Stalin could take the initiative earlier than I. Of course, it was a well-known question. Can foresee with confidence that no matter the outcome of the war the British Empire has come to an end. It is mortally wounded. The future of the British people is to die of hunger and consumption on their accursed island. Yes. He himself told me that. He said it like this, some accursed island. And did you assume that if not they, we would start the war first? Didn't work out such a plan. Had 5-year plans. Didn't have allies. They would have combined with Germany against us then. America was against us then. England against, France not far behind. But official doctrine at the time was that the war would be on foreign soil, to spill little of our blood. Who could draft such a doctrine if you please, invade our territory, and, if you please, fight here? Of course the Minister of War would say, little of our blood will be spilled, and the war will be on foreign territory. That's just propaganda. Such sloganeering prevailed over our real policy. This too was necessary and indispensable. Hitler said, we need only one thing not to admit defeat, the fact of our independence, of our existence, is already a victory for the German people. This is enough to justify the war, which will not be in vain. It could not be avoided in any case. Enemies of German National Socialism pressed it on me as long ago as January 1, 1933. If I am fated to perish, let the German people perish too, because they turned out to be unworthy of me. That's how he began. 3-4. This phrase of his is famous. Quite a stupid one. What did Stalin think of Hitler as a personality? How did he evaluate him? It would be incorrect to say that he underestimated him. He saw that Hitler had organized Germany in a short period of time. There had been a huge communist party and it had disappeared, wiped out. And Hitler led the people and the Germans fought hard during the war. Stalin, as a cool-headed man, took these facts seriously when discussing grand strategy. Receiving Schulenburg. I was rereading Zhukov's memoirs and reflections, and the situation on June 2, 1941, is still not completely clear to me. He says, the commander-in-chief of the Kiev military district, General Kirpanos, reported at approximately midnight that yet another German deserter informed him that the German troops would go on the offensive at 4 a.m. Everything pointed to the fact that, Zhukov writes, German troops were moving closer to the border. WE reported this to Stalin at mid night. Stalin asked whether the instructions had been passed to the military districts. I gave an affirmative answer. Versions that appeared after Stalin's death claimed that some commanders and their staffs, suspecting nothing, slept peacefully or were heedlessly having a good time on the night of June 2 too. That doesn't correspond to the facts. The commander-in-chief of the Black Sea Fleet, Admiral F. Oktyabrskyi, called me on a high-frequency communication at 3:07 a.m. and informed me, fleet observation reports an approach from the sea of unidentified aircraft in large numbers. I asked the admiral, what's your opinion? There is only one answer to meet the planes with anti-aircraft from the fleet. The Chief of Staff of the Western District, General V. Klimovsky, reported at 3:30 a.m. a German air raid on Belarusian cities. The Narcom ordered me to call Stalin. No one answered the telephone there. I kept calling. That means it was close to 4 in the morning, I said to Molotov, looking up from the book. 3-5. Oh, but we met earlier. Zhukov wants to show himself in the best light. He believes he understood the situation correctly, but he too hardly understood it at all. I went on reading Zhukov's book. Finally I heard the sleepy voice of the duty officer, a general of the security service. I asked him to call Stalin to the phone. 3 minutes later Stalin was on the phone. I reported the situation to him and asked permission to commence military countermeasures. Stalin remained silent. I heard only his breathing. Did you understand me? Silence again. 1/T last Stalin asked, where is the Narcom? He is talking on high frequency with the Kiev district. Come with Timoshenko to the Kremlin. TELLPO Skrebyshev to summon all the members of the Politburo. This was earlier. I went on reading Zhukov's book. I was talking again with F. Oktyabrskyi at 4 a.m. He reported with a calm voice, the enemy's raid was repulsed. The attempted air strike on the ships was foiled. But there was some destruction in the city. All members of the Politburo were assembled by 4:30 a.m. Earlier. The Narcom and I were invited into the office. A pale Stalin was seated at the table, a pipe in his hand stubbed with tobacco. We have to call the German embassy immediately, he said. 1/T the embassy they replied that Ambassador Count von Schulenburg requested that he be received to transmit an urgent communication. Molotov was instructed to receive the ambassador. Meanwhile, the first deputy chief of the General Staff, General N. Vjačeslav, reported that after heavy artillery fire on a number of sectors in northwestern and western theaters, German ground forces had attacked. Shortly after, Molotov entered the office. The German government has declared war on us. Stalin sank into the chair and plunged into deep thought. 1/ND This seems to be around 5 a.m. I said. Oh, but that's incorrect, wrong. Zhukov does not mention here that Stalin ordered us to keep our eyes open and report on everything, but it should be understood that surely there would be all kinds of provocative communications. Why, oh, you couldn't take their word for it? Either Zhukov is mistaken, or I have lost track of something. Zhukov called. He didn't tell me the attack had begun but that there was danger at the border. It was either bombing or some other alarming information. It's quite possible that the real war hadn't begun, but there was such tension that the staff realized the need to meet. We assembled at Stalin's in the Kremlin around 2 a.m. If you came from the dacha it took you 30 to 35 minutes. But Zhukov writes that he woke Stalin and informed him of the bombing. That means they were already bombing at 1 a.m. Doesn't it? Wait a second. He may be in error here. Zhukov and Timoshenko awakened us, something alarming had already begun at the border. Perhaps someone had earlier reported a separate bombing, and that too had been carried out. By now this was a secondary question. We met at Comrade Stalin's in the Kremlin around 2 a.m. All members of the Politburo were summoned. It was an official session. Before that, on June 2, we stayed until or 12 p.m. at Stalin's dacha. Maybe we had even watched a movie. We used to do this often, watch a movie after dinner. Then we parted and met again later. But between 2 and 3 in the morning a phone message came from Schulenburg to my secretariat, and from Poskrebyshev, saying that German Ambassador Schulenburg wished to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Molotov. I started from Stalin's office up the stairs to my own office. We were in the same building but in different parts of it. One corner of my office faced the statue of Ivan the Great. The other members remained at Stalin's, and I went to my office to receive Schulenburg. It was a 2 or 3 minute walk. Otherwise I would have had to phone Stalin had I been called at the dacha with Schulenburg's request for a reception. Ambassadors don't make night calls to ministers of foreign affairs. I wouldn't have gone to meet Schulenburg without of course informing Stalin. I don't remember phoning Stalin from the dacha. And I would have remembered, because I thought of nothing else except that the war was beginning, or something like that. It was not Schulenburg who called me but a KGB officer connected to Poskrebyshev. Stalin ordered us to meet. I received Schulenburg between 2:30 and 3 a.m. I think it was not later than 3 o'clock. The German ambassador handed me a note timed to coincide with the attack. They had everything coordinated, and apparently the ambassador had instructions to present himself. 3:07. At the appointed hour. He knew when it would start. We of course couldn't know it. But even at 3 o'clock the Germans hadn't attacked us yet. Everywhere it was different. We beat off an air raid in Sebastopol. They attacked between 2 and 3 a.m. Why do you stick to such a minor point? Everything is interesting, of course. We can iron out the details to the minute by looking through documents and inquiries. But they aren't important. Malenkov and Kaganovich ought to remember when they were summoned. To my mind, it was not later than 2:30. And Zhukov arrived with Timoshenko no later than 3 a.m. And Zhukov sets the time after 4 o'clock on purpose, to match his own timetable. The events occurred earlier. It's known that Stalin usually worked at night. Somehow he happened to be asleep that night, and Zhukov woke him up. Why? Zhukov wants to prove himself. That's not quite correct. I don't know whether it's true or not, but who can I ask but you? Allegedly you said to the ambassador, how did we deserve this? That's an invented story if you got it from Werth's book. He wasn't there, so how was he to know? That's pure fabrication. I surely couldn't have said such a stupid thing. Nonsense. Absurd. Who could he have gotten it from? There were 2 Germans and my interpreter. There is also a lot of far-fetched psychology in Tchaikovsky's book when he describes that episode. But it was I who received Schulenburg anyway, not Tchaikovsky. It's known that Count Schulenburg opposed the war with the Soviet Union. He even sent a memorandum to Hitler to that effect before the war. Apart from his official message, did he say anything personal? It wasn't a time for personal talk. Schulenburg was calm. Of course he couldn't say anything. He was later shot. Did he on Hitler poorly about Russia? Well, probably, that goes without saying. But he joined in a conspiracy against Hitler. And as for his interpreter, a counselor at the German embassy, Hilger, he shed AFEW tears when they were delivering the note. Schulenburg was old then, wasn't he? What do you mean old? He was younger than I am now. And I don't consider myself an old man. Did Stalin lose his head? Zhukov shirks responsibility for the beginning of the war. But that is naive. He is not only evasive, he gets confused. On June 2 we sent out a directive alerting the troops to prepare for action. In his book he equivocates. He doesn't say whether he thinks Stalin put things right or wrong. But of course Stalin did put things right. So they prepared in some military districts but not in the Belarusian. Stalin and I went to the Ministry of Defense when the war started. Malenkov and someone else was with us. Stalin was quite rude with Timoshenko and Zhukov. He rarely lost his temper. Then Molotov told how with Stalin they wrote an address to the people which Molotov broadcast from the central telegraph at noon on June 2 too. Why me and not Stalin? He didn't want to be the first to speak. He needed a clearer picture in order to choose the proper tone and correct approach. He couldn't respond like an automaton to everything. That was impossible. He was a human being, after all. Not only a human being, that's not quite correct. He was both a human being and a politician. As a politician he had to wait and see what was happening. For he had a very precise style of speech, and it was impossible immediately to get oriented and give an exact answer. He said he would wait a few days, and when the situation on the front was sorted out he would make a speech. Our words, our cause is just. The enemy will be smashed, victory will be ours, became one of the main slogans of the war. That was an official speech. I wrote it. But it was edited by all the members of the Politburo. That's why I cannot say these were only my words. There were corrections and additions, of course. Did Stalin take part in this? Of course. Such a speech couldn't be delivered without his approval. He was a rigorous editor. I can't tell you which words he added, the first or the last ones. But he too was responsible for the editing of the speech. And was it he or the Politburo who wrote the speech on July 3? It was he. You didn't work that way with him. You didn't write for 39. Him. It was not our wording. He made certain speeches without prior editing. In 1945 or in 1946, when I delivered my report on the anniversary of the November Revolution, or spoke at the UN, the words were mine, no one else edited these speeches. I spoke not from prepared text but more or less extemporaneously. I knew, of course, that Stalin planned to address the parade on November 7, 1941. He told me this. I don't remember whether he gave me the speech to read, probably he did. He usually gave them to me to read. His speech at the November 7 parade wasn't recorded, he recorded it afterward. At the start of the war Stalin, Beria, Malenkov, and I went to the Ministry of Defense. Beria and I went from there to Stalin's dacha. It was the second or the third day. It seems to me that Malenkov was with us, too. I don't remember who else. I remember Malenkov. Stalin was in a very agitated state. He didn't curse, but he wasn't quite himself. It is written that he lost his head and lost the ability to speak in the first days of the war. I wouldn't say he lost his head. He suffered, but he didn't show any signs of this. Undoubtedly he had his rough moments. It's nonsense to say he didn't suffer. But he is not portrayed as he really was. They show him as a repenting sinner. Well, that's absurd, of course. As usual, he worked day and night and never lost his head or his gift of speech. How was he behaving? How did he comport himself? As Stalin was supposed to, firmly. But Tchaikovsky writes that I don't remember what Tchaikovsky wrote about that, but we were talking about a completely different matter. Stalin said, "We blew it." This referred to all of us. I remember it well. He simply said, "We blew it." Yes, we blew it. Such a troubled state Stalin was in then. I tried to cheer him up a bit. "It grieves me that an army was lost," said Shota Ivanovich, "but suppose the Germans had not broken through our defenses and we had gone on the offensive and advanced successfully in Poland. Old England, America, and other countries have allowed us to crush many in 1941? Old they have been on our side? Of course we still didn't know how much it meant for the Soviet state that we had England and America as allies. That's right. That's right. We fought for this land." I visited Molotov with Shodak Vantaliani and guests from Georgia Indico Antilava and Meliton Kantaraya, who had hoisted the banner of victory over the Reichstag. It was a lovely early spring day. We went for a walk in the forest. There were many people around and everyone kept turning and gazing at Molotov. We sat at a table after our walk. "Now look here, our Meliton and his Friend Igorov hoisted that banner," Shota said. "How did you start to climb and find the dome? The Reichstag was unfamiliar to you, wasn't it?" "Soldier's sixth sense," Kantaraya replied. "It was a good idea," Molotov said. "You made it in time, weren't late. Our troops got there before the others, that was right." At the end of the conversation Kantaraya said, "I am not well educated, but I love my country. I'll always defend Soviet power if need be. I love my country." "Georgia?" Molotov asked. "No. The Soviet motherland. It doesn't matter where I was born. The motherland is the heart. This is the land we for Stalin and for the motherland. For the multinational Soviet Union we stood shoulder to shoulder and won. And we will win again if need be. Tell us the good news from Georgia," Shota told him, "how the Georgian Republic is building communism. Vyacheslav Michajlovič likes that. Even if it is only socialism," Molotov said. "At the front. When did you go to the front? "I went to Leningrad in 1994-1. I dismissed Konya, then I went to Spur on Zhukov. That was probably 1942 or 1943. These are the trips I made. 4-1. October 1st 941 I went to the front to dismiss Konya. He wasn't doing well. I had to explain to Konya why he should be replaced by Zhukov. Zhukov mended things. It seems Zhukov stood up for him. Yes. I had to dismiss Vyacheslav in Leningrad, too. He couldn't handle the job. He spent all his time in the trenches. I happened to be in Leningrad in the last days before the siege finally closed. We flew there. Malenkov was with me. Kuznetsov from the Navy, and Voronov, an artilleryman. It was a large group. They all were military people. It was probably in August 1941. Yes, in summer. We took a plane to Cherepovets and then went to Leningrad by train. It was not far, but we couldn't get to Leningrad even by train because the rail lines were already cut. We used a section of car from the MGA station to go to Leningrad. But I couldn't get back by train, the ring was closed. So after 4 or 5 days I flew over Lake Ladoga. That was the toughest time. Zdanov was in Leningrad. He was a very good comrade, a very good man. But he was very dejected then. Everything was going badly. The Germans were surrounding the city and finally locked them in. I arrived there under Stalin's instructions at this very moment. And Zhukov was sent to Leningrad soon after my return. Zdanov, how should I say this, was good but a bit spineless. Zhukov reproached Stalin. I don't believe Stalin thought, as Zhukov claims, that the main German thrust would be in the Ukraine. I don't think so. I also don't think Zhukov's reference to Stalin is correct. For I knew, no less than Zhukov, what Stalin said, and I don't remember him saying this. I don't remember it. I can't prove it, but the fact is that the Germans moved first of all toward Moscow. They stumbled at Smolensk and, like it or not, had to turn to the Ukraine. The main concern was Moscow, not the Ukraine. But Stalin also took into consideration not giving them an opportunity to head for Donbass and Dnepropetrovsk. Zhukov writes that Donbass and Kiev delayed the Moscow battle for 3 months. Because the Germans were set on Moscow. They failed. One must. 4-2. Take this into account. Therefore you must cite Zhukov more cautiously. You can say now what you like, but I was a bit closer to that scene than you. But you think I've forgotten everything. I asked if Stalin, in October 1, 1944, had thought about leaving Moscow. That's nonsense. He had no doubts. He wasn't going to leave Moscow. I went for just 2 or 3 days to Kuyabyshev and left Voznesensky in charge there. Stalin told me, how they are settling in there and come back right away. Molotov appreciated Zhukov as a soldier. Rokossovsky was not as firm and persistent. Zhukov bawled out his orders. I became convinced of Zhukov's abilities when Stalin invited Vyacheslav, near the end of the war, and asked him how long it would take to seize Königsberg. 2 or 3 weeks, he replied. Then Zhukov was summoned. He gave a realistic appraisal of the assault and said it was not a simple matter, that it would take 2 or 3 months. It turned out to be so. Marshal Shapashnikov was a good person. Stalin treated him well. He was an officer of the Tsar. But thanks only to a Leninist understanding of history do we now hold such positions which would otherwise be beyond anyone's forces, any Shapashnikov. But he had no political ambitions. He was good at his profession. And Zhukov would have failed in politics, though he had ambitions for it. I know Vyacheslav well. He was a very good general staff officer. And as for the commanders-in-chief, Zhukov was in the top 3. Zhukov undoubtedly, Rokossovsky is also there. Who's the third one have to think. Rokossovsky was a very nice person. Golovanov was right. For many people Rokossovsky's personal qualities overshadowed his outstanding abilities as a general. Stalin's post-war toast. General Ivan Ryzhkov, who had served on the general staff during the war, told Molotov how they had written an order for the first salute to International Affairs 4-3 marked the liberation of Orel and Belgorod, but had forgotten to mention those who had fallen. Stalin reminded them of this. I added to it, Ivan Nikolaevich recalled, may the memory of the heroes who fell in battle live forever. Stalin read it and said, not the memory, but the glory. The memory has a gospel sound. Eternal glory to the heroes who fell in battle for the honor and independence of the motherland. We were celebrating the 39th anniversary of the victory. Ryzhkov was talking about Molotov's role in the war, about diplomacy. Vyacheslav Michajlovič interrupted him, let's postpone the second part of your speech until tomorrow. Our army had been a great help to our diplomats. If not for the army's help, none of the diplomats could have managed. WEVE had even tougher times than the war. There were days when things hung by a thread. The 1920s were more difficult. But we had been preparing for the war and were ready for it. Molotov was 94 years old, blood pressure 12/0/80. You said that Stalin's first post-war toast was to our Vyacheslav. He apparently wanted to emphasize the role of our diplomacy in the war. Stalin said publicly, "Let's drink to our Vyacheslav." I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that the diplomacy sometimes played a larger role than one or two armies. I can't quote it exactly, but it was in that spirit. They say now that the main result of the victory is that we live in peace. That's just some kind of peace-lovingness. The main achievement is the socialist system. That's right. An international one. WE celebrated the 40th anniversary of the victory. 4-4. The eternal flame. I consider this wrong, the eternal flame. Why wrong? WE followed the bourgeois way, we copied them. WE should not have made a tomb of the unknown soldier but a tomb of the anti-fascist. We are the only country in the world which has a tomb of the unknown soldier and a tomb of the unknown supreme commander-in-chief. We should probably have built a monument to the Soviet soldier in Moscow. Right you are. They should remember this. It's normal for the bourgeoisie to have some unknown soldier. For us it's not every soldier but only those who helped in the struggle against fascism, against imperialism. These are the soldiers we should glorify. The others are fit for whom Egypt, Iran. Admiral Kuznetsov writes that on May 1, 1945, Stalin read a telegram from Molotov, "Congratulations from San Francisco. Yes, I was in America in May. I wanted to send Gromyko there, but the Americans asked me to come for the first UN assembly. Harriman sent a plane and I flew with their pilots over Yakutia. On May 9, 1945, I was in San Francisco. I made a speech on the radio on Victory Day. They asked me to do it on the 8th. I said I couldn't, we were celebrating on the 9th. They were on the 8th and we were on the 9th. Many celebrated on the 8th, but we consider that incorrect. I think Stalin worried about being duped or disappointed by our allies. Or that they might involve us in something nasty. Stalin was wary. The Allies had talks with the Germans through Allen Dulles beginning in March 1, 1945. And they did not let us in on them. Of course we showed great distrust until it was all resolved. We waited. That was the right thing to do, to my mind. Churchill gave Montgomery instructions to save the German arms. 4-5. Because they might turn out to be useful against the Soviet Union. They feared we would go further. On May 8 they congratulated me. But the party was small. A moment of silence, of course, but I didn't fel. Not that it wasn't a concern, but they were guarded with us. And we were even more apprehensive about them. We asked for troops from our allies, proposed they send forces to our Western Front. But they didn't. They told us to shift our troops from the Caucasus and they would provide protection for our oil fields. They also wanted to stand guard over Murmansk and Roosevelt Far East. He wanted to occupy certain parts of the Soviet Union instead of fighting. Afterward it wouldn't have been easy to get them out of there. I knew them all, the capitalists, but Churchill was the strongest, the smartest among them. Of course he was a 100% imperialist. But he admired Stalin. Clever. He said, let us establish our airfield at Murmansk, you're in a difficult situation. Yes, we said, it's a hard time for us, so send these forces to the front. We'll guard Murmansk ourselves. He backed down after that. We didn't let the Germans destroy our allies when Hitler was smashing them in the Ardennes. It was not to our advantage. In 1942 I took part in all the negotiations for a second front in Europe. From the first I didn't believe they would do it. I remained calm and realized this was a completely impossible operation for them. But our demand was politically necessary, and we had to press them for everything. I don't doubt that Stalin too believed they would not carry it out. But we had to demand it. For the sake of our people. They were waiting for some kind of Allied military aid. For us that piece of paper had vast political significance. It raised our spirits, and in those days this meant a lot. Churchill flew to Moscow and insisted they couldn't open a second front in Europe in 1942. I saw that Stalin accepted this calmly. He understood it was impossible. But he needed that paper agreement. It was of great importance for the people, for politics, and for future pressure on the Allies. To pressure them? Of course. Well, if you can't help us with a second front, help us with arms, help us with aircraft. If they had opened the second front in 1942 or 1943 instead of 1944 it would have gone very hard for them, but it would have helped us immensely. Could they have done it in 1943? Yes, but they didn't. They started in Italy. Even this was helpful to us. In the end, we fought not for England but for socialism. That's the point. To expect help from them in defense of socialism. The Bolsheviks would have been idiots. But in order to pressure them, we said, what knaves. Why you say one thing but do another. This also put them in an embarrassing position in the eyes of their own people. For the people sensed that the Russians were fighting and they were not. Not only were the Allies not fighting, but they were writing and saying one thing while doing another. This unmasked them in the eyes of their people. Why are you cheating? This undermined faith in the imperialists. All this was very important to us. I believed that my journey in 1942 and its results were a great victory for us. We knew they couldn't dare mount a second front, but we made them agree to it in writing. Stalin also instructed me to demand they draw off 32 FORUD enemy divisions from the Russian front. When I met with Roosevelt I had to hide my astonishment when I told him that, and he replied, a legitimate, reasonable demand. He was probably thinking only of dollars and thought, you'll have to come begging, anyway. Of course we have to help you, but it's in our best interests that you fight a bit longer. And that's why we're ready to support you. He agreed without changes to the communiqué I drafted, saying that a second front would be opened in 1942. That disgraced him in the eyes of his own people. Most people are honest, and when the government promised on the people's behalf to open the second front, and then didn't, the people realized they couldn't trust such leaders. And such a disappointment with the imperialists was to our benefit. All this had to be taken in consideration. I had no doubts on this score, and Stalin trusted them even less. Of course. But we reproved them. And rightly so. Roosevelt believed in dollars. Not that he believed in nothing else, but he considered America to be so rich, and we so poor and worn out, that we would surely come begging. Then we'll kick their ass, but now we have to help them keep going. That's where they miscalculated. They weren't Marxists, and we were. They woke up only when half of Europe had passed from them. Then. 4-7. Churchill, of course, found himself in a quandary. To my mind, Churchill, as an imperialist, was the cleverest among them. He sensed that if we smashed the Germans, little by little feathers would fly in England. That's the way he felt. But Roosevelt thought, they will come groveling to us. A poor country with no industry, no bread, they will come begging. They will have nowhere else to go. But we viewed the situation quite differently. All our people were prepared for sacrifice and struggle. We didn't believe in a second front, of course, but we had to try for it. We took them in. You can't? But you promised. That was the way. We had no other way to help our army and speed our victory. And we needed great patience. The fact is, even before the war we were dragging the people forward under complex, severe conditions. I can only wonder how they stood it. There were colossal hardships. I heard that during the Civil War there were stacks of corpses around the train stations in the Urals. Stacks of corpses. We had always done everything with enormous sacrifices. But people trusted the Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks turned out to be right, expressing the real feelings of the people, which wasn't always to be expected. Because their patience would be exhausted, they would run out of energy, we simply would lack. That's what Lenin said in 1919 or in 1920. We've done so much that even if we are smashed, everything will have been worth it. If not today, then tomorrow. A. Golovanov was in charge of arranging flights for Molotov to London and Washington in 1942. The idea for the trip occurred to Stalin at the end of 1941, after the battle for Moscow. Stalin considered the success of the Red Army short 10. He wanted Molotov to see Churchill in London and then Roosevelt in Washington in order to press the Allies to open a second front in 1942 or at least to get a commitment on paper. Stalin ordered General Golovanov to work out an air route. Later he was appointed commander of long-range aviation. Stalin was a great conspirator, Golovanov told me. The journey was planned in total secrecy. I had to hide a map of the route in my desk, even when my assistant entered my office. Stalin had told me, only the three of us know about this: you, Molotov, and me. Stalin wanted to go himself. But in 1942 the situation at the front grew complicated, and he couldn't leave the captain's bridge. Stalin said, Vjačeslav Michajlovič will go. So on May 8, 1942, Molotov flew overnight in a four engine bomber to London, over German-occupied territory and then over the ocean, and then to Washington. Churchill refused to sign the necessary papers for Molotov. He managed to persuade Roosevelt, though. Then Molotov flew back to London, instead of returning to Moscow, and showed Churchill what the president had signed. The flight was a tough one because of weather conditions and battle situations. The bomber was attacked by enemy fighters, and approaching Moscow it was even shot at by one of our fighters. But God and the skills of Golovanov's aces were on our side. I signed a treaty in London with Churchill present, before going to America. Eden and I signed it about an alliance, about organizing a union of countries to prepare for peace, that we should finish the war together and together organize the peace. We stayed at Chequers, about 40 miles from London. I arranged a dinner there on the first day of the visit. Churchill and Eden were invited. Some sort of a small garden. Not a fancy old building. Apparently some nobleman had given it to the government to use as a residence for the Prime Minister. There was a bathroom but with no shower. I've been to Roosevelt's place, I've stayed overnight in the White House. Everything there was as it should be. He had a bathroom with a shower, too. We insisted on a document defining our post-war boundaries. I don't remember the details, but the essence I remember, of course. I pressed for it, Stalin in 19412, then I arrived in London in 1942 with a draft. Churchill said, there's no way we can accept this. I dodged this way and that. I cabled Stalin. He replied, agree without this. But I am getting ahead of the story. Everything hinged on their recognizing the Baltic states as ours. They refused to agree. But when we dropped our demand, this was of course necessary at the time, they were astonished. Churchill was stunned. Eden was elated that we had agreed to their terms. When Eden visited us, Stalin constantly wounded his vanity, taunting him that he could not resolve the territorial question on his own. We had to give in, to leave the question open. Open. Only now have England and America for the first time officially recognized our borders, including the Baltics. Late, but they have recognized. President Ford said, "It's a scandal that the Baltic states have not won their independence, but politics prevents us from intervening. The fact that the Americans have recognized the Baltics as ours is a big step in our favor." Churchill wrote about your meeting in London, "Only once did I seem to get a natural, human reaction. This was in the spring of 1942, when he alighted in England on his way back from the United States. We had signed the Anglo-Soviet treaty, and he was about to make his dangerous flight home. At the garden gate of Downing Street, which we used for secrecy, I gripped his arm and we looked each other in the face. Suddenly he appeared deeply moved. Inside the image there appeared the man. He responded with an equal pressure. Silently we wrung each other's hands. But then we were all together, and it was life or death for the lot." 18-15-75. Churchill said as early as 1918 that Soviet power should be strangled in its infancy. But at our intimate dinners with Roosevelt in Tehran and Yalta, he said, "I get up in the morning and pray that Stalin is alive and well. Only Stalin can save the peace." He was confident that Stalin would play that exceptional role which he had assumed in the war. His cheeks were wet with tears. Either he was a great actor or he spoke sincerely. Not without reason did England lose a little more than 000 people while we had more than 20 million victims. That's why they needed us. That man hated us and tried to use us. But we used him, too. We made him work with us. Otherwise it would have been very hard for us. Comments on the foreign edition of Khrushchev's memoirs state. Unfortunately, in the entire book there is no profound analysis of Stalin's qualities that enabled him to stand firmly on his own and to negotiate knowledgeably and persuasively with Churchill and Roosevelt. Probably only Molotov could speak authoritatively about that. It's a difficult story, but the mere fact that Stalin forced the capitalists Roosevelt and Churchill to war against Hitler says much. 50. In 1943 in Tehran, Stalin went to a reception given by the young Shah of Iran. Even the Shah was surprised. Beria was against such a visit. Stalin and I were together with the Shah. He didn't understand the Shah altogether and got into a bit of an awkward situation. He tried to make an ally of the Shah right there, but that didn't work. Stalin thought he could impress him, but it didn't work. The Shah felt, of course, that we couldn't give orders there. The English and the Americans were nearby and weren't about to give the Shah away to Stalin. They gave him advice, no doubt about that. They constantly kept tabs on him. I told Molotov an anecdote he didn't know. At the Tehran conference Roosevelt and Churchill got tired of Stalin constantly pressing them about his proposals. They decided to trick him. In the morning before the regular session Churchill said, "I had a dream that I became ruler of the world." "And I dreamt," Roosevelt said, "that I became master of the universe." "And what did you dream of, Marshal Stalin?" "I dreamt," Stalin casually replied, "that I didn't confirm either of you." They really did indulge in such banter at the meetings of the Big Three, and Stalin in fact always found a way out of a seemingly hopeless situation. Ernest Bevin was a Churchill man. Hostile. And Eden, Churchill's assistant, was spineless, too delicate, quite helpless. I certainly liked Eden more. I could deal with him. It was impossible to deal with Bevin. One evening Bevin came to our reception in London. Our people like to entertain. My lads gave him a drink, and they did their best with him. When I went to see him off, he had already left the house. He was with his wife, a respectable older lady. She got into the car first, and he followed her. But getting into the car he threw up on his wife's skirt. What kind of a man was he, what kind of a diplomat, if he couldn't take care of himself? He was given to drink, he enjoyed it. And Russians like to make people drunk. Molotov went to look for Clementine Churchill's letter of condolence on Paulina Gemhuzhina's death. She still writes to me, Molotov. The Kremlin, Moscow. Stalin had given her a present through Paulina, a signet ring, but it was stolen in her country. She advertised in the papers for its return, for a considerably large reward. But apparently it never turned up. Molotov couldn't find the letter, but he brought a portrait of Roosevelt presented to him at the talks in Washington in 1942, a large photograph of a handsome man in a splendid frame, covered with green silk, with an inscription in English in a violet ink, to my friend Vyacheslav Molotov from Franklin Roosevelt. May 30, 1942. Roosevelt was an imperialist who would grab anyone by the throat. As a comrade has noted, to be paralyzed and yet to become President of the United States, and for 3 terms, what a rascal you had to be. Well said. We signed a very important declaration at the Yalta Conference in 1945, on the liberation of the peoples of Europe. A magnificent declaration. Stalin treated it warily from the outset. The Americans submitted a draft. I brought it to Stalin and said, "This is going too far." "Don't worry," he said, "work it out. We can deal with it in our own way later. The point is the correlation of forces. It was to our benefit to stay allied with America. It was important." In 1945 Molotov was aboard a train in the United States when he learned of Roosevelt's death. We had dinner in the dining car. It was my next to last visit to America. We had to prepare for the UN Assembly and to provide leadership for it. The dining car was crowded. Someone came in and said, "It's just been broadcast that Roosevelt is dead." No one paid attention. No reaction at all. The president was supported by most Americans. Can you imagine how we felt? Can you picture that no one would pay any attention to this news? We took it more to heart than they did. Of course, Americans are thick-skinned that way. As long as it doesn't affect them personally, in their pocketbook, they don't pay attention to it. Roosevelt knew how to conceal his attitude toward us, but Truman he didn't know how to do that at all. He had an openly hostile attitude. They had even planned how they would occupy the Soviet Union. They would infiltrate us with emigres from America, arm them, give them troops. They would form their own government, wipe out the communists, break up the Soviet Union, separate all the nationalities. Sure. They're dreaming. But in recent years they sensed they were losing ground. That's why they elected Reagan, an openly rabid anti-communist. Eisenhower used to say that peaceful coexistence meant existence in a concentration camp. I met with Eisenhower. And with Dulles, too. Eisenhower was so good-natured. Dulles was such a pettifogger that one had to keep this in mind all the time. His brother was in intelligence, too. These were brothers who would pick your pocket and cut your head off at the same time. John Foster Dulles was a typical imperialist. And narrow-minded at that. Case-hardened, zealous. Very much like Churchill. Once we negotiated a whole week in Paris and couldn't even agree on an agenda, and returned home. Did the Americans propose breaking up Germany into small areas? Into small states? A stupid idea. There were such proposals. To my mind, American politicians are obtuse anyhow. That's nonsense. There is a story that Zhukov suggested going further, capturing Paris, not stopping at Berlin. I don't remember this. Some people have a poor knowledge of geography. We were looking at a photograph of the Potsdam Conference. I asked Molotov to show me who was who. International Affairs 5-3. This is Vyshinsky, Gromyko, Nicholas Kuznetsov. That's the head of security Velasik, Maysky. This one Gerashenko, director of the economic department. That one is Stalin, this is Molotov. That's right, Stalin, Molotov. This is my assistant Podsarab, there is Tsarapkin, a certain Novikov, Silin, my second assistant Potrubach, these were my lads. And who's sitting next to Stalin? That's Galinsky, director of the legal department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He did the translation. He not only knew languages but was also good at law, and that's why Stalin had him seated beside himself, so that we wouldn't be cheated. Stalin often said that Russia wins wars but doesn't know how to avail itself of the fruits of victory. Russians fight magnificently but don't know how to conclude a peace, they are always passed by, never get their due. But we did well after this war because we strengthened the Soviet state. It was my main task as Minister of Foreign Affairs to see that we would not be cheated. In that sense we did our best, and to my mind our results were not bad. We were very worried about the Polish question and the question of reparations. We got what we needed, though they tried in every way to encroach on our interests to impose a bourgeois government in Poland that would certainly have been an agent of imperialism. But we, Stalin and I, insisted on having at our border an independent but not hostile Poland. At the negotiations and even before, disputes raged over borders, the Curzon line, the Ribbentrop-Molotov line. Stalin said, call it what you please, but our border will be here. Churchill objected, but Lvov was never a Russian city. But Warsaw was, Stalin calmly replied. Regarding Polish borders at Potsdam, Stalin said about the Curzon line, do you want us to be less Russian than Curzon and Clemenceau? What will Ukrainians say if we accept your proposal? They will probably say that Stalin and Molotov turned out to be less reliable protectors of Russians and Ukrainians than Curzon and Clemenceau. The main question at Potsdam was about reparations, but the Polish question was also of great importance. The Americans offered us a way out of the situation that reduced friction between us and our Western allies. What was agreed on the Polish question had been discussed at length beforehand. Poland should not be hostile toward the Soviet. 5-4. Union. Independent but not hostile. But they tried in every way to impose a bourgeois government, which naturally would have been an agent of imperialism and hostile to the Soviet Union. As early as the Yalta Conference in February 1, 1945, the Polish question had been discussed in that spirit, but a clear decision had not been made. A commission was established which worked in Moscow. I was on it with Harriman and Clark Kerr. The Poles are interested in the fate of the Polish officers we held prisoner. This is a painful question. They say we shot. They may have. A special report was made by the Soviet government. And I stick to it. There was a commission after that. Rudenko was on it. And how much grief the POLE have caused the Ukraine and Belorussia. If Stadniuk, a writer, said, by the way, the POLE were most dreadful to the Ukrainians during the first WORLDWAR. They were very cruel. They did not single out individuals but punished entire villages at a stroke. The Poles, the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Romanians, they are all the most awful nationalists. They would do anything. Before appointing Rokossovsky to Poland, I went there and told the Poles we would give them one of our experienced generals as Minister of Defense. And we decided to give them one of the best, Rokossovsky. He was good-natured, polite, a tiny bit Polish, and a talented general. True, he spoke Polish badly, stressing the wrong syllables. He wasn't happy about going there, but it was very important for us that he be there, that he put everything in order. After all, we knew nothing about them. Reagan has proclaimed that Poland marks the beginning of the end of communism. Poland has always been in a difficult situation. We had many conversations about Poland with Truman, Harriman. We cannot lose Poland. If this line is crossed, they will grab us, too. We have to be ready for this as well. The Poles never calm down and are never at peace. They are irrational. They are always on one's neck. Obviously there will still be serious events. 5-5. The question of dividing Berlin had already been resolved in London. We had agreed to divide both Germany and its capital into 3 parts. Then, when the Allies suggested giving a zone to France, we said, give it to them from your share. They didn't take part in the fighting. Well, they allotted it, but our zone remained untouched. The thing is, if it hadn't been Berlin, there would have been another snag somewhere else. We had different goals and positions, and the snag came up in Berlin. How could we refuse them on Berlin if they said, we are fighting together, aren't we? Their anti-Soviet crusade failed. We split the imperialist camp. We fooled them, and no one considered us fools. Some tried. Roosevelt died. At our FIRST meeting with Truman, he began talking to me in such an imperious tone. Just before that I had had a discussion on the Polish question with Harriman and the British ambassador Clark Kerr in Moscow how to form a government there. We wanted it formed by the National Committee of Poland. They pressed Mikolajczyk on us in every possible way. And Truman said, why do you frame the question in such a way that we cannot agree with you? It's intolerable. I thought, what kind of president is he? I said, I cannot talk with you if you take such a tone. He stopped short a bit. Rather stupid, to my mind. And he had a very anti-Soviet mindset. That's why he began in that tone. He wanted to show who was boss. Then he began to talk with us more respectfully and calmly. He talked modestly about himself. There are millions like me in America, but I am the president. He played the piano. Nothing special, of course, but not badly. He was far from having Roosevelt's intellect. A big difference. They had only one thing in common: Roosevelt had been an inveterate imperialist, too. 5-7. We relied on no one but ourselves. As for the might of the state, and increasing our defensive capacity, Stalin strove not only to eliminate our backwardness but to be in the vanguard. He understood that we had advanced in the face of our colossal domestic backwardness, a peasant country. But we had begun serious research into rockets during the war. Could we have launched the first satellite in the world in 1957 and the first man in space in 1961 if we hadn't started on this much earlier? Academician Vjačeslav Michajlovič told me about that. He was Korolev's assistant for a long time and then his successor as chief designer. The Soviet future in space, he said, began at the end of the war with an exchange of messages between Stalin and Churchill. There were some interesting messages. Stalin and I drafted many of them together. Everything was done through me. It couldn't have been any other way. Michajlovič writes, I read without paying much attention to it a cable from Churchill, top secret as always, which said that Soviet troops would soon capture a Polish city, Debus, where the Germans were conducting missile tests. I should be grateful, therefore, Marshal Stalin, Churchill wrote, if you could give appropriate instructions for the preservation of such apparatus and installations at Debus as your armies can ensure after the area has been taken, and that afterward you would afford our experts an opportunity to study this experimental station. July Q. 1944. Stalin replied that he didn't know which Debus Churchill was talking about, since there are several places in Poland by that name. The British Prime Minister sent a new, more anxious message giving the exact whereabouts of the Debus he wanted. Stalin replied shortly that he had issued appropriate instructions on the matter. I promise you I will see to this matter myself in order to make sure everything is done according to your wish. And he really took it under his personal supervision. The very same day, Sergei and I were on the carpet before Stalin. He instructed us to fly immediately to Debus, gather information on the missiles, and bring everything to Moscow, lest the British get anything. Their intelligence had long been at work there. And so we did. Following the blueprints and fragments we found there, we sketched a winged missile and produced a metal prototype in Czechoslovakia. Our intelligence found a certain Kozak, an assistant to the chief German rocket scientist W. Werner von Braun, a Czech by nationality. He began helping us. I recall Korolev and I visiting him. We were dressed in the military uniforms of lieutenant colonels, but his wife glanced at us and said, "You are not in the army. Your boots are different and your foreheads are too high." She had our number, as they say. For the October holidays we sent to Moscow by rail, a finished winged missile, a TA car, and a case of Czech beer, and wrote, "I/present to Stalin." That's how the Soviet space program started. Stalin very attentively followed such matters. They write that he didn't know about cybernetics. As a student I was honored to attend lectures given by Axel Berg himself. He was an authority on rocket science. It was Berg whom Stalin appointed vice chairman of the State Committee on this project. That's the level on which the matter was considered. Of course we didn't shout about that to the whole world. Stalin was a great conspirator. The UN, in 1946. I remember your speech. We must not forget that an atomic bomb made by one country can also be made by another, and then the final failure of the calculations cherished by some smug people, not from here, will become obvious. It was my own idea. I thought there was nothing dangerous in it. I very carefully considered it. At the same time I had to say that the bombs dropped on Japan were not aimed at Japan but rather at the Soviet Union. They said, "Bear in mind you don't have an atomic bomb and we do, and this is what the consequences will be like if you make a wrong move." We had to set a tone, to reply in a way that would make our people feel more or less confident. To tell you the truth, I didn't have a prepared text. People asked me later, //ND what are these other things? You said we would have an atomic bomb and other things. Afterward Stalin said to me, "Well, that was strong stuff." We still had nothing, but I was up to date on the matter. And this is also from your UN speech in 1946, the delegate from the Philippines has tried to show that a vote on the Soviet proposal is impossible because it allegedly contradicts parliamentary rules. I thank the delegate of the Philippines for this useful lesson on parliamentary rules. I think this will be useful particularly in the Philippines when they have a parliament, and in other places where they already have parliaments. Yes, of course, that's the way it was. 5-9. No one instructed me to speak about the other things. Afterward Stalin used this to cut off talk about our being weak when we still had nothing. We had nothing. But it wasn't trickery, because generally I knew what was being done. That's why what I said didn't contradict the facts. But still we had nothing. We had just started. It was justified because we would have an atomic bomb, and we were even the first to explode a hydrogen bomb, but this was later. When I said in the UN that we would have other things, I was asked later, "What did you mean?" I meant, of course, rockets. We visited Korolev's lab after the war. Stalin also went with you? I think so, yes. The Cold War. Churchill was one of the leaders of victory. And to this day I cannot understand how he lost the elections in 1945. I need to know English life better. The talks in Potsdam had begun with him and then. He had been very active. And he never forgot to write things down. Keep in mind that he stated the facts in his own way. You need to check them against other sources. He stated them very artfully. He was an imperialist to the core. The Cold War one don't like the expression. It sounds like Khrushchev's. It was used in the Eastern press in Stalin's time, and then it passed to us. Goebbels was the first one to use the Iron Curtain. It was often used by Churchill, that's for sure. But what does the Cold War mean? Strained relations. It was entirely their doing or because we were on the offensive. They certainly hardened their line against us, but we had to consolidate our conquests. We made our own socialist Germany out of our part of Germany, and restored order in Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, and Yugoslavia, where the situations were fluid. To squeeze out the capitalist order. This was the Cold War. Of course, you had to know when and where to stop. I believe in this respect Stalin kept well within the limits. 6-0 Churchill's speech at Fulton, Missouri, began the so-called Cold War. Stalin couldn't retire though he had intended to after the war. Let Vyacheslav do some work. One of our writers has suggested that Stalin would have been crowned if he had lasted 10 more years. Everything was moving that way. People loved him, enemies feared and respected him, he had vast authority. The Tsar's double eagles had already been brought to the Kremlin, a throne was installed. A monarch does everything for the sake of the empire. Here everything was done for the sake of the proletariat, of the workers. Did you know Adenauer? Yes. I even put him in an embarrassing position when he visited us. We were seated next to each other and he whispered in my ear, I would have strangled Hitler if I had had the chance under FA schism. At the time they were covering it all up, but in fact Adenauer himself continued many of Hitler's deeds, suppressing communists, blessing the Nazis. So I simply repeated, in my speech at this dinner, what he had just whispered to me. And it was published. I decided, let him remember his being an unreliable friend, and let people regard him as two-faced. Reparations. We took reparations after the war, but these were trifles. Our state was huge. And these reparations were of old, obsolete equipment. But there was no other way out. Even if it offered only minor alleviation, it had to be used. But in pulling it out, with whom did we have to reckon? Bit by bit we were creating the German Democratic Republic, our Germany. What would these people think of us if we had pulled everything out of the country? America, England, and France were helping West Germany. After all, we were taking from the Germans who wanted to work with us. It had to be done very carefully. We didn't work out everything completely. But this was helpful, too. The Germans renewed their capital equipment and switched to new technology. We couldn't do that at once in our country. But we sent some part of the equipment to China. Lend-Lease. About negotiations on Lend-Lease. I participated in them from the beginning. The Lend-Lease agreement was signed in my presence when I visited America in 1942. And did you have talks after the war? Yes, quite often. I had to sign notes, too. Disagreements over Lend-Lease arose after the war. We hadn't had them before. We didn't repudiate our debt. We returned some things. They set up a press to crush flat those Studebaker trucks. We returned to them, and threw them into the sea. Quite possible. You said, we will return them, but did you set any deadline? There were all kinds of controversial questions. I can't recall, but there was no refusal. We were not repaying in full. But we did not renege. We did not default. The Marshall Plan. In the West they write that Soviet diplomacy made a big mistake in not accepting the Marshall Plan. Precisely the opposite. Our withdrawal was correct. At first I agreed to participate and, among other things, proposed to the Central Committee that not only we but the Czechs and Poles, too, take part in the conference in Paris. Then I came to my senses and sent a second memorandum the same day, let's refuse. We would go, but we would advise the Czechs and the others to refuse to participate in the conference, for we still could not count on them. So we passed the resolution and distributed it right away. We advised them not to consent. They had prepared to take part, especially the Czechs. The Czech minister was rather shady. I've forgotten his name, Clementes, I think. After receiving our instructions not to participate, they didn't go. The meeting at Paris was such that we couldn't count on any honest attitudes. I answered back, invective for invective. I had no assistants who might confuse matters. The Czech Clementes had right-wing views that made him dangerous. This was in 1948, already after Beneš. There was much turmoil. But if Western writers believe we were wrong to refuse the Marshall Plan, we must have done the right thing. Absolutely. We can prove it now as easily as 2 times 2 is 4. At first we decided in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to propose to all the socialist countries that they participate, but we quickly realized that was wrong. The imperialists were drawing us into their company, but as subordinates. We would have been absolutely dependent on them without getting anything useful in return. What's more, the Czechs and the Poles were in dire straits as it was. After the war the Czechs used to take bread from us and fed it to their livestock. And we were starving. It was right that we moved troops into Czechoslovakia in 1968. Many supported this from a great power position while I supported it from a communist position. The TWO most difficult countries. The book Andropov was just published in America. It's written there that Malenkov promoted him and introduced him to Stalin. He made a good impression on Stalin, who appointed him second secretary to Kuusinen in the Kurilo-Finnish SSR for the purpose of becoming head of Finland in due course. But Stalin lost interest in Kuusinen and Andropov when his plans in Finland failed. That's how they interpret this. In my opinion Andropov is running things quite well so far. He speaks ably and firmly, without boasting. Quite the contrary, one can't help noticing that he engages in self-criticism about past and present shortcomings, and that's good. He is not being pulled to the right. And he is more authoritative than his 2 predecessors. He was sent to me from the Central Committee, the Personnel Department or one of its secretaries. He made quite a good impression. He came to me at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and said, I was assigned to the diplomatic service. I don't remember who in the Central Committee told me I could use him for diplomatic work. I suggested Hungary, it was agreed. And he worked well in Hungary. The appointment, I think, was successful, because at the time he was appointed ambassador nothing untoward or unexpected was occurring in Hungary. It was calm there. Epyshev passed through a Romanian school, it was my doing. Yes, I sent him as an ambassador to Romania. He too had found his niche. These were 2 of the most difficult countries for us. I took an active part in forming the first government of Hungary in 1945. We formed it quickly enough. I was recently in Hungary and was told that no one there believes in communism. The Hungarians. They are deeply petty bourgeois. Russians have a kind of instinct, they like a broad sweep. If there is a fight, it's a real fight. If socialism, then socialism on a world scale. A special mission? In this case, yes. As Dostoevsky used to say, the God-bearing people. God-bearing, yes. In their own way. They made their decision, were not afraid of hardships, cleared the way for other peoples. Here different peoples live side by side and lead diverse lives. For some, socialism is the great goal, for others, it's acceptable and they are not overly concerned about it. Stalin led the cause for the downfall of imperialism and the advent of communism. We needed peace. But according to American plans, 200 of our cities would be subject to simultaneous atomic bombing. Stalin looked at it this way: World War I has wrested one country from capitalist slavery, World War II has created a socialist system, and the third will finish off imperialism forever. On the WORLD scale. I was reading Molotov's speech at the XVTHPA Rudy Congress in 1926. The policy of our party is and remains the policy of the final triumph of socialism on a world scale. See, Rudy 9 years have passed, and I don't take back my words even now. The idea is correct. We must hold on. I sent this speech to Stalin before publishing it. Do you have any comments? He wrote to me in response Saved that note. He wrote, "You're killing me with your modesty. You are asking me to comment on your speech, but you put me in a difficult situation. I didn't send you my own report for you to look at. That's why I am not going to write any comment on your speech. I think he was unwilling to answer. But he said, so, do you want to take a position between me and Trotsky? To be middle of the road. He understood correctly. My point of view differed somewhat from Stalin's. He also said, yours contains a prophecy. And I thought, how could we not prophesy if we supported the international revolution? That was my opinion, not prophecy. But Stalin believed it was possible to build communism in one country, and said so at the XVIIth Party Congress. Furthermore, under communism the state would exist as long as capitalist encirclement existed. But this is untrue, and I challenged him on this issue. He and I were very close, nevertheless, as far back as 1926 we had a dispute over this question, because our training was non-bureaucratic. We grew up in the spirit of Bolshevism, in the spirit of truth. It is said in Khrushchev's program that communism should be established first in our country, then in others. Have you read it? That is nationalist character, a Soviet nationalist's character. A kind of a national avarice. All nationalists are avaricious. By the way, Stalin said, nationalists are like this, they are ready for anything. Any form of nationalism is dangerous, isn't it? No, not any. If it is against imperialism and colonialism, then we support it. But sometimes when nationalists seize power, it acquires other forms. I think we were not wrong in renouncing the word Finnish in the name of our Karelian Republic, or that we refused the name Buryato-Mongolia, calling it instead the Buryat Autonomous Republic. Even though the Mongolians wanted admission to the USSR during the war, we rejected their proposal. And the Bulgarians, too, wanted admission. Socialist. Why? Why? If we had, we would have had to fight England. And America, too. Why, oh, you might say we should have made Finland socialist, it would have been a simpler matter. We did not, and I believe we acted correctly. If we had crossed a certain line we would have gotten mixed. 6-6. Up in utter adventurism. Adventurism. That is why we ourselves gave way in Austria. The Jews had long struggled for their own state under a Zionist flag. We, of course, were against Zionism. But to refuse a people the right to statehood would mean oppressing them. Israel has turned out badly. But Lord Almighty! That's American imperialism for you. A vulgar point of view. Many people are displeased that we help others too much. They say it's time to take care of ourselves. In Stalin's time we helped, too, though we had less wherewithal. Then people grumbled, too. Now our bonds are stronger, of course, and the scale is greater, but in general, from my point of view, it is necessary. All of this is necessary not just for those whom we are helping but first for us. The Vietnamese fight for us even more than we do for ourselves, they get killed. And from the point of view of weakening imperialism, our most dangerous enemy, they do a colossal job. Every step that weakens imperialism is absolutely great. Otherwise it will become more difficult for us after a number of years or maybe even tomorrow or the day after. Otherwise we can isolate ourselves, can't we? That's the point. It's more that we could make plenty of trouble for ourselves. And very many people, including communists, think this way: peace, no matter what, only peace. That's right, but it has to be ensured. We are not given this for nothing. Or else we have to give up. The Vietnamese don't want to give up. Tiny Vietnam is fighting imperialism with unbelievable heroism. Why should we fear imperialism? The people say now, if only there won't be a war. This is Khrushchev's short-sighted view. It is very dangerous. We need to think about preparing for new wars. Events are moving in that direction. Yes, we must be ready. Then they will be more careful. and if they go to extremes, we will be strong. Vietnam sets an example for the whole world. If tiny Vietnam, with help from friends, can stand up to American imperialism, what does the Soviet Union have to fear? Only its own helplessness, faint-heartedness, slackness of discipline. Centralized diplomacy. In most cases, ambassadors just transmit what they are told to pass on. They operate only within these limits. When I had to serve as Minister of Foreign Affairs, especially after Stalin's death, I saw how many were surprised that I behaved so independently. But I was independent only within the limits of my instructions. I was trying to show in this way that we had agreed arrangements for everything. That's how a diplomat should act. With Brezhnev, in my opinion, the direction is fundamentally weak. Everything is staked on peaceful coexistence. Of course we need peaceful coexistence, but you have to remember that is not guaranteed us. I was reading to Molotov some notes from Churchill's memoirs. He gave his book about WORLDWAR2 to my secretary. Not without purpose, I suppose. I had to contend with him so much. He writes, Litvinov's dismissal meant the end of a whole epoch. It meant the abandonment by the Kremlin of all faith in a security treaty with the Eastern powers. He believed Litvinov to be in favor of an alliance with the West. That's correct. He writes that Eastern papers reported Litvinov had resigned after a bitter quarrel with Marshal Vyačeslav, the party boy, as daring and cheeky Russians called him in candid moments. Vyačeslav called the party boy. First time I have heard of it. Litvinov was kept on as ambassador to the United States only because he was known worldwide. He turned out to be very rotten. Left him out of negotiations during the whole war. And now they talk about his role that we couldn't make an agreement without him. Roosevelt invited me for talks without him, aware of my attitude toward him. 6-8. Litvinov was utterly hostile to us. Bugged his talk with an American correspondent, an obvious spy, who wrote that he met Litvinov. Litvinov was my assistant in the ministry at the time in 1944. The correspondent wrote only what was past FOR publication at that time and not what was in FACT. Got an entire recording of the talk in the usual way. What did Litvinov say? He said, "You Americans won't be able to deal with this Soviet government. Their positions preclude any serious agreement with you. Do you think this government, these hardliners will meet you halfway in any sense? Nothing will come of your dealings with them. What can be done about it now? Domestic forces for change are non-existent. For the people have no tanks, but the government has. The people have no aviation, but the government has. The people have no artillery, but the government has. The government has party officers in such numbers that the people cannot exert their own will to change things. Only external pressure can help, that is, a military campaign. Only Western intervention can change the situation in the country." That's how Litvinov appraised the situation. He deserved the highest measure of punishment at the hands of the proletariat. Every punishment. He said nothing to me personally. That too was unconscionable. Utter treason. How could Stalin forgive him? How could he forgive him? It had to be done circumspectly, observing formalities. Our intelligence monitored the conversation, but we had stopped trusting him even before that. This conversation took place in Moscow. I didn't take Litvinov along when I went to America in 1942 to negotiate with Roosevelt and Hull. Hopkins was at Roosevelt's side, and I had only an interpreter, even though Litvinov was the ambassador. He was at our general meeting when Roosevelt said to me, "Introduce me to your delegation." I had Czechists and everyone from the ministry with me, and even a pilot. So Roosevelt greeted everyone. He was a very affable person, deft and good-natured. All this was splendid. Litvinov was there, too. but I didn't take him with me when we got down to brass tacks. Pavlov did the interpreting. And when you left Litvinov behind, he probably took it to heart, didn't he? Sure. I couldn't take him. We didn't trust him. I didn't take him to the negotiations. He might say many nasty things. He was intelligent, first rate, but we didn't trust him. And after I returned, we kept him in 6G Washington for a while and then recalled him and appointed the Zuminsky. He was lightweight, of course, but we had no alternative. Then I appointed Gromyko, also a very young and inexperienced diplomat. Honest, though. We knew he wouldn't let us down. So it went. And there was nothing to do with this, with Litvinov. Suretz was his pal. He was less independent, I suppose. He was a former Menshevik, but Litvinov was an old Bolshevik. He was a Bolshevik. People change. Yes, they change. Litvinov remained among the living only by chance. They write a lot about Litvinov these days. I remember you saying you didn't trust him. He was, of course, not a bad diplomat, a good one. But at heart he was quite an opportunist. He greatly sympathized with Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina, and thus couldn't enjoy our absolute confidence. How could we trust him when he was in fact betraying us right then and there? But he was intelligent, worldly wise, and knowledgeable about foreign affairs. He had a good attitude towards Stalin, though I think he didn't always privately agree with resolutions we passed. I believe at the end of his life he turned rotten politically. That's why which had been formed by the Petrograd Soviet. The chairman of the Petrograd Soviet was Trotsky. He acquitted himself quite well back then. About 10 days earlier a session of the Central Committee had been held, which of course was illegal. Lenin came to Petrograd, and at this secret session 5 persons had been assigned to a kind of party general staff, which maintained liaison with individual troop units and of course with the Petrograd Committee. As a member of the Bureau of the Petrograd Committee of the party, I was sent to be a member of the MRC, the official body under the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. Our MRC sat at Smolny, which was also the seat of the party center, and where Lenin and especially our committee, starting with the October days and over the course of 5, perhaps even 10 weeks, carried out all the practical work connected with the insurrection. Formally the MRC headed the insurrection, but standing behind it was the Central Committee, the party group that exercised leadership over the MRC. Today there is not a single person alive who was with the MRC. I am probably the only one of those who was at Smolny from the very first days. How do you remember the day of October 25, 1917? 95. Difficult to say. The main thing is that we sensed we had achieved something great and important. I retain no overall picture of the day. Back then I was a bachelor, 25 or 26 years old, did not go home, spent the night at Smolny. Did you have a staff there? Staff, one can't say. I was a member of the MRC, and for that reason things were arranged more or less normally so that we could take our meals and sleep there. The committee included among its members Stalin, Sverdlov, Trotsky, Bubnov, too. Many prominent leaders were members. Did Trotsky play a large role? Big, but only as an agitator. He took only a small part in matters of organization, apparently he was not invited. We ourselves did not think we were ready for the revolution, but it came. Lenin. Yes, how steadfast he was. During the first days of the October Revolution I saw him frequently but did not chat with him. He knew me in my capacity as secretary and member of the Pravda editorial staff. I was present but no more than present at a discussion at Smolny on the night of October 2, 5, maybe even October 24, on the question of the formation of a new government. I remember that Lenin was there, and for some reason Sokhonikov sticks in my memory. apparently because he reported some sort of fatal information. Also a group of Central Committee members connected with Lenin. I was not a member of the Central Committee but was a kind of elder representing the Petrograd Committee. We discussed the question of how to open the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. It was obvious that Lenin had to open it. He did. What shall we call the government? Lenin asked us. It was decided that Council of Ministers smacked bourgeois. Someone proposed Council of People's Commissars. In France the term commissar was widely used. Commissars of police, municipal, and so forth. At the time France was closer to us in spirit than Germany, say, where there was more regimentation. In the army we borrowed marshal as being closer to France, but not field marshal. We tried mightily not to borrow from Germany. As a member of the MRC I was appointed head of the agitation department of this committee. What were its main functions? Workers, young people, and workers of Peter were flocking to the MRC. I am going home to my native province. What shall I say? Where can I get literature? We had to brief them, answer their questions, and provide literature. I busied myself with this, enlisted workers from various factories and from the army, issued orders concerning who was to get pamphlets and leaflets. On the night of October 2, 5 or thereabouts I was ordered to arrest and sequester the editors of the Socialist Revolutionaries PESN's newspaper. It was headed by Argonov, an old, prominent socialist revolutionary. I took a detachment of Red Guards with me to the editorial office. You are closed down. Well, we knew it would happen. Could anyone expect anything good of you people? Close it down. There is nothing more for you to do here. We ejected the editor and his staff members and sealed the premises. It must have been the night of October 2, 5. A day or two later a watchman from the Most Holy Synod came to us and asked, "Whom can I speak with?" Various members of the committee rotated as duty officer. As one went to bed or another was sent on a mission, he was replaced. The watchman said, "A strike committee is being formed near the Most Holy Synod." More precisely, he did not say strike committee but some suspicious people are gathering and are up to something. I was then assigned a detachment of Red Guards, well disciplined, about 20 to 30 strong. Did you have automobiles and trucks? Come now, we had seized power and still did not have automobiles or trucks. We rode there. Behind a capital letter P, sitting at a table were the conspirators, the strike committee of saboteurs, so to speak, representatives of various ministries, about 40 to 50 persons. Hands up. The usual procedure. Search them. We searched them and took them all away. It turned out they were Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. We shall lodge a complaint with the Petrograd Soviet. Good. I took 2 of the bellowing protesters with me to the Petrograd Soviet. The MRC was there too. I do not know the arrestees' subsequent fate. My task was to take them away. Even now engraved on my mind there is, of course, the scene of Lenin proclaiming Soviet power. I was seated above and behind the lectern where the Presidium was located. Lenin is at the lectern, here is the Presidium, and I am sitting there, off to one side. For some reason I remember that Lenin, while addressing the audience, stood with one foot slightly raised as was his style when delivering a speech. The soul of 9/7. His shoe was visible, and I noticed a hole in it. The shape of the hole is imprinted in my mind. But there was an insole. It was still intact, but the sole had a hole in it. This was the only time Trotsky acquitted himself quite well. He was an excellent speaker, and oratorical skill is important in holding an audience. And he had that skill. He was a spellbinder, and that is why later on the fight against him was difficult. I was close to Arosef. He hated Trotsky passionately, even overdoing it. Trotsky conjured up figures of speech of the kind one finds in the works of belletrists. I was at Smolny from the very first moment and did not leave it for 3 days. It was the FOR Institute FOR Daughters of the Nobility, the gymnasium for girls of the nobility, so to speak. We sat side by side Zinoviev, THIRD-WORLDISM, and I, opposite were Stalin and Kamina. At the chairman's place sat Lenin. Thank God, I personally knew each of them very well. I knew Zinoviev especially well because I later worked with him in Leningrad. He did not quite take to me, indeed he wasn't overly fond of me. After the revolution I was chairman of the Council of the National Economy of the Northern Region. The encyclopedia states, after the overthrow. Molotov became one of the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet of WO Workers and Soldiers Deputies. That was the first period. I don't really know how this turned out, in fact I can't remember this period precisely. I stayed on as a member of the MRC of the Petrograd Soviet, which existed for about 2 months after the revolution. But early in 1918 I organized and became chairman of the Sovnarkhoz of the Northern Region, which comprised 5 provinces with Petrograd at the head. It included Novgorod, Pskov, Olensk. I don't remember whether it included Murmansk or not. Industry had to be developed, and I was in the chief industrial center, Petrograd. But then fear of a German onslaught we had to move to Moscow. At that time I was a member of the Bureau of the Petrograd Committee of the party and carried out a good deal of party work, delivering speeches at factories and all kinds of conferences. But I also had to work in the Petrograd Soviet to maintain liaison with the factories. All this up to the end of 1917. It was in the Petrograd Committee that I greeted the new YEAR, 1918. Lenin and Stalin were not on the committee, neither was THIRD-WORLDISM, and neither perhaps was Zinoviev. Sverdlov was, also Sokholnikov, Dzerzhinsky. During the first days of October, how did you imagine the new life, socialism? We had only the vaguest notion. We did not have a full picture. Much turned out differently from what we had sought. Lenin, for example, believed that our first order of business would be the elimination of 3 main enemies, oppression by money, oppression by capital, and oppression by exploitation. There was serious talk about doing away with money by the 1920s. Many difficulties and unresolved problems lay ahead, but we began 1917 quite well and things moved forward. Not everything we had dreamed about turned out, but much did. You undertook so much in 1917. Surely you believed it would all be over shortly. A very great cause. They said we would hold on for 2 weeks at most. I had something else in mind. Does a man switch to a new psychology so rapidly? Not all the way, and not everyone. In March 1992 I began to work in the Central Committee. When did you become acquainted with Polina Semenovna Vjačeslav? In 1921 during an international conference of women at a palace which had passed from Tsarist authority into the hands of the Bolsheviks, in Peter. Polina Semenovna worked in the underground in the Ukraine. She was from Zaporozhye. We married in 1992. Before this I had little time for personal life. I was a bachelor. My suitcase was always with me and I traveled. First alternate to the Politburo. At the XTH Party Congress in the spring of 1921, was elected a member of the Central Committee of the party and then, at the Central Committee plenum, as an alternate member of the Politburo. At the time the Politburo of the Central Committee consisted of 5 members: Lenin, Stalin, THIRD-WORLDISM, Kamina and Zinoviev, and 3 alternates: myself, Kalinin, and Bukharin. As a first alternate I often had a vote in the Politburo's deliberations when one of the members was unable to be 99 present. At the same time I was elected one of the secretaries of the Central Committee, which made me responsible for a great many organizational matters. Several weeks after I had begun my work in the Central Party apparatus, I asked Vladimir Ilyich to receive me to take up certain problems. In the course of our conversation we touched upon several important questions concerning political cadres, for example, strengthening the leadership in the TU-La Provincial Committee, and putting an end to the attempts of the socialist revolutionaries to use peasant dissatisfaction to develop an anti-Soviet uprising in the province. Lenin emphasized the complexity of the country's political situation. He suggested that improvements required fundamental reforms in financial affairs, but that the slightest haste could provoke an eruption of discontent, especially among the peasants, which could threaten the still feeble Soviet system. According to Molotov, Lenin had selected him to have a voice ahead of that of Kalinin or Bukharin. I was chosen as the first alternate to the Politburo so that I could replace the first absent member of the body. Kalinin was second, and Bukharin was third. Since there were 5 members, Bukharin never actually had the opportunity to replace anyone. Lenin had decided this. His association with Lenin began through correspondence, with a note written in 1912 when Molotov was working at the newspaper Pravda, organizing its first issues. Ilyich directed the newspaper From Exile and each day sent letters and articles to Molotov's address in Petersburg. It happened quite often that as packages from Lenin and Zinoviev were arriving from abroad, the situation in Russia would change, and we would have to edit Lenin's articles or compose something ourselves. Some of his articles simply could not be used. Sometimes Lenin criticized my articles, but there were no better ones. From the time it took for our Petersburg newspapers to reach Austria, where Lenin and Zinoviev lived almost on the border of Austria, to the time they sent an article, a good many days passed. But we had to publish something anyway. The editorial staff would compose something. In such a small newspaper it was awkward to publish 2 articles on exactly the same subject. Pravda was a small paper then. In 1921, of course, we had more difficulties than, say, in 1941, when we had a monolithic socialist state. Once during the Civil War, when Denikin was approaching Moscow, Makhno unexpectedly saved the Soviet Republic by attacking Denikin's flank. Denikin 100 called back his corps to repulse Makhno's attack. We saw that even Makhno could be useful. The situation was such that Lenin called us together and said, "It's all over. Soviet power has ceased to exist. The party will go underground." Documents and secret addresses were prepared for us. I often had opportunities to communicate with Lenin unofficially. He said to me after work one evening, "Come over to my place, Comrade Molotov. We had tea with blackcurrant jam. Our country is so peasant in character," Lenin said, "that in order to accomplish anything we must first move strongly in one direction and then slowly correct our course. And we are still far from having learned how to do everything correctly the first time. But if the party of the Bolsheviks were replaced with, say, the party of Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy, we might be delayed a century." I visited Lenin's home in 1919 or early in 1920. He lived in the Kremlin. I came from Nizhny Novgorod. Before this he had talked with me on the telephone and had sent me a message. I was chairman of the Nizhny Novgorod Provincial Executive Committee. We had held a congress there, our first regional congress of radio engineers. Bonk-Bruevik was the leader there. He was a relative of V.D. Bonk-Bruevik, chief of staff of the Council of People's Commissars. He was a rich man and a publisher. He wrote some books on the sectarian movements. He knew the subject well. A highly cultured man, he helped Lenin. That relative of his was, I believe, the best radio technician in our country. Lenin used to say that we had to support his experiments and help him in his work. Then there was the timber cutting. I reported to Lenin on the timber cutting. We were alone at Lenin's place. We talked probably for an hour. Don't remember the details. We drank tea. Was Lenin fond of tea? Well, how to say? And did he drink wine? A bit. That sort of thing didn't particularly attract him. He was a companionable man. And what did Lenin tell you? There was nothing extraordinary in our conversation. He was interested in the local mood in Nizhegorod. He wanted to know about the condition of the local workers. Lenin was gradually drawing Molotov's attention to foreign affairs, too. I0I. G. Vjačeslav, Commissar for Foreign Affairs, 1918-1930. Chicherin was from the old nobility. He had lived abroad for a long time, knew foreign languages, and, of course, was very useful to Lenin. Years later I worked for a long time as Minister of Foreign Affairs. When you read our contemporary economists and philosophers, it is evident they are spinning incredible tales as regards foreign policy. The main error, of course, is that they do not understand the kernel, so to speak, of the Leninist approach. Lenin consistently and pointedly undermines capitalism and bourgeois ideology from the most diverse angles. Lenin, his every work, every line is a bomb thrown at imperialism. That's the main thing in Lenin. In our country they are moving away from this and beginning to skirt the issue. When you think about how this situation is to be overcome, the answer is that only the young will be able to manage it. Lenin led everyone onto the correct path. While there is imperialism, while classes exist, imperialists will spare no expense to undermine our society. And some people can always be bribed. When Malinovsky, a deputy of the State Duma, a Bolshevik, a member of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, the best Bolshevik speaker, was exposed as a police agent, Lenin did not believe it. Malinovsky was a lively, resourceful fellow. He could behave boldly when required and with silence when necessary. He was a metal worker, a deputy from Moscow. I had met him quite often and remember him well. He looked something like Tito. Handsome, quite attractive, especially when you were in rapport with him. But he became unpleasant when you discovered he was a scum. The Mensheviks informed us that he was an agent. We didn't believe it and decided they were trying to defame a Bolshevik. Lenin said later, he has done more for us than for the police, even if he was an agent. In the end, he's done what we've told him. We not only had him deliver speeches in the Duma, we also planted him in workers' organizations. Just you try to give the wrong sort of speech there, the workers would tell you where to go right away. And Malinovsky fulfilled all the instructions of the Bolsheviks, yet he was at the same time an agent of the Tsarist secret police. He ruined organizations and betrayed Bolsheviks. 102. To the police. Malinovsky was shot after the revolution, in 1918 I think. Shurkano Vorshingarev, a deputy to the Duma from Petrograd, was also a provocateur. In 1914 he betrayed an anti-war conference. Our deputies, there were 5 of them, were condemned to penal servitude. But Kamenev was exiled, for he confessed before the court that he did not support the Bolshevik point of view but merely participated in the conference. A Bolshevik deputy, Badov, was a lightweight. Most of the elected deputies were from bourgeois and landed gentry backgrounds, and the Bolsheviks needed a deputy who clearly came from among the workers. So they began to look around for the least offensive man, someone who had participated only slightly in revolutionary actions. That was Badov, so let's vote for him. He turned out to be an honest man, though poorly educated and not very active. But he had a capacity for work. After he'd been elected he came to see us at Pravda and said, "Am not very educated. It will be difficult for me to work in the Duma. Can't you give me a book where I can read what I am supposed to do, and what Bolshevism is? I'll read this book, remember it, and then follow it." But no matter, he then improved. Lenin made do. All the Bolsheviks languished in prisons and in penal servitude. Take me, for example. I was 22 years old and publishing Pravda. What training did I have? A superficial, Juvenile knowledge. What did I understand, though I had already been twice in exile? I had to work. And these old Bolsheviks, where were they? No one really wanted to take risks. Krzyzanowski had a job, Krasin too. Both were good electrical engineers. Tsyurpa managed an estate. Kirov, who wasn't with us at the time, was a journalist for a small provincial newspaper. And I haven't mentioned Khrushchev. He was always active, but he joined the party only in 1918, by which time everything had become clear. When it became necessary for us to run things, Lenin led everyone to the field. He wasn't one to be downcast, and he knew how to make use of everyone, Bolsheviks, half Bolsheviks, and quarter Bolsheviks alike, but only literate ones. They were few. In the Politburo, 3 of 5 spoke against Lenin. And he had to work with them. They were good speakers, they could write articles, make speeches. They were capable people and sympathetic to socialism, but they were confused. But there was no one else. So you made your choice. 103. I did not consider myself an old Bolshevik. People were different then. I was walking at the Novodevichy cemetery. On one grave was the following inscription: a warrior of the old Leninist guard, V. I. Ivanov, and in brackets Dodler. That was his nickname. For some reason they called him that, but they didn't have to inscribe it on his headstone. What's more, they wrote, from his friends. Oh, those old Bolsheviks. By the way, I never considered myself an old Bolshevik until recent times. Why? The old Bolsheviks were those who joined before 1905. And you were still a boy in 1906. You became a party member when you were 16. So what? What kind of old Bolshevik does that make me? You took part in publishing Pravda in 1912. I could consider myself an old Bolshevik during the revolution or after it. But beside me were bearded men who had already been at the helm in 195. We respected them as fathers, of course. I listened to them though I held a high post alongside them at the same time. I took an active part in the revolution. Still, I am not one of the old Leninist guard of 1903 to 1904. But I am very close to them. That's a fact. Because of my age, I couldn't have been there in 1903. But at age 16 I managed to join the party. Yes, I did it. These days 16-year-olds are in high school. My grandson. He is 16. But what does he understand? He is a very good boy. He leads an hour of political discussion for his pals at school. And what does he tell them about the newspapers? If you are clever enough to repeat what's in the newspaper, you'll get Bolshevik propaganda. We had no newspapers of this kind, only bourgeois ones. We are walking in the settlement. Here is the village store where we buy our bread. There are 2 or 3 stores not far away. But the main one is the village general store. On the whole, this district is well supplied with food. They take into account that a number of bosses live here. Many come here from the city, too. So the supply is fairly good here. We walked almost 3 miles. We approached the house. You planted lilacs, I observed. We redoing our best. I had nothing to do with it. Nia tries hard. She was born in a village. 104. The best occupation is to work on the land, said Shota Ivanovich. Each his own, of course. I wouldn't say that it's the best, but it's one of the good ones. How Stalin became General Secretary. Unexpectedly I became a secretary of the Central Committee in 1921. The secretariat consisted of 3 secretaries, myself, Yaroslavsky, and Mikhailov. As it was published, I was the secretary-in-chief. At the time there was no first or general secretary but rather a secretary-in-chief. Reception hours were announced. I met with Lenin. We discussed a number of issues, then went for a walk in the Kremlin. He said, "I will give you only this advice, as Secretary of the Central Committee you must occupy yourself with political matters and let your deputies and assistants take care of the technical work." Until now Krestinsky has been Secretary of the Central Committee. He has been more of a manager than a Central Committee Secretary. He has busied himself with all sorts of nonsense, and never politics. This happened after the XTH Party Congress. But at the XLTH Congress there appeared a list of 10, the names of the members of the Central Committee, backers of Lenin, slated for election to the Politburo as members and candidate members. And alongside Stalin's name General Secretary was written, in Lenin's handwriting. Lenin had organized a fational meeting of the 10. He had found a room somewhere near Sverdlov Hall in the Kremlin. It had been agreed that this was to be a factional meeting, that the Trotskyyists, the workers' opposition, and the democratic centralists should not be invited. Only the supporters of the TEN, the Leninists, were to be present. Before the voting Lenin had assembled, as I recall, some 20 people from the larger organization. Stalin, it is said, even reproached Lenin for holding a secret or semi-secret conference during the Congress, because it looked like a faction. And Lenin responded, "Comrade Stalin, you are an old, experienced factionist yourself. Don't worry. At present we cannot do this any other way. I want everyone to be well prepared for the vote, and the comrades must be told that they are to vote firmly for the list without any amendments. This list, as it stands, must be passed as a block. There is a great danger that, once they start voting for each person, they will add 105. More we need him, he's a good writer, we need him, he's a good speaker, and they will thin out the list and once again we won't have a majority. And how shall we direct this?" But Lenin, after all, at the XTH Congress had prohibited factionalism. And we voted with that note on Stalin in brackets. He became General Secretary. This cost Lenin a great deal of effort. But of course he had considered the problem thoroughly and made it clear whom he regarded as an equal. Lenin apparently reckoned that I wasn't enough of a politician, but he left me in the Secretariat and in the Politburo, and made Stalin General Secretary. Lenin was, of course, making preparations, for he sensed his ill health. Did he perhaps see in Stalin his successor? I think one can allow for that. And what was the General Secretary needed for? There had never been one before. But gradually Stalin's authority rose and grew much greater than what Lenin had proposed or even considered desirable. It is, of course, impossible to foresee everything. And under the conditions of intense struggle an ever more active group closed ranks around Stalin, Dzerzhinsky, Kuybyshev, Franz, and diverse others. Contenders for leadership. Lenin realized that Trotsky had a very deleterious effect by complicating affairs of party and state. He was a dangerous figure. It seemed that Lenin would have been glad to get rid of him, but he couldn't. Trotsky had strong, devoted supporters, and there were also those who were neutral but recognized his great authority. Trotsky was a quite clever and capable man, and he had wielded enormous influence. Even Lenin, who had waged an irreconcilable struggle with Trotsky, was impelled to write in Pravda that he had no disagreements with him on the peasant question. I remember that Stalin was indignant about this as not corresponding with reality, and he went to Lenin. Lenin replied, "What can I do? Trotsky has the army at his disposal, and it is full of peasants. Our country is in ruins. Are we going to show the people that there is squabbling even at the top?" Lenin no less than Stalin understood what Trotsky was and reckoned that the time would come to get rid of him. Zinoviev also was in contention for leadership, real leadership. He often gave speeches. He loved to speak and did it well, got applause. But 106. Zinoviev wasn't as deep as, say, Stalin or even Kamina. As it turns out, the names of Zinoviev and Kamina stand alongside each other in the literature. But they were completely different people, though Kamina pumped up Zinoviev ideologically. Zinoviev was a scribbler and a windbag, and had a loose tongue, as they say. Kamina was more reliable, more thoughtful, and a consistent opportunist. Zinoviev sang Kamina's tune, so to speak. He spoke in a revolutionary manner, but Kamina had already entered the fray. Zinoviev was cowardly, Kamina had character. He actually guided Zinoviev. But Zinoviev was considered superior to Kamina, who was merely his assistant or advisor. Zinoviev was the chief. A theoretician? Not a theoretician but a politician. He wasn't especially adept in theory and was, I think, superficial. He had a good command of language. Lenin knew him quite well. They had lived together abroad. Lenin appreciated him as a journalist. Grisha this, Grisha that. He valued him because he often needed someone who could write quickly and capture his ideas. At one moment Zinoviev would follow Kamina, at another Lenin. More often he inclined toward Kamina. Kamina was a rightist, a typical 100% rightist. Sometimes he concealed this, but most of the time he spoke quite openly. And against Lenin, too. Kamina valued Lenin highly and could see that he was a genius. Kamina himself was a very intelligent man, but he was alien to Lenin. Zinoviev was adaptable and adroit. He could write an article at a moment's notice. Although it might not be of the highest quality, it more or less correctly expressed what Lenin had said. Plain words. They discussed many issues together. But Lenin never trusted Zinoviev. Lenin liked Kamina better. During WORLDWARI, Kamina was in exile and Zinoviev lived abroad, in Switzerland, where Lenin was. Judging by the Lenin-Zinoviev correspondence, you can see that Lenin was not really pleased with Zinoviev because Zinoviev vacillated, though he posed as a Leninist. He was not up to Kamina's level, and he was extremely unsteady. Lenin kept correcting him, putting him in his place. Finally Zinoviev contended for leadership, for Lenin's role. He made his hit when he delivered the political report to the Th Party Congress in 1923, while Lenin was still alive. At the same time he was starting an intrigue against Stalin and our entire group which had formed around Stalin. Soon Zinoviev and Kamina, who were both vacationing in Kislovodsk, summoned Rudzutak and then Vyačeslav. Together they went. 107. For a walk in a cave and argued that the secretariat should be politicized. It seemed that the only real politician at the time was Stalin. The following secretariat should be formed: Stalin was to remain, of course, but Zinoviev, Trotsky, and Kamina, though I can't say for sure, were to be added. Of course, Stalin immediately understood what was at issue. They wanted to place him in the minority. This was the so-called cave platform. Later Zinoviev wrote A.F.A. Mao's article, The Philosophy of the Epoch, and came out with his own formulations and claims to leadership. He dashed off A.F.E. Oeton in Pravda on the peasant question. He sank so low as to write that we must not only bow to but even fall to our knees before the middle peasant. Fall to our knees? The party of the working class. Certainly we had to be sensitive and attentive to the middle peasants. In the Leninist group we discussed the article, criticized it, and forced Zinoviev to correct it. At the time Stalin was on vacation in Sochi. When we sent our critique to him, he responded, "The critique is correct." The rift had not yet occurred, but it was already apparent and was deepening. Bukharin and Rykov then supported Lenin and Stalin. Rykov became a member of the Politburo at the XLTH Congress. But Lenin did not admit Dzerzhinsky into the Politburo. Lenin could not forgive Dzerzhinsky for his lack of support in the Brest peace talks and in the trade union discussions. He had lost his old confidence in him. Lenin was quite strict in this respect. Who was more severe? Who was more severe, Lenin or Stalin? Lenin, of course. He was severe. In some cases he was harsher than Stalin. Read his messages to Dzerzhinsky. He often resorted to extreme measures when necessary. He ordered the suppression of the Tambov uprising, that everything be burned to the ground. I was present at the discussion. He would not have tolerated any opposition, even had it appeared. I recall how he reproached Stalin for his softness and liberalism. What kind of a dictatorship do we have? We have a milk and honey power, and not a dictatorship. Where is it written that he reproached Stalin? It was in a small circle among us. Here is a telegram from Lenin to a provincial FOOD commissar in his native Simbirsk in 1919, the starving workers of Petrograd and Moscow are complaining about your inefficient management. I demand from you maximum energy, a no-holds-barred attitude to the job, and thorough assistance to the starving workers. If you fail, I will be forced to arrest the entire staff of your institutions and to bring them to trial. You must immediately load and send off 2 trains of 30 cars each. Send a telegram when this is complete. If it is confirmed that, by 4 o'clock, you did not send the grain and made the peasants wait until morning, you will be shot. Sovnarkom Chairman, Lenin. I remember another case. Lenin had received a letter from a poor peasant of Rostov province saying that things were bad with them, that no one paid any attention to them, the poor peasants, that there was no help for them and that, on the contrary, they were oppressed. Lenin proposed the formation of a group of Sverdlovers. There was the Sverdlov University for adults who were untrained for ministerial work and hadn't attended high school but wished to improve their knowledge. Malishkin had studied there. Lenin directed this group to go to the place in question and, if the report was confirmed, to shoot guilty parties right then and there and to rectify the situation. What could be more concrete? Shoot on the spot and that's that. Such things happened. It was outside the law, but we had to do it. It was a dictatorship, a super dictatorship. Lenin was a man of strong character. If necessary, he seized people by the scruff of their necks. They say that Lenin had nothing to do with the execution of the Tsar's family in 1918, that it was a decision of the local authorities following Kolchak's attack. But some people say it was revenge for Lenin's brother. They make Lenin out to be a crank. They are small fry Philistines who think this. Don't be naive. I think that, without Lenin, no one would have dared to make such a decision. Lenin was implacable when the revolution, Soviet power, and communism were at stake. Indeed, had we implemented democratic solutions to all problems, this would surely have damaged the state and the party. Issues would have dragged on for too long and nothing good. 109. Would have come of this sort of formal democracy. Lenin often resolved critical problems by himself, on his own authority. All power to the Soviets. Lenin used to advise that, if you go to your boss with a request, make sure you take some paper with you so that he can write a resolution on it. Otherwise it will be forgotten. Is sly at invention. That was his expression. Manuelsky spread a story that I died. Lazovsky volunteered to speak at the funeral and spoke for so long that I couldn't stand it. I vomited and came back to life. I proposed to pay homage to. Of course, Lenin was superior to Stalin. I always thought so. He was superior in the theoretical sense, superior in his personal qualities. But no one could surpass Stalin as a practical worker. Molotov refused to celebrate his 90th birthday. I told everyone that I would not be there. We would get together some other time. This is difficult for many people. They cannot scold, it's not in the regulations. In 1920 Lenin was forced to celebrate his birthday. He said the main thing was for communists not to become conceited. Revolutionaries could win if they did not put on airs. A curious episode happened at the celebration of Lenin's 50th birthday in 1920. Preobrazhensky ended his congratulatory speech with these words, "I propose to pay homage to." The audience was laughing. Lenin waved to him. To whom would he pay homage? One can pay homage only to a memory. Preobrazhensky was later among the opposition, a Trotskyist. He proposed that Stalin be dismissed from the position of General Secretary on grounds that he held too many offices. At the time Lenin strongly defended Stalin. Why did Ordzhonikidze shoot himself? Sergo Ordzhonikidze was a good and doubtlessly worthy member of the Central Committee. But at the XTH Congress speeches were made opposing his election to the Central Committee, he was rude, he was impossible to work with, and so forth. Lenin spoke in his defense, "I know him as a man devoted to the party. I know this from personal experience, as he stayed with me abroad." Someone from the audience asked why Ordzhonikidze manhandled people, and Lenin responded, "What do you want from him? He is hot-tempered, and, if you have noticed, he is hard of hearing in one ear." What did his hearing have to do with it? But Lenin had to defend a good man, for Sergo really was a good man. That was in 1921. Sergo was always at the front. The times were frantic and he was hot-tempered. I guess he might have cuffed somebody. Zinoviev's book, Leninism, was published. Sergo was ecstatic about it, but I said I disagreed with Zinoviev. "How could you disagree?" Sergo fumed. "Isn't he a Leninist? Why don't you think he's a Leninist?" "No. It's not a Leninist book." "What do you know?" He got excited, I cursed him, he jumped on me. Kirov separated us. Then Bukharin reconciled us. Sergo went to Stalin to complain about me. It was in my presence, too. And Stalin said, "Molotov's right." How could he be right? Because it is not really a Leninist book. And Stalin explained in detail to Sergo that Leninism, Zinoviev held that Leninism was applicable only in a backward country such as Russia, where the peasantry predominated. Who were your FRNs, Vyacheslav Michajlovič? Sergo. He was a good comrade. We became acquainted in 1917 and always had good relations. We cursed each other out only once, over Zinoviev's book. Sergo was a good man but politically short-sighted. He was a person of strong feelings and passions. Stalin often said this wasn't the way to be. Sergo drew people to himself who were guided only by emotions. He had a brother in Georgia, a railroader. Is it possible for a good Central Committee member to have a bad brother? This brother had spoken against Soviet power, and there was solid evidence against him. Stalin ordered his arrest. Sergo was outraged. Afterward he committed suicide at his home. He found an easy way out. He thought only about himself. What kind of a leader is that? He left Stalin in a very difficult situation. And he had been such a loyal Stalinist, and had defended Stalin in every way. He had served time at hard labor, and this too had enhanced his authority. You can find a range of opinions about Ordzhonikidze. But I think the intellectuals praised him too highly. By his last act he proved that ultimately he was unstable. He had opposed Stalin, of course, and the party line. The party line. This was such a very bad step. It couldn't be interpreted any other way. Ordzhonikidze's family considers Stalin responsible for his death. They will always say that. If the final push toward his suicide was the repression of his brother, they can say this. They can heap blame on Stalin. But if my brother was to conduct anti-Soviet agitation, what could I say if he was arrested? I could say nothing. After Sergo shot himself, was Stalin very angry with him? Certainly. And could they have expelled Sergo from the Politburo? Could it have come to this? Hardly. Sergo didn't understand everything. A good person. A sincere man. TRXters like Radek and Zinoviev adroitly adapted themselves to him. Sergo was a good Bolshevik but spineless, especially in matters of principle. But he was no Mikoyan. Our friend Andreev was a Politburo member under Stalin for quite a long time, but he had joined a Trotskyist group. Yes, he erred. He was a Trotskyist. He came from the workers, a Bolshevik. He was among the more prominent Bolsheviks before the revolution. More prominent than Rudzutak? Rudzutak was stronger before the revolution. It's hard to compare. You might say they were roughly equal. They remember Rudzutak in Georgia, Shota Ivanovich said. They think Stalin had no use for him. How can one say that one has a use for someone or not? People are reliable sometimes and unreliable at others. Kuibyshev and others were not superior to Molotov or Sergo, were they? Shota Ivanovich asked. They were a bit, of course. Kuibyshev was more educated. He read extensively. He was an excellent organizer. But he joined the Trotskyists. Because he didn't understand, he didn't attach any importance to it. You see, Trotskyists were good people. It is unfortunate there were differences of opinion. Some corrected themselves, others were for the time being irreplaceable. We had to use everyone. If Trotsky said something good, then Kuibyshev thought Trotsky himself was good. That was his fundamental weakness. I did not know Kuibyshev before the revolution. But he had passed through a certain village on the Lena before I was exiled to it. He had escaped from exile. And then I escaped too and went through Samara, where he had his main base. Dzerzhinsky was a more straightforward fellow, but even he followed Trotsky in 1920. And earlier, on the issue of the Brest Peace. But at any rate he was a true Bolshevik. Real? Without a doubt. He followed Trotsky because of his desire to be a Bolshevik. Trotsky was very left-wing then. They read Trotsky in the West and don't see anything wrong with his work. Over there, of course, they won't find anything bad in Trotsky. Lenin had no friends in the Politburo. But he saved us all, various and sundry. Many were drifting away from him to various factions, yet there was no one else. And it was not clear when others would arrive. That's where Lenin's strength lay. Otherwise he could not have maintained his position, and the whole cause would have failed. The times were not as they are now. Frequently we view those times in light of our own and apply today's standards. Lenin's relations with Stalin were close, but they were mainly business-like. He elevated Stalin far higher than Bukharin. And he didn't simply elevate him but made him his mainstay in the Central Committee. He trusted him. They were very close in Lenin's final days. Probably it was only Stalin's apartment that Lenin visited. Several times Stalin sought to resign from the post of General Secretary, but each time his request was denied by the Central Committee of the party. The struggle raged, and it was necessary that Stalin remain in that position. It was a difficult time for Lenin, and he was moving up the younger ones. Lenin was close to Bukharin in his last years. No, I think they were closer in the early years. Without ceremony he often visited Lenin in Gorky, dining together with the family. He was the most skilled theoretician, more so than Zinoviev, for the latter was rather a public speaker and journalist. But both were arrogant. Bukharin comported himself with great self-confidence, though he was extremely unstable politically. Lenin called him the favorite of the whole party but said at the same time that his theoretical views can be classified as fully Marxist only with great reserve. That's some kind of favorite. Lenin criticized him relentlessly before that, too. But Bukharin was a pleasant, good-natured man. Lenin related to him well. Of course, he couldn't be Bukharin's close friend, for he clearly understood Bukharin's philosophical and political ideas. Lenin valued Bukharin, but he placed him last among the 3 candidates to the Politburo, after me and Kalinin. Lenin was very careful about the Politburo. He didn't enhance one's authority but rather drew one in. He didn't spurn a person, but he might show that a certain person could not be trusted. This shows in his choice of candidates to the Politburo. I have said that Bukharin was very muddle-headed. Not only Lenin but others too recognized this. People sensed that Lenin sympathized with him but could yield no ground to him in the field of ideas. Bukharin was looking for a union with the socialist revolutionaries. He was drawn in this direction. He maintained personal contacts with them after the revolution. Bukharin was more serious than Zinoviev. Grisha. He liked fancy words. IFOUND, a volume of Lenin, 3rd edition, under the editorship of Bukharin, Molotov, and Skvortsov-Spanov, FROM 1931. Yes, I had a part in that. The Politburo assigned me to it, on orders from Stalin, so that I would keep an eye on Bukharin. Skvortsov-Spanov was a very good, educated person. He was better than me in certain respects. He was an old Bolshevik, a Russian. A little bit bookish. Not a bad speaker. He was the editor of Izvestia. A translator of Capital. That's no small thing to translate correctly. Bukharin was a scholar, a writer. He would speak more or less confidently on any subject. He was an authority, to be sure. The address of the Central Committee of the party upon Lenin's death is really well written, and Bukharin wrote it. He is popular now, too. Now, too, of course. He was the best trained in matters of theory. But he was drawn in the wrong ideological direction. All this had to be taken into consideration. In Lenin's time, Bukharin and Dzerzhinsky were quite popular. Dzerzhinsky wasn't in the Politburo, but as a person capable of a certain kind of work for the party, he was necessary to Lenin. He took on the most difficult and unpleasant duties from which the party received all the gains, so to speak, and none of the losses. And Lenin recognized and appreciated him. Of course, Lenin couldn't always take Dzerzhinsky's side in economic problems. But in general Dzerzhinsky was close to Lenin's position. History, especially the history of communism, cannot be trusted to people who are indifferent or unfavorably disposed. You put Bukharin above all the Pleiades of oppositionists, don't you? On the theoretical level, yes. He was more knowledgeable. Zinoviev tried, but in a very superficial way. When he was already in the opposition, in 192 May 1926, Zinoviev said, I stand for Engels's principles of communism. I don't know, Stalin responded, whether comrade. 118. Zinoviev has read them. I'm afraid he hasn't. And even if he has, it's evident he hasn't understood them. How unexpected. Stalin immediately put his opponent in this sort of situation, had he read them or not, and if he had, then he hadn't understood them. And if not, I will read them to you again and then you will see. Was Stalin cunning? Oh yes, very cunning. Shota Ivanovich Kvantaliani said, the last time I went to the countryside, everyone was talking about Bukharin. Bukharin, Bukharin. My uncle said, write to Bukharin on any issue. Bukharin's portraits. He was editor of Pravda, and then he became the actual editor of Communist, then called Bolshevik. Certain circles sympathized with him. And what was Bukharin like as a person? A very good man, very kind. A decent person, undoubtedly. A man of ideas. He died for his ideas. Yes, because he moved against the party line. Does he deserve respect? As a person, yes. But he was dangerous in politics. He ran to extremes in Livy. I can't say that it has been fully proven, at least to my satisfaction, but he joined in a conspiracy with the socialist revolutionaries to assassinate Lenin. He supported arresting Lenin. When these two opposing groups were facing each other, the situation was so tense that Lenin could have been executed. Could these charges against Bukharin have been fabricated? I don't think so. To make the case more convincing? You have to realize that in political struggle anything is possible if you support the other power. Bukharin spoke against Lenin more than once. He called him a utopian. What's more, he called him a traitor. The right-wingers were also communists, weren't they? They just called themselves communists. Social Democrats were both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. Some were on one side of the barricades, some on the other. The socialist revolutionaries said we were not far enough to the left. Then they turned out to be with the kulaks and against the Bolsheviks. A name is a secondary concern for a politician. And it's often used to deceive. There has always been a bourgeois party of radical socialists. Radicals were extreme, but the party was purely bourgeois. Bukharin was a left-winger during the Brest peace and afterward turned to the right. In 1929 he talked about the military feudal exploitation of the peasants. Did Bukharin like to drink? Asked Chodol Vanovich. No. Rykov did. Rykov always had a bottle of Starka. There was Rykovskaya vodka, he was famous for that. Well, we all drank in company, so to speak, among comrades. I could drink very hard when I was young. Stalin, no need to say more. Kuybyshev liked it. He wrote poetry. He was a good man, a very good man. And Kirov was a wonderful person. Zinoviev was a better theoretician than Sergo, wasn't he? Yes, he was better. And Bukharin, was he better than Kirov? And Kamenev was better, as was Bukharin. Kamenev was competent, wasn't he? Very much so. But Bukharin had the best training. A long struggle was on. Right before everyone's eyes, in the pages of the press. Bukharin was at our side until the XVth Congress. The three of us, Bukharin, Stalin, and I, wrote documents together all the time. He was the main writer. When their relations were good, Stalin affectionately called Bukharin Bukharchik. I am trying to recall something, but it's escaping me. They had had good relations. Wastomsky weaker? He wasn't very good at theory. Tomsky was good at leading the masses. He could talk with the workers. Rykov and I came from the same village of free peasants. The same village, yes. He was smart, but I would say that his mind. Rykov was always an opportunist, and Lenin would say, here is a consistent opportunist but a very clever person. A prominent Bolshevik. Lenin knew him very well and appreciated him as a good organizer. But Rykov often opposed Lenin, even before the revolution. Lenin made him his deputy in Sovnarkom. Tsyuropa was the first deputy. An outstanding 120 agronomist. He worked actively in the party until 1905, then stepped aside. Lenin considered him to be knowledgeable in agriculture, but not much of a party man. Lenin appointed him Commissar of Food Supply, then his first deputy, but never admitted him to the Central Committee. One Sunday in 1921 Lenin phoned me from Gorky, go to Rykov and tell him that I propose to raise at the Central Committee his appointment as my first deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and his release from duties as chairman of the VS. N. KH. The majority should not revel in its majority but should impartially seek the correct decision, one that will turn out to be right. These remarks were made from the floor. Krupskaya was becoming Trotsky's comrade in arms, she was switching to Trotskyist rails. After Lenin's death she in FACT spoke out briefly against him. But later she began supporting the party line and the trials of the Trotskyists and right-wingers as well. Krupskaya followed Lenin all her life, before and after the revolution. But she understood nothing about politics. Nothing. In 1925 she became confused and followed Zinoviev. and Zinoviev took an anti-Leninist position. Bear in mind that it was not so simple to be a Leninist. Maria Ilyinichna, Lenin's sister, sympathized with Bukharin. She was completely under Bukharin's spell and was closer to him than to Lenin. And if it were not for Lenin, she probably would have crossed over to the right wing. But she did not follow them, though she was a Bukharinist in her soul. And Lenin's sister, you know, was a devoted Bolshevik. This pull to the right was so strong. But Lenin didn't follow Philistines. Just as German Philistines could do nothing about Marx and Engels, so Russian and Soviet Philistines couldn't manage to attract Lenin. Maria Ilyinichna, and Krupskaya as well, lived alongside Lenin through all the last years and yet trailed along after Bukharin. They didn't see that he was cut from different cloth. Anna Ilyinichna was perhaps the best of Lenin's relatives. But Dmitry Ilyich was short-sighted. He was a good drinker. He liked to drink. Have you seen the movie Nadezhda, about Krupskaya? It doesn't hold much interest for me. My attitude toward Krupskaya was more or less positive in our personal relations. But Stalin regarded her unfavorably. He had reasons. She made a poor showing at the XIVTHPA Rudi Congress. Very bad. She turned out to be a bad communist. She didn't know what the devil she was doing. Anyway, what caused the conflict between Stalin and Krupskaya? Krupskaya acted badly after Lenin's death. She supported Zinoviev and obviously was confused by Zinoviev's line. And she was not alone. There were Politburo members who were confused as well. In fact, they were deviating from Lenin, though they thought this was Lenin's position. Doctors forbade visits to Lenin during his illness, once his condition grew worse. But Krupskaya allowed them. And this brought on the conflict between Krupskaya and Stalin. Stalin supported the Central Committee's decision not to let any visitors see Lenin. Stalin was right in this case. If the Central Committee, and even the Politburo, decided to entrust Stalin to supervise the implementation of this resolution, what Lenin wrote about Stalin's rudeness was not without Krupskaya's influence. She disliked Stalin because he had treated her quite tactlessly. Stalin implemented the decision of the Secretariat and did not permit Zinoviev and Kamenev to visit Lenin once this was prohibited by the doctors. Zinoviev and Kamenev complained to Krupskaya. Out 1. 3-3. Raged, she told off Stalin. He responded, Lenin should not have visitors. But Lenin himself wants it. Stalin, if the Central Committee says so, we might not let you see him either. Stalin was irritated, why should I get up on my hind legs for her? To sleep with Lenin does not necessarily mean to understand Leninism. Stalin told me something like this, just because she uses the same bathroom as Lenin, do I have to appreciate and respect her as if she were Lenin? He was too coarse and rude. Krupskaya played no special role in the party. She was friendly with Zinoviev. This was bad, of course. But remember that even Dzerzhinsky voted for Trotsky. With this view, no one would be left. This must be understood. Gorky also made mistakes. He came out against the October Revolution. In the last analysis, no one understood Leninism better than Stalin. The Sealed Railway Car. A book, the C. P.S. U in Power by N. Rudik, has been published in the West. Rudik writes that Lenin was getting genin money for the Bolsheviks, that he came back to Russia in April 1, 1917. That's pure provocation. Everything about Lenin was spotless. He thundered against German imperialism openly, unceasingly, mercilessly. But perhaps it was to the Germans' advantage to support Lenin at the time. Lenin might not have received a cent of this money, but, on the other hand, he might have gotten some of it. But Lenin's power was exactly that he could make use of anything. Ta LKS about Lenin's sealed car. What Kerensky was talking about. We put an end to that. You'd be walking down the street and start propagandizing. You'd give a speech, a group of people would gather around. The crowd would grow and grow. The people were active then. For the first time they had freedom in the full sense of the word. The press was buzzing. Plekhanov published a book opposing Lenin. He charged that Lenin had availed himself of the services of a German 134 consul, thus Lenin is helping the Germans. Alexenko, a former Bolshevik and a deputy of the State Duma, had been one of the Bolshevik leaders at the Duma. Later he lived abroad and distanced himself from the Bolsheviks, vilified Lenin. He sold some of Lenin's letters. He excoriated Lenin for helping the Germans, for speaking against the Allies. All of this helped Kerensky. Lenin was transported through Switzerland and Finland in a sealed car. It was agreed that there would be no conversation or contact with the German authorities or the German people. Zinoviev traveled in this car with Lenin. But the Kaiser still had plans for Lenin. Of course, he had his own advantage in mind. The money was entrusted to a Swiss bank, to the socialist Platon. Lnisa. They say that Armand was Lenin's mistress. So they say. Lenin writes, "Dear, sweet friend. Hello, dear friend. I remember Inessa Armand well. A non-Russian type. A nice lady. To my mind there was nothing special about her. Lenin treated her very affectionately. Bukharin told me bluntly that she was Lenin's passion. He was very close with Lenin, and he probably knew Inessa very well. I remember that Bukharin and I shared a room in the Hotel European in Petersburg. We went to a conference there. It was when we were still together and had sacked Zinoviev at the conference, before we had sent Kirov off to Leningrad. Bukharin chatted about various things. He was jolly, witty, joked a lot. A leader of the rightists. He had the soul of a peasant. A pity about Bukharin. You may choose or not choose to be a poet, but you must be a citizen. Very well said, wonderful words. Many repeated them then. Inessa Armand had a French husband. I think he was a manufacturer. She lived abroad a long time, and that's where Lenin met her. She was preparing some sort of speech and told Lenin her thesis. She had made critical remarks about one of Engels's phrases. Lenin clarified things for 135 her and wrote, "I am against such a critique of Engels. Keep in mind that I regard with extreme caution any attempts to criticize Marx and Engels. These were real people, and there is much to learn from them." That was the essence of it. He corrected Armand so that she would not waste her time. As if all this was the result of a misunderstanding. They say that Krupskaya insisted that Inessa Armand be removed from Moscow. That's possible. It was an unusual situation. Lenin, to put it bluntly, had a mistress. And Krupskaya was a sick person. 2-16 SSL. Temporarily, at a certain stage. Krupskaya had a big grudge against Stalin. But he had a grudge against her, too, because Lenin's signature to his testament was suppository-edly affixed under Krupskaya's influence. Or so Stalin believed. Perhaps it's true to some extent. But it is inconceivable to regard Lenin as being under Krupskaya's thumb. Krupskaya supported Zinoviev at the XIVTH Party Congress. He spoke then from a left-wing position, criticizing Stalin for not applying sufficient energy to industrialization, and not caring enough for the working class, all of which meant that Stalin was deviating from Lenin's bequest. She did not come out openly against Stalin but favored Zinoviev. Later she offered her apologies and renounced her views. There was an open discussion in the press, and it demanded a response. It was impossible to remain silent. Tyarsky was publishing his collected works. He had to be dethroned ideologically. Everyone was extremely erudite, everyone was for Lenin, for Marx. If you allowed your attention to wander, you would be left behind and out of it. Stalin achieved colossal results. If not for him, the cadres would not have pulled together. The Bolshevik cadres would not simply obey orders at the wave of a wand. They had to be convinced. The same applied to the old Bolsheviks. Habitually they deferred to no authority or command. They regarded themselves as the equal of an ideological leader. Stalin led, but around him rallied both firm supporters and some not so firm but talented. In 1924 discussion against THIRD-WORLDISM was proceeding full tilt. 136. Suddenly a statement bearing all our signatures Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, Bukharin, and mine too was published to the effect that we could not conceive of the Politburo without THIRD-WORLDISM. Everyone had signed. It was as if, despite our quarrels with him, he was such a figure that we could not imagine the Politburo without him. It was politics, the times, whatever you will. We were engaged in a very serious ideological struggle, yet, at one and the same time, we valued Trotsky so highly. The time was not yet ripe for an open break. It couldn't be done. Once the ideological fight was in the open, it was possible to consider how to get rid of Trotsky. We sent him into exile. And even then we had a lot of trouble with him. While living abroad he actually called for terror. As long as imperialism's alive, there will be many such swine. We shouldn't have any. Shodolvanovich exclaimed. What do you mean, we shouldn't have any? It's absolutely unavoidable, inescapable. Then, we are fighting badly against them. That's true. And you are not guilty for having fight against them. We should be considered guilty insofar as we fought badly. You see, we didn't put an end to all these swine. But you cannot be reproached, for you were strengthening the socialist system? We were not only strengthening the system, but we occasionally bashed some heads. John Reed rather glorified Trotsky in his book Ten Days That Shook the World. But Trotsky must be given his due, for he was good in those days. He behaved badly in Brest, of course. And in the Civil War he displayed good and bad qualities. Without a doubt he fought for Soviet power. How else could he have become head of the Red Army? He relied too much on professional military experts, and Lenin mentioned this. On the other hand, we couldn't have gotten by without the experts. In this respect, Vjačeslav acted excessively against the experts. That was bad. They had a different outlook, but they were essential. Trotsky had planted his people everywhere, especially in the army. Gamarnik was head of the political department. Sklyansky was his first. 137. Deputy. I knew him. The devil only knows where he came from. Where Trotsky found him I don't know. This day I recall the FIRST Party Congress in Petrograd in April, after the February Revolution, when Rykov expressed his rightist sentiments. Kamina, too, showed his true colors. Zinoviev was still considered to be close to Lenin. Before the elections of members to the Central Committee, Lenin spoke for Stalin's candidacy. He said Stalin had to be in the Central Committee without fail. He spoke up for Stalin in particular, saying he was such a fine party member, such a commanding figure, and you could assign him any task. He was the most trustworthy in adhering to the party line. That's the sort of speech it was. Of course, we voted in Concord. So that's how it went. But Lenin criticized him, too. Just take the whole history of Lenin. Now Lenin is portrayed as a monster, evil and so forth. This is because he was like a rock, armed with knowledge, science, and a colossal mind. He had vision. Perhaps he didn't see everything, but he saw the main thing. Many talented people were drawn to Lenin, but that's not the important thing. He picked and chose. In the 1890s and even after 1900 Lenin believed in Plekhanov. But soon he was lashing out at Plekhanov, and rightly so. After Plekhanov, Bogdanov was closest to Lenin among the prominent Marxists. Malinovsky was his surname, yes. He was a great authority in political economy. In 1897 Lenin reviewed Bogdanov's first book, Political Economy. But then he drubbed him. Even Stalin played the liberal toward Bogdanov. In particular Bukharin supported Bogdanov. Bogdanov became the head of a laboratory where Lenin's brain was deposited for research. Bogdanov, as director, had requested this. He was a non-party man, alien to all our revolutionary policies. They gave him the brain nonetheless, and he studied something or other. Then take Trotsky. At first Lenin was favorably disposed toward him. Tak Zinoviev, Bukharin, Kamenev they were closest to Lenin. Tempo rarely, at a certain stage, they supported him, but they lacked consistency, so to speak, sufficient revolutionary character. So who's to blame? That's history. That's life. With Marx, only Engels remained faithful. Marx assailed the others on the right and on the left. He taught and taught, but those who resisted had to be hit hard. But that was another sphere, so to speak, a more theoretical one. They had less political activity. We had to deal with practical politics. Marx was merciless toward Lassalle. No sooner did Lassalle begin to set forth his wisdom than Marx attacked him. It could not be otherwise. That's science. One cannot somehow combine Philistinism and science. That would be highly dangerous. I recall a Marxist and a party figure called David Ryazanov. I forget his full name, but he was well known for he was the director of the Institute of Marxism. He was its first head, and he was director even in Lenin's time, as I recall. The Institute was named after Marx, but later it was called the Institute of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. And now there is a museum of Marx and Engels where the institute used to be. I was a member of its board and sometimes sat with this Ryazanov. Rarely, but occasionally. He was knowledgeable and well read. But, as Lenin used to say about him, this man is a topsy-turvy libre. Everything was mixed up in his head, everything was a muddle. He could not sort things out. What use could he be? He wore a beard and bore some resemblance to Marx. The topsy-turvy library? I didn't hear this directly from Lenin, but I was told he said this. But what I really heard Lenin say was, with this ulcer we'll surely die. Ryazanov criticized everything constantly, but he was confused and always in a muddle. He was neither a Trotskyist nor a rightist, but with all his knowledge he was just muddle-headed. As far as I remember, he was exiled to Saratov much earlier than 1937. Lenin thought it was hardly worth punishing him, that we would likely live and die with that ulcer. In Saratov he used to say, I would like to live to see how socialism is going to be made in one apartment, in one town, in one township. He was mocking. He was an active fellow. He wrote a lot about Marx, and the first edition of the Marx-Engels works was published under his editorship. He was considered to be a great savant, though his usefulness. 139. Whom to forgive and for what? At different times it was difficult to adhere to correct Bolshevik policy. If some policies were mistaken their advocates should be dropped, but whom could you turn to next? Infallible people do not exist, Lenin used to say. It depends, first, on the kind of error and, second, how long it persisted. And whether there was willingness to pursue the line considered correct. If there was such willingness, certain errors had to be passed over. In 1917 Lenin called Zinoviev and Kamenev prostitutes for their treachery in the October Revolution. And not only prostitutes but strike breakers as well. They were impeding us and directly helping the enemy. Zinoviev and Kamenev committed an act of betrayal yet remained in the party, and they were even admitted into the Politburo. Certainly. Stalin helped Zinoviev and Kamenev. Why? Because there were very FEW trained people. They could not be trusted, but it was very difficult to do without them. Politics is a complicated matter. At that time Lenin demanded their expulsion from the party, but Stalin and Sverdlov objected. We had to wait a while. And then Zinoviev and Kamenev repeated their errors. When we no longer relied on them for anything, we got rid of them. Zinoviev and Kamenev remained in the Politburo for several years following their treachery. There were only 5 members: Lenin, Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and THIRD-WORLDISM. TWO of the 5 Lenin had called prostitutes, and before that he had often called THIRD-WORLDISM Little Judas. He had also called him an irreconcilable enemy, and so forth. But THIRD-WORLDISM remained in the Politburo and was head of the army during the Civil War. So Lenin made use of him. Mistakes should be evaluated correctly but not to overdo it. Nor can one completely trust people who have made flagrant mistakes. Lenin wrote in his so-called letter of farewell that Zinoviev's and Kamenev's mistakes were not accidental. You're saying that Lenin forgave Kamenev, Zinoviev, and Trotsky. But Stalin forgave no one, and even innocent people perished. At first Kseyuropa was Lenin's only deputy, the vice-chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. But he was not a member of the Central Committee. Stalin brought him in later. Krzyzanowski was chairman of Gosplan and Lenin's personal friend. They had been good friends since the 90s and later were exiled together. Krzyzanowski was the head of Goelro and Gosplan, but he was not on the Central Committee. Only Stalin let him into the Central Committee. The third figure Krasin, also an old friend and comrade of Lenin. He played a large part in the Lind Party Congress, where Bolshevism was formed. He was the People's Commissar of Foreign Trade under Lenin. But Lenin didn't let him, a party worker, into the Central Committee. Chicherin was Commissar of Foreign Affairs under Lenin. Lenin quite often praised him as an outstanding figure of Soviet power, and yet he didn't admit him to the Central Committee. But Stalin let him in. It was a different time. Stalin knew how to choose people. He even advanced those whom Lenin did not allow inside. But they were closer to Stalin, and he brought them directly into the Central Committee. Different periods. In the one period Lenin considered it unwise to appoint certain people, even those he knew well, to leading positions in the political work of the party. But when the situation changed slightly, these less reliable types could do no harm politically. They had been good people in their youth, and it became possible to admit them to the Central Committee and to work with them. Everything depends on the combination of circumstances. Kirov had been in Leningrad since January 1926, after Zinoviev was removed. Bukharin and I went to a conference and put Kirov in as the secretary. It had been done democratically. At that time Bukharin supported the Central Committee line. Then he left a dirty trail, saying that our policy was the policy of military feudal exploitation of the peasantry. Bukharin supported us from the right. Tea drinkers. I'm from the Petersburg school and Pyatakov was from Moscow. He was a bit older than I, almost of Stalin's generation, from a rich family, as far as I know. He had been to the Ukraine. It seems to me Lenin sympathized more strongly with the St. Petersburg workers than with the Muscovites. Of course, he worked very closely with the St. Petersburg workers. With Lenin, he considered Muscovites to be petty bourgeois, part of a merchant environment. They had no patience. Lenin quite often called the Moscow communist leadership the Moscow tea drinkers. He used to say, "These are not workers but tea drinkers." Comrades. Did Lenin praise Sverdlov on the day of his funeral? Asked Shota Ivanovich. Yes, far too much. He was an organizer, a party man, but he left nothing to distinguish himself. Nothing. I don't remember a single article by him. They say that Kirov left nothing either. Kirov left many articles and speeches. People like Sverdlov appeared earlier. Kirov arrived on the scene when everything was already in place. Sverdlov was a short man. He wore a leather coat. He had a thunderous voice. The devil knows how that monstrous voice could come from such a small man. A Jericho trumpet. He used to yell at the meetings, "Comrade S." Everyone would immediately wonder about the noise and would shut up. He was useful to Lenin. Everyone knew he would say whatever Lenin instructed him to say. He was a good organizer. He would make a short speech at large conferences to maintain order. Sverdlov had a brother named Peshkov, whose godfather was Gorky. He left for Paris and denounced Soviet power. He used to be the French military attaché in Japan. I knew Sverdlov's family well and his wife, Klavdia Andreevna. She was Russian. What caused Sverdlov's death? Do you remember? It seems to me that he went to Kharkov and caught cold. What is it called? Spanish influenza. The phrase is out of use now. Flu. There are rumors that he was attacked somewhere, was beaten and died after that. That's possible. Lenin valued him greatly and regretted his loss. He carried out Lenin's organizational instructions. That was important to Lenin. Sverdlov wasn't very curious and didn't show initiative. He was an honest person, though, and devoted to the party. But these were not great credentials for a leading figure. Lenin praised Sverdlov excessively. He died young, at age 34. And there was nothing to criticize him for. Lenin's theoretical innovation. To Trotsky it seemed that the only way out of our plight was the establishment of a bourgeois republic, because we were not supported by the working class of the West, and our alliance with the peasantry wasn't working. That was his chief shortcoming. Listen, unity of the proletariat alone is insufficient according to any theory of Marxism. But Lenin, and herein lies his strength, was able to find an approach to the peasantry. He criticized the petty bourgeois essence of the peasantry but also discerned its toiling side. If a correct approach to the peasantry were applied, they would support us. This is Lenin's innovation in Marxist theory, and in practice he proved to be right. Trotsky was cunning. During the vote on whether to accept the Brest Peace Treaty, he said he would adhere to his own opinion, non-acceptance. But Lenin said he would resign from the Central Committee and go to the masses to struggle against the Central Committee if it should vote to reject signing the peace. Trotsky said that inasmuch as this would lead to a split in the party, he would abstain. Lenin then got a majority by 1 vote. Back then, of the 19, 5 were members of the Politburo and 3 were alternates. The remaining 11 were from the provinces and some were people's commissars. The last time I read today's list I was astounded, some 16 full members of the Politburo and 6 alternates. That makes a total of 22 persons. In 1922, when it was proposed to Lenin to add Rykov and Tomsky to the Politburo, he was hardly pleased. It was a rather awkward situation. 143. Franz came out with this proposal. It was not inappropriate, but it was a political move by the right-wingers. Franz raised this question at the Central Committee plenum, after the Congress had ended. Of course, it was not his proposal. The right-wingers made use of the poor man. He wasn't pushed into this, rather, they convinced him that the Politburo had to be renewed. A new plenum convened after the XLTH Congress and elected members to the leading bodies and the Politburo. Whom? Franz rose and suggested a figure, 7 persons. Lenin said, "Why 7? It's always been 5. Who's for it?" There was a slight hesitation, then they voted for 7. Who? Franz got up again and said, "Rykov and Tomsky." This was obviously at the suggestion of Zinoviev and Tyarsky. Rykov and Tomsky were themselves vacillating, but the others wanted to use them. Lenin was displeased. He did not want to admit them to the Politburo, but he had to agree. He could not turn them away. Tyarsky was in the Politburo, but in FACT everyone had united around Stalin, including the right-wing Bukharin and Rykov. We called ourselves the majority against THIRD-WORLDISM. He surely sensed, of course, this collusion against him. He had his supporters and we had ours. But he did not have many in the Politburo or in the Central Committee, only 2 or 3. There was Shlyapnikov from the workers' opposition and Krestinsky from the Democratic Centralists. Then we held a fational meeting. I remember it took place in the Central Committee. Dzerzhinsky had certainly become a member of our group, and said, "Zinoviev and Kamina, where are you leading us? Why, oh, you are just Kronstatsy." He reminded them that they had set a course on an uprising against Soviet power. "You are Kronstatsy." He was outraged. Dzerzhinsky had a sincere, expansive nature, but he was hot-blooded. Already in 192.5 he called Zinoviev and Kamina Kronstatsy. Both Zinoviev and Bukharin were certainly against Lenin, but they could not be dealt with at once. Everything depends on stages. Dzerzhinsky died while he was giving a speech against Pyatakov. Pyatakov was a Trotskyist, one of those closest to THIRD-WORLDISM. He strongly believed in THIRD-WORLDISM. 144. Only once against Lenin. Did Lenin make any mistakes? Certainly. As the first candidate in the Central Committee I was a full and equal member of the 5 during the voting, and only once did I vote against Lenin. It was in Lenin's presence. In the summer of 192.1 Lenin suggested closing the Bolshoi Theater. He said there was famine in the country and the situation was very grave. The Bolshoi Theater was inherited from the nobility. In order to economize, we could do without it for the time being. Lenin was defeated. A majority voted against. Stalin was absent. I remember that I voted with those who disagreed. Not much harm came from it. Lenin was rather too edgy in this case. Why the devil do we need it? This was the time of transition to the NEP, and one of the most difficult years. Did Lenin use strong language? Lenin did not use foul language. Vyacheslav, however, liked to swear. And Stalin wasn't opposed to it. He swore in certain situations. Zdanov would swear sometimes, when he was in a good mood, from the heart. People ease their moods this way. It's not harmful. Lenin writes to Molotov. Among Lenin's works are many letters addressed to you. Even more letters than were addressed to Stalin. Of course. YOUC, I held the position of first secretary of the Central Committee for an entire year, the senior secretary. There was no one else. Stalin became general secretary later. We worked nights, but this was more common under Stalin. We worked on Sundays sometimes too, of course. Sometimes we would stay up all night in order to finish a task. We were served tea. As I recall, Lenin did not hold all-night sessions. One evening I was working in my office as secretary of the Central Committee. There were no visiting hours at the time. I was busy with current affairs, doing some kind of paperwork, when suddenly I received 145. A note from Lenin. I suppose there had been a Sovnarkom meeting. I published the note in my book, on the Leninist enrollment. Lenin writes, Comrade Molotov, does the Central Committee investigate the points of view of different party groups? In particular, are we studying the opinions of people who do not work in any single department of our shitty apparatus? If not, would it be possible to organize the investigation of this matter? In my book I dropped the word shitty and used 3 dots in its place. Evidently Lenin was sick of all this. I imagined him writing this note to me. He sensed what the influence of the bureaucratic apparatus was, that it hindered a person's understanding of the whole situation. People were mired in their narrow departmental points of view, with all kinds of personal interests which no one was studying. I responded to him with a note of my own. They deviated from Lenin. In 1922 Paulina Semenovna was undergoing medical treatment in Czechoslovakia. I visited her and decided to take advantage of my being abroad to go on to Italy. I wanted to take a look at FA schism on the rise. It was hard to predict. But the bourgeoisie is always seeking such forms. Strictly speaking, Hitler wasn't a fascist. He was a National Socialist, although the two were essentially the same. At that time a discussion was held in the Central Committee. In 1922, at the October anniversary, Lenin said that NEP Russia would be transformed into a socialist Russia. And Kamina made a similar speech at some workers' or trade union meeting or other, to the effect that NEPman Russia would be transformed into a socialist Russia. Lenin referred to Russia as a country of the NEP, while Kamina called it a country of NEPman. A country of NEPman is bourgeois, but a country of the NEP is completely different. The NEP embraced both positive and negative, the dictatorship of the proletariat ruled, but the bourgeoisie still remained. Stalin resolutely opposed Kamina's formulation, and an argument was joined in the Politburo. Zinoviev and Kamina, two members of the Politburo, formed a coalition. Zinoviev was chairman of the Petrograd Soviet and the Comintern, and Kamina was chairman of the Moscow Soviet and deputy chairman of Sovnarkom. Both claimed we did not have a dictatorship of the proletariat but a dictatorship of the party. That's how the Mensheviks reasoned: you Bolsheviks are well organized, you seized power, and you are cut off from the people. But Lenin said, no, we have a dictatorship of a class, a dictatorship of the proletariat headed by communists. We are not cut off from the people, from the working class, we are part of it, the leading, guiding, directing force. And so the fight started. I arrived right at that time. Stalin then began to pile it on, very tellingly and brilliantly, I think. Rykov straddled the FENCE, as did Bukharin. I don't remember the details of everyone's position. I noticed that Mikoyan was supporting Zinoviev. Mikoyan carried on ignobly. He supported Zinoviev on such a fundamental matter. The dispute raged on. Violent disagreements broke out. I said, I am in complete disagreement. We must defend the dictatorship of the proletariat, as Lenin said, and as Stalin explained so well. In capitalist countries the bourgeoisie leads. So long as imperialism and socialism are locked in struggle with each other, it's either a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie or a dictatorship of the working class. Zinoviev deviated from Lenin after 1925. Krupskaya also moved away from Lenin, but in truth she didn't meddle in big politics. So Lenin lived in such circumstances. And he was, after all, a man who could cut right through any obstacle. How irreconcilable he was with the right and the left. Bukharin and Zinoviev were closest to him, but he criticized them too, especially in the end. In 1921 I participated in Lenin's coalition against Trotsky. Lenin didn't know what to do. Whatever blow he struck first could have recoiled on him, and it was impossible to strike hard at the left and the right simultaneously. Stalin was in a very difficult situation then. Lenin probably wasn't as harsh as Stalin, but he had vast authority. They say Lenin would have accomplished collectivization with fewer victims. But how could it have been done any other way? I renounce none of it. We carried out collectivization relentlessly, our measures were absolutely correct. 147. There's a story in Ionost magazine to the effect that Lenin promoted workers from peasant backgrounds. We had to appoint a People's Commissar of Agriculture. A Ukrainian name. Lenin found him. Lakovenko. I trained him. He was from Western Siberia. Later he turned out to be a right-winger. I chose him. It was part of my duty as secretary of the Central Committee. We counted on him. He was a partisan and had fought against Kolchak. He could fight against Kolchak, but he left us when it came to building socialism. He didn't work on collectivization. He was purely of the peasantry, quite a capable man, but without vision. Was he repressed? I don't remember. Who cares? Why, you can't remember everything. Lunacharsky was dazzling. Lunacharsky was very talented. He wrote well, made speeches with ease. He knew several languages. German and French at least, and perhaps English, Italian. He wasn't especially scientific but was highly cultivated and educated. His wife Rosnelli was an artiste, and she was successful with men. Lunacharsky helped Lenin a good deal before the revolution, especially by publishing party literature abroad. I am not sure how much he did on Iskra, but his work ran in later Bolshevik publications from 1906 to 1908, in the Proletariat and in the Vpered. He deviated from the party and joined the so-called interregional organization. Tyarsky and Manuilsky were in it. Lunacharsky's plays are on the whole hard to read. But one must read some of them. His speeches were interesting. He was a talented speaker. But sometimes the word was in command of him, rather than the other way around. One could sense his foppishness. He was dazzling in this respect. He could speak knowledgeably on any subject. Lenin valued him. There were few people like him. One person gets trousers, another gets shoes. Vyačeslav Michajlovič, Lenin attributed such dreadful qualities to everyone, without exception. Certainly. But he gave very accurate descriptions. He could not come to run-of-the-mill conclusions. It was not without reason that Lenin distinguished Stalin and Trotsky as leaders, as the two who stood apart from the rest, as the most talented. But he criticized everyone in his testament, even those he regarded as outstanding. Yes, he criticized everyone. I suppose he realized there was not enough time left for him to set everything right. And he had to say something so that people would have some idea of the direction to take. In 1921 Zinoviev was still supporting Lenin, but there were quite a few people on the Central Committee who wavered. And you see, the XTH Party Congress took place before that. It was the beginning of the NEP. Lenin's secretariat was formed 3 secretaries, and all 3 were Tyaritskyists. Devil take it, all 3 Krestinsky, Serebryakov, and Preobrazhensky. They formed a tight ring around Lenin. All of them were kicked out at the XLTH Congress. I became first secretary and Yaroslavsky and Mikhailov became secretaries. Mikhailov was a mediocrity on a provincial scale. No better than this, just a provincial apparatchik. True, he had been chairman of the Moscow Council of Trade Unions, but he had no stature politically. After some time I begged, entreated Lenin to receive me. I said, I have some questions to discuss with you. He agreed and set a day. One moment Yaroslavsky would request trousers for one person, another time it would be shoes for someone else. True, the times were such that people were in need of everything. But attention had to be focused on major problems. There were endless requests, someone or other needed food supplies, they couldn't get them, and so we had to discuss who should get food and who should not. We were busy with nonsense. I said, it's impossible to work, Vladimir Ilyich. We're wasting our time on rubbish. Lenin remained silent. And did you call Lenin Vladimir Ilyich? No, Comrade Lenin. We rarely called him Vladimir Ilyich. Only friends closest to him, those from the early years, like Khrushchevsky, called him Vladimir Ilyich. All the rest Lenin, Lenin. Maybe Tsiarupa called him Vladimir Ilyich. 149. And then Stalin became Comrade Stalin, didn't he? Yes. It was a tradition Comrade Lenin, Comrade Stalin. Given name and patronymic were not used in party circles. Vladimir Ilyich, Joseph Vissarionovich, it didn't suit them. It would conform with current attitudes and manners, but then it did not. So, in August, after the plenum and Yaroslavsky's report, Lenin said, I have one more question. He suddenly announced, "It concerns Comrade Vjačeslavsky. I move that we send him to Siberia. We can replace him with a Central Committee member here, but there are too few people in Siberia, and they need a helping hand." Any opposed? None. The motion is adopted. I went to work after the plenum. At the time we were across from what is now Voenterg. So I went to my office, and Vjačeslavsky suddenly rushed after me and started to assail me. You careerist your hands are all over this affair. You are a schemer. And so forth. What was I to do? What are you scolding me for? I said. I just want you to work somewhere else. He cursed me, but it was already too late. Lenin passed the resolution right away. The plenum approved it. Of course it was my doing, but I don't regret that he was sent to Siberia. He worked there for 2 or 3 years. And this occurred more than 2 months after my talk with Lenin. Vjačeslavsky thought I had been severely demoted when Stalin replaced me as chairman of the Sovnarkom on the eve of the war in May 1941. But that was just not so. Power had to be concentrated in one pair of hands before the war. He wrote an insulting letter about me for Pravda. But Stalin read it in galleys and said, "What's this? An allegation that under Molotov there was no Soviet power in our country." But as soon as the October Revolution triumphed, Lenin proclaimed the decree on land. The peasants' mandate on land was to be implemented. The SR land program was to be implemented, take the land, immediately. He had utilized the peasants and explained, "We are not in agreement in a number of respects, but as the peasants have drawn up the policy, let them become convinced by experience in implementing it that not everything is right with it, and they will begin to see things our way. But we must begin implementation of the decree, begin smashing the landlords to confiscate their land. In this struggle the peasants will find the right path." And so it went. Courageously and wonderfully. Or take the NEP, for example. After all, it was the Mensheviks who demanded freedom of trade, to allow opportunities to sell, and so forth. So in 192 Lenin took this Menshevik program and started implementing it, but under control of the workers' state. It was a measure forced on us by circumstances, but a necessary one. 151. There is a certain article of mine, Lenin in the Years of the Revolution. I published it in the Molodaya Gvardia after Lenin's death. In it I showed that Lenin had stolen the program of the socialist revolutionaries. I wrote that they had adopted a resolution at the Peasants' Congress, not quite a correct one, but against landlords, in general. Lenin adopted it. And with it he won the October Revolution. Further, the Mensheviks were continually talking about the kinds of trading relations we ought to have. Lenin criticized them, "You are counter-revolutionaries, scum, enemies of the working class." But then he introduced the NEP in 1921. This time he had stolen from the Mensheviks. The Civil War was preventing us from switching over to normal methods of work. That's why we had the so-called FOOD requisitioning system. Balking at nothing, the state took from the peasants what it needed. If you had more, the state would take more from you. If someone else had a great deal, the state would take everything. If another had nothing, the state would take nothing. There was no other way out. We were a bit carried away with this policy. Peasants tolerated this for a while, but once the war was over, the uprisings began. And not only in the Tambo province but in many other places. As early as January 192 that is, 2 months before the NEP, Lenin announced a crisis of the party. He wrote an article about it. Opposition was everywhere: Trotskyist and workers' opposition and democratic centralists and nationalist groups. Now somehow we must through party unity save the cause and carry out the reforms of the NEP, that is, make concessions to the peasantry that would enable them to engage in trade. The state was taking all the grain from them. There was no food for the army, and we had to feed the workers. The workers were few in number, but the army was large and we couldn't exist without it. Lenin said we have reached the point with the peasants where if we do not make certain concessions to them, they will drive us from power. He pushed us, let's correct this quickly. And he started to introduce the NEP into practice very rapidly, let's make some concessions, but under the control of the state and the party. Sure, there were limits. He wrote later that we had retreated but that it was an orderly retreat. At the time some said we had retreated to capitalism, that we were giving up everything. What had we been fighting for? Such feelings were evident at the time. Some of these critics dropped out of the party. They didn't understand. They thought all had been lost, that we were giving up and resorting to capitalism, which meant that it was all over. But Lenin said, L5-2. We must keep everything in our hands. At this time, by the way, before the XLTH Party Congress in March 1, 1922, he wrote to me about membership in the party. The letter is published in the complete collection of Lenin's works. Lenin wrote that now the orientation of our policy was determined not by the mass of party members but by an extremely small group, the old guard of the party. If a split should open there, everything would be ruined. That is why it was imperative with all our strength to preserve the unity of this group, which enjoyed vast, boundless authority among the people. The policy of the party, he said, was determined by this authority. If a split begins, we shall retain nothing. That is why he wrote with such bitterness and apprehension in those years, if only to preserve the party as a unified body under the leadership of this small group. Intellectuals offer a worldview, but only the working class can achieve victory. I consider this to be Lenin's most important legacy. Lenin's power resided in something that even Marx had not brought to light. Lenin knew how to lay hold of the peasantry. We achieved victory in a country of peasants. But if the working class, had not captured the peasantry, we would have failed. We won over the peasants in order to beat the kulaks, the petty proprietors. Elections to the Constituent Assembly. The elections to the Constituent Assembly took place in 1917. And in 1919 Lenin wrote a response to Koskai, who had published a pamphlet. He landed a powerful blow to Koskai's mug. Besides that, he analyzed in detail the Constituent Assembly, on which Koskai, as well as the socialist revolutionaries, pinned their hopes. There was a certain Svetlovsky, a statistician, a splendid statistician. Koskai quoted him. He was not an open anti-Sovieteer but was rather an SR type. In order to expose the Bolsheviks, Svetlovsky cited the elections to the Constituent Assembly. In FACT the Bolsheviks turned out to have only a minority. He demonstrated with figures how this happened. 5-3. Penned, and you were supposed to conclude from this that the Bolsheviks had grabbed power. But Lenin explained everything. Yes, the Bolsheviks had received about 40% of the total vote, and the anti-Bolsheviks had more than 50%. Lenin admitted this, but he also observed that the Bolsheviks turned out to be in the majority at decisive times and in decisive places, in towns, in the army, at the front. They had triumphed. They were leading the country, though the majority remained an adversary turned bad. Lenin got very good results. And his article, Will the Bolsheviks Retain State Power? Oh, how he argued in it. A majority, indeed. On this question many Bolsheviks lacked faith. They were drawn to Lenin. They were afraid, nevertheless they were drawn to him. But many fell into the ranks of THIRD-WORLDISM. Under later conditions, however, Bukharin, Rykov were more dangerous. More difficult but more profound too. Lenin's books are now the most widely read in the world. Everyone studies them, both friends and foes. There was the president of Finland, Paasikivi, a bourgeois figure. I met him. At his home he had a large library that included Lenin's collected works. One had to know what the Bolsheviks were thinking about. It is astounding that they did not know and were not interested in what the Bolsheviks were thinking as the Bolsheviks triumphed. Everyone, even those who do not sympathize with Lenin, is obliged to cite him. I do not agree that Lenin is understandable to workers and peasants. Surely Lenin requires a trained reader. I think he is quite understandable. For instance, in State and Revolution everything is clear. Just don't be lazy. You have to read many other books in order to understand Lenin. I suppose you can learn from Stalin how to read Lenin. Stalin refers the reader to Lenin. And do you know why? Because Lenin is very cogent. 154. All of Stalin's works should have been published and circulated. Lenin is difficult, but he is also more profound. Very true. I can see him as if he were alive. Was it right to put Lenin in the mausoleum? At that time it was necessary. Krupskaya was opposed. It was done by decision of the Central Committee. Stalin insisted, and we supported it. It was necessary. What color were Lenin's eyes? I don't remember. This is a completely new question for me. Hazel, I think. I would have remembered had they been blue. Apparently they were ordinary. I remember him well, but the color of his eyes doesn't stick in my memory. I can see Lenin now as if he were alive. By the way, he sometimes laughed merrily. Like a bell. Ha 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 ha. A reverberating laugh. If he was in a good mood. Yes, a reverberating laugh. He was not a jovial man, but neither was he sulky. He had a sense of humor. He was simply like a Russian in his relations with people. But I don't recall any idle conversations with him. He was like this in his personal life, too. At the same time he was a simple, sincere person. I had the chance to study him closely, of course. I can recall various moments, but it's hard to compose them systematically. At any rate, everything is clear now. He always reminded us about danger. He assumed we could fall. Several times he wrote that even if we should fall, it could nonetheless be said that we had done everything possible. He was inspiring. Stalin expressed himself more simply, you might say, more effectively. Suppose that the Entente was about to play some nasty tricks on us, that France was plotting. Just wait until Stalin said something about that. From his pocket he would extract a letter from the Zaporozh Cossacks to the Turkish Sultan. Stalin certainly was simpler and more closely connected with the upper echelon of the party. It was hard for Lenin, of course, mainly because he had unreliable friends and he was a different kind of personality. And his role, his place, and his situation were entirely different. You had to be very skillful in his situation. He was. 155. That's why he stood much higher than the rest of us, and in a different kind of situation. An understanding of gaiety and even humor was characteristic of Lenin, rather than a sense of humor. He could react very irritably, to be sure. But the sound of his hearty laughter sticks in my memory. He was a man of colossal energy. He lived too briefly. There was not much of the German in him, but he was very meticulous and self-disciplined, devilishly self-disciplined. But he was of course rather more of a Russian. Stalin used to say that if Lenin were alive today, surely he would speak differently. There is no doubt about that. He would surely think up something that has not yet occurred to us. But the fact that Stalin was his successor was very fortunate. Very fortunate indeed. Many revolutions have been crushed in Germany, in Hungary. The Paris Commune in France. But we held on. The last years were complicated. Stalin once took a dig at Lenin about his fanatical anti-liberalism. Lenin preferred to fight liberals rather than the Black Hundreds, the extreme reactionaries, about whom everything was clear. In a history of the party I too came across Lenin fulminating against constitutional democrats and liquidators. Is Lenin's testament his most important writing? The testament is a secondary matter. Lenin had more important works. The last years were distressing for Lenin. They were years of tremendous anxiety. In February 1, 1923, Lenin took a turn for the worse, and he asked Stalin to bring him some poison. Stalin didn't bring it, even though he had promised. He said later that Lenin probably bore a grudge toward him. Because of this. "Even if you insist, I cannot do it," Stalin said. The problem was discussed at the Politburo. After Lenin, Stalin was the strongest politician. Lenin considered him the most reliable, the one whom you could count upon. But he criticized him, too. 3. Withstalin. In this section, Molotov offers intimate details regarding Stalin and his entourage, collectivization, and the Great Terror, and repression that marked Stalin's reign. The many authors of the prison camp literature, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Vyacheslav Michajlovič, Natalia Ginzburg, and Nadezhda Mandelstam, for example, have provided us with first-hand views from below, from the Gulag itself. Molotov, who directed the deportation of kulaks and with Stalin countersigned numerous, lengthy arrest and execution lists, gives us the picture from above. In a way it is no less horrifying. Under Stalin, life at the top was nasty, brutish, and often short. The higher one rose in the Stalinist system, the higher the degree of insecurity and peril to one's livy. No one was safe. Not even Molotov. Apparently not even Stalin. Having attained absolute power, Stalin trusted no one. He saw enemies and conspiracies everywhere. He subjected Politburo members to a strange loyalty test. He made them accomplices in the liquidation, imprisonment, or exile of close friends, colleagues, and even of family members. Of the 12 men who had served on the Politburo in Lenin's time, only Stalin, Molotov, and Kalinin, the communists' token peasant and titular chief of state, died a natural death. Of the 33 men who served on the Politburo between 1919 and 1938, 15 were shot or perished in prison, 2 committed suicide, 2 were assassinated. The survivors read none too well. The wife of Kalinin was arrested and exiled. Kaganovic's elder brother avoided arrest by suicide. TWO of Mikoyan's sons were arrested and not released until after the war. Khrushchev's eldest son, a fighter pilot, was lost in action in 1943. Stalin had his widow arrested. The wife of Poskrebyshev, Stalin's private secretary, was shot. The widower continued to serve his master faithfully. Death brushed Molotov. In 1940 the Central Committee voted to remove Molotov's wife Paulina Semenovna Gemhuzhina from candidate membership. Molotov did not vote against but abstained. Stalin's doubts regarding Molotov's loyalty mounted. Stalin demanded that Molotov separate from his wife. He did. Stalin insisted that Molotov divorce. 159. 1601 Molotov remembers her. Because the good of the cause demanded it, the Molotovs divorced in 1948. Nevertheless, in February 1, 1949 she was arrested and exiled. 1 month later Stalin replaced Molotov with Andrei Vyshinsky in the office of Foreign Minister. By 1952 Stalin was muttering that Molotov was an American spy. Molotov was not included in the reorganized Politburo of 1952, in all likelihood his life was saved only by Stalin's death in March 1, 1953. Molotov's wife was returned to him the day after Stalin's funeral. Molotov was reappointed foreign minister, a post he held until removed by Khrushchev in June 1, 1956. One might sympathize with Molotov except for their both having defended to their dying day Stalin's and, by indirection, Molotov's most murderous policies and actions. De-Stalinization under Khrushchev revealed that most of the so-called enemies of the people repressed in Stalin's day were in fact innocent of all charges. Rehabilitation of the repressed, many if not most of them posthumous, was one reason, among others, that brought Molotov into conflict with Khrushchev. For Molotov insisted that these people had been guilty. If not guilty of an overt treasonous act, they were guilty of what they might to do in a future crisis. For example, right-wingers such as Marshal Tukhachevsky, in spite of themselves, were likely to betray the Soviet Union in the event of war. While the purge of the military proved largely responsible for the USSR nearly losing the war in the first 6 months, Molotov claimed that repression, having eliminated a potential fifth column, proved instrumental in the Soviet victory. True, Molotov conceded that in the terror some mistakes and excesses had been committed owing to the haste required by the looming threat of war. But he also imputed the abuses to the nefarious work of enemies within the security agencies. Molotov defended the terror en bloc. He even defended the arrest and punishment of widows, wives, children, and other family members of the accused. They had to be put away lest they make trouble over the arrest of a loved one. Indeed, Molotov complained that the terror had not gone far enough. After all, it failed to purge incipient or covered right-wingers such as Khrushchev and Mikoyan. And Stalin? Molotov concedes that Stalin in his final years was becoming sickly suspicious, an understandable observation inasmuch as Molotov's master had turned against him and had set the stage for a new blood purge. Moreover, Molotov observes that Stalin, having borne the burden of power too long, was afflicted with a persecution complex. Stalin feared that assassins would poison his food. Despite failing health, he refused medical care, fearing that doctors might poison him. Molotov wonders with good reason whether Stalin really died a natural death. Shortly before Beria was liquidated by his fearful colleagues, he took credit for Stalin's death. He confided to Molotov that he had saved them all, implying that he had killed Stalin or at least seen to it that the stricken Stalin did not receive adequate and timely medical attention. Choev, who since childhood had idolized Stalin and Molotov, nevertheless put some probing and embarrassing questions to Molotov. Molotov complains that Lenin and Stalin were often confronted by oppositions that constituted a majority. Choev asked, why should the majority submit to the minority? Molotov replied that the majority is not always right, while Lenin and Stalin, as true Marxists, were virtually infallible. A Lenin or Stalin minority was correct, an opposition majority was incorrect. When outnumbered in the Politburo or Central Committee, Lenin, by political maneuver, and Stalin, by terror, reduced or eliminated the errant majority piecemeal to create a correct majority. Choev asked, is that why every Soviet head of government between Lenin and Kosygin had been shot or removed in disgrace or subsequently disgraced? Molotov defended this political history. The obloquy heaped on Stalin and himself resulted from the triumph of a new majority of right-wingers exemplified by Khrushchev. Molotov derived the axiom of his political arithmetic from the 2 brief notes he received from Lenin in March 1922. Lenin contended that the proletarian character of the party was being endangered by the small proprietor elements flooding into it. He admitted that the proletarian policy of the party not determined by the character of its membership, but by the enormous undivided prestige enjoyed by the small group which might be called the old guard of the party. In Molotov's interpretation of Lenin, only a small group of comrades around Lenin, and later around Stalin, were keepers of the flame, guardians of the true faith. And they were under constant danger of being swamped by comrades who reflected the class interests of the country's majority, the peasants and other small-holding proprietors. According to Molotov, this petty bourgeoisie animated every opposition group since Lenin and finally triumphed with Khrushchev. Molotov in effect argued that by 1938, of Lenin's old guard only Stalin and he carried on the true Leninist proletarian faith, all except tried and true Stalinists, and many of these proved to be double dealers, had turned into conduits of petty bourgeois, Philistinic, vulgar, peasant ideology and had to go. So much for the Trotskyist left-wing and Bukharinist right-wing, and all other oppositions. By eliminating these elements, Stalin's terror had saved the cause of socialism. And Molotov called this science. The failure of socialist agriculture was a continuing problem for Lenin's heirs. They fought a life and death struggle over the ambiguous legacy of Lenin's last observations on the peasantry. Lenin had declared that the kulaks were the last exploiting class remaining in the country. But he also warned the party against employing violence to compel the mass of the peasantry to form and enter socialist farms. 4 preconditions had to be fulfilled under the new economic policy to foster socialization of agriculture. First, return the market system to agriculture in order quickly to restore agricultural output to pre-war levels. Second, make the country a mass producer of tractors and farm machinery, so as to switch the village to large-scale, mechanized, scientific, socialized farming. Third, create a network of highly productive model socialist farms throughout the country, whose successful example would inspire the peasantry to join up. And fourth, encourage the development of cooperatives as the peasants' stepping stones to full socialist farming. Bukharin, who was Stalin's idea man until 1928, elaborated on Lenin's behests. Bukharin reasoned that in applying market and other economic levers, the Soviet government could edge the peasantry, gradually and peacefully, into socialist farms. Cooperatives were the key. The government would, by offering economic incentives, induce the peasantry to produce great surpluses on their puny plots. Peasants would be encouraged to form elementary cooperatives, consumer, credit, seed, marketing, machine purchasing, and so forth, and move to joint tilling associations. Step by step the peasants would find it advantageous to move to ever higher degrees of cooperation until they reached the point where they would flock to socialist farms where all steps in the farming process would be carried out on a mechanized, scientific, large-scale production basis. Thus the peasantry would be weaned from their primordial way of life to modern socialist farms without violence or great shocks. This was the agricultural policy the Stalin leadership pursued until 1928–1929, with strong support from Bukharin, which helped defeat the Trotskyist anti-peasant left-wing opposition. While the pre-war level of grain production had been attained by 1927, the major cities were beginning to experience bread shortages. Peasants were withholding grain from market in response to unfavorable terms of trade with the city. Stalin, however, attributed the shortages to a conspiracy hatched by kulaks to bring down the Soviet government. With Molotov in the lead, Stalin launched a return to compulsory grain requisitioning, extorting grain, to feed the cities and the army and to pay for imports of machinery and equipment required for the crash program of industrialization. Then in 1929, under the first 5-year plan, Stalin suddenly called for the liquidation of the kulaks as a class and the total collectivization of the peasantry, despite the shortage of tractors and farm machines and a virtual absence of flourishing model socialist farms. Stalinist propaganda had it that poor and even middle peasants were rushing voluntarily into newly created socialist farms. In FACT, ordinary peasants joined the collective lest they be labeled kulaks. Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky broke with Stalin over his sudden resort to massive violence against the peasantry. They denounced total collectivization as an impermissible departure from the Leninist policy of gradual, nonviolent collectivization of the peasantry. While Stalin veered sharply to the left of the course he had held with Bukharin, he now stigmatized the oppositionists, his former allies against Trotsky, as right-wing deviationists. It can surely be argued that the position of the right, which Stalin and Molotov professed until 1928–1929, was more consistent with Lenin than the subsequent U-turn they took in peasant policy. Moreover, as Choev suggests, continuation of this policy could have precluded collectivization's enormous toll on life and liberty and with much better economic results. Molotov and Choev agreed only that the contemporary collective farm system was in great trouble, but they disagreed on what to do about it. Molotov offers his solution in the next section containing his final thoughts on what constitutes socialism. The Caucasian Lenin. I learned about Stalin in a letter from Surin in 1910. Surin was a socialist revolutionary provocateur killed in the revolution. We roomed next to each other in exile in Solvikagodsk, Volогодska province. I read my books, he read his. I went to Vologda for my technical high school examinations and spent approximately a year in Vologda until the end of my exile. It was at this time that Surin, a man of worker origins, wrote to me from Solvikagodsk, "Stalin has arrived here. He is a Caucasian Lenin." A Caucasian Lenin. He was famous even then, in 1910, as Stalin. One of his brochures, Marxism and the National Question, is signed simply Stalin. Many people wonder who gave him this name. No one. That's what he called himself. And I called myself Molotov. The same with Lenin. You assume an alias, you change an alias. Stalin is an industrial name, apparently chosen for the same reasons as mine, Bolshevik reasons. When I left, Stalin took my place in exile. Our paths didn't cross, but we started a correspondence. We didn't become acquainted until we lived in the same flat. Then he won over a girlfriend of mine. Marisia made off with him. Lenin was no taller than Stalin, but he was stockier. Later Stalin developed a slight paunch. What kind of eyes did Stalin have? I think they were beautiful. They were dark brown. There is a portrait in which you can see the pockmarks on Stalin's face. Supposedly Stalin said of this, "Artists are too observant." 164. Stalin used to say that local peasants had called him Pockmarked Joe when he was in exile in a Siberian village. He had pockmarks on his face, but you could barely notice them. You had to look closely. Now that you mention it, I remember. Recently I gave to the archive 75 of Stalin's letters to me during the 20s and 30s. They gave me photocopies. I first met Stalin in 1912, before the publication of Pravda. We spoke about some basic problems. He couldn't work on the newspaper because he had gone underground while I had legal status. We met at a dentist, at a secret address in Porokhovoy. There was a Porokhovoy district in St. Petersburg, on the Neva, where a gunpowder mill was located. Sverdlov and Stalin were at a meeting there. In 1911, after my first exile, I arrived in Petersburg. I visited Moscow for the first time the same year in December and stayed at a comrade's place for about a week. And how did Stalin rise so high? Thank God. It was the whole story of his life, the revolution, the civil war. Of course, he deserved it. At the VLTH Party Congress he substituted for Lenin and delivered the political report. This was early August 1, 1917, as I recall, before the October Revolution. The Central Committee had assigned him to deliver this report, but obviously under Lenin's orders. Stalin was the rapporteur at the Congress that decided on armed uprising. How did he work his way up? Look, he wrote a very good book on the national question. He edited the first issue of Pravda. He published commentary in it, and later several articles. Twice in my life I called Stalin a genius. Once it was in some sort of a welcoming speech which I didn't write, and it was signed by a group of us. Stalin got angry, ordered that it be deleted, and said, "How did you end up in this?" "I was supposed to be in it," I replied. "Are you following everyone else, too?" The second time was at his funeral. I don't consider him a genius, but I think he was a great person. I called him great at his 70th birthday. He was close to a genius in tactics, in theory and strategy he was weaker. In our party I consider Lenin alone to be a genius. Stalin used to say, "Molotov can still restrain himself, so can Malenkov, but others, socialist revolutionaries, cry openly, 'Stalin, Stalin.' You see, only socialist revolutionaries talk this way." Did he speak like that? Sure he did. Then why didn't he do anything about it? If he had wanted to. He certainly didn't want to quash it completely. He couldn't. It could have created problems at the time. Stalin did not entirely like this adulation, but finally he came to enjoy it a bit. At the office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, I was told that Lenin did not nominate Stalin to the post of General Secretary. Rather, Kamina did, and Lenin approved it. The comrade with whom I chatted said that Stalin's election to the post is a mystery, a great secret known only to one person, but he won't tell anyone. That person's Molotov. Well, I know for sure that Lenin nominated him. The talk switched to Trotsky, and about Stalin's assessment of his activity in the article The October Revolution. It turned out that a whole paragraph had been omitted from Stalin's collected works. Molotov brought his own volume, in which he had written in the margin what had appeared in Stalin's original version, how Trotsky managed to win over the Petrograd garrison. It appears sometimes they also edited Stalin. That Stalin himself had been a very skillful editor I determined after leafing through a volume of the history of the Civil War containing Stalin's marginal notes. He had sometimes replaced entire paragraphs with a telling phrase. They say that Stalin replaced the Central Committee with a bureaucratic apparatus, and that after Lenin's death he won power with the help of this apparatus. But who would have led better? They say that Stalin deprived the worker of participation in government, liquidated the Worket and Peasants' Inspectorate, eliminated party overheit, and reduced the working class to drunkenness. Well, this is simply stupid. About the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate, did it do anything special? No. It wasn't dissolved, it passed through all kinds of reorganization. We tried to adapt it to new conditions, but nothing effective came of it then, just as nothing comes of it even now. At first it was the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate. It was not liquidated, it was modified and later improved. Sergo headed it up. Kuibyshev was involved. They tried in every way to improve it. But the best workers could not be channeled into it because we needed them at other assignments. They would get one or two first-rate workers, but the rest, like it or not, were picked from second-raters, because people closest to the party had to be appointed to leadership positions in the party and state. But what could these second-raters do that was special? Nothing more than what the main party organizations were already doing. They just helped a little. So we searched for new strategies. As I recall, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate was renamed the Commission of Party and Soviet Control sometime in the early 1930s. Then it became just the Kommissariat of Soviet Control. Then a ministry was formed. All of this was an attempt to better it. At one time it was still party and state control. One time you were also the head of. I was the head of Soviet control. There was no party control at the time. All these efforts were aimed at somehow forming a more effective party organization. Lenin attached great importance to it, but it didn't work. Why? I suppose Lenin thought that in those difficult days, when the party was falling apart, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate would consist of devoted workers who would react properly in case of a split. None of these reorganizations worked. Meanwhile the party matured and gained strength. Stalin wrote everything himself. Stalin had a very good knowledge of antiquity and mythology. It was a strong point of his. He worked very hard to improve himself. Politics. He worked on politics all his life. He spoke in a rather quiet voice. 168. But if there were acoustical problems, he didn't like to speak fast. He spoke deliberately but at the same time quite artfully. Sometimes he accented the wrong syllable, but very rarely. Stalin spoke good Russian, didn't he? Yes. He gave very good speeches. He read a great deal and had an artistic sense. He wrote everything himself. The staff never wrote for him. This was a Leninist tradition. Zinoviev wrote for himself, Kamina too, not to mention Trotsky. Molotov wrote for himself, he has seen everything and there's nothing for him to learn in this regard. Sometimes I dream that tomorrow I must make a report, but I'm not prepared. Back then we all did our own writing. I have heard it said that the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, short course, was written by Yaroslavsky. That can't be. But it wasn't written by Stalin. And he didn't say that he wrote it. He read to us only one chapter, the one on philosophy. Stalin himself admits that he made a mistake in advocating that land be divided among the peasants rather than nationalized. He told Lenin we were not ready for nationalization. He meant that land had not yet been nationalized in a single country in the world. This is what they write about Stalin in the West. Go ahead, read it. In 1928–1929 Stalin took up the Trotskyist program of super-industrialization. These are typical Trotskyist tricks. The right accused us of supporting Trotskyist positions. They distorted the truth. You accuse us of being right-wingers because you're Trotskyists. We were accused of Trotskyism. Trotsky and Pyatakov, his representative for economic affairs, and later Zinoviev, who in this matter joined with Trotsky, raised this objection: what kind of socialism is possible with the middle peasants? This is petty bourgeois socialism. But Lenin used to say that we should deal cautiously and patiently with the peasants. He taught that we must preserve the worker-peasant alliance as the only way out of the impasse. There was no support from abroad, no international revolution. The workers in the West were weak, communistically speaking. They could not play a large role. They could stay the hand of the imperialists but could render us no direct help. In that period the only ones we could rely on were the peasants. Under Lenin and in the first years after Lenin, I was entrusted with the Commission on Work in the Village. There I maneuvered with the peasants so that they would live in keeping with the interests of the new economic policy. Since they had been given an opportunity to trade, we wanted them to go ahead and trade. That began to reassure them. At the same time you had to squeeze the kulaks, to take everything possible from them in order to feed the working class. Your policy is oriented on the middle peasant, Trotskyists would say. We should be aiming at industrialization. More means must be allocated to industry. At whose expense? From the peasants. As though we had no Marxist, proletarian policy but rather a pro-muzhik, pro-kulak one. They accused us, and Stalin above all, as responsible for this. You are pursuing an irresponsible policy rather than an industrialization policy. Accelerated industrialization is imperative, but you tell us to wait. During all of 192-3 and early 1924 the Trotskyists kept up the pressure. They claimed we devoted too little attention to industrialization, and that we needed to industrialize as rapidly as possible or perish. We said, no, we will not perish. We will not perish if we don't fall out with the peasant. But we had to tighten our grip on the kulak. We clamped down on the kulak and the N-Eatman. At the same time we tightened labor discipline and slashed administrative costs. We squeezed out monies wherever we could, every ruble and kopeck, to fund the revival of industry, even if only modestly. The Trotskyists said, this is intolerable. We are driving the cause of socialism to ruin. The point was to lay the foundation for industrialization. The Trotskyists had earlier proposed industrialization, but only in words. It was still impossible to get funds from the muzhik. The muzhik had not yet recovered economically. But in FACT you took the same route, only later, didn't you? In FACT we did not take this route. They only babbled about industrialization, but we laid the foundation and began to carry it out with due care. This, it seems to me, distinguishes our industrialization from Trotskyist superindustrialization, babbling about industrialization which accomplishes nothing. Only after we had laid the foundation did we step up the pace of industrialization. Lenin directed our policy in the same way. He used to say that Trotsky held an absurd position without a Tsar and under a workers' government. What kind of revolution was this? To overthrow Tsarism and shift immediately to a proletarian revolution? To Lenin, that was nonsense and sure to fail. Instead we had to pass through all the stages of the democratic path to arrive at socialist revolution. He proposed that we form a revolutionary democratic government with the participation of the peasantry, and only when it no longer moved forward, had exhausted its revolutionary potential, would we move on to proletarian revolution. Stalin proceeded in just that way. He believed that if you began instant industrialization without preparations, it would fail. Superindustrialization is just babbling. In fact you, the Trotskyists, are not for industrialization because you do not believe in the possibility of alliance with the peasantry. You believe only in the revolutionary potential of the Western worker, but he is in no hurry. You do not believe in the revolutionary potential of our people and so push us into risky adventurism, the pernicious policy of superindustrialization. But when we prepared and got started, they found themselves overtaken by events. You're doing it the wrong way, making mistakes, you're pushing too hard. Then right-wingers began to accuse us of following a policy of superindustrialization. Both Trotskyists and right-wingers were of course wrong. They were engaged only in wordplay verbal industrialization. When we were duly prepared, we set about industrialization in a way the Trotskyists could not. Preobrazhensky, an eminent Trotskyist, after he was readmitted to the party, confessed in Pravda that Stalin and his group had so successfully pursued the industrialization policy that the Trotskyists had been shaking in their boots. None of them could have done it this way. They spoke for industrialization but in fact were against using the support of the mujik to prepare for it. We may fail, but still we are for world revolution. These were empty words. I don't know whether I have made this clear to you. Still, was the Trotsky plan used? No, by no means. The point is that he lacked faith in our people. He said, we'd rather go down with revolutionary colors flying. We shall be true revolutionaries. This was only a verbal smokescreen. This debate was held on a razor's edge. You had to walk on it without falling to the left or the right, and you had to gain time and not lose your way. But Trotsky was incapable of this. He did not believe in it because his adventurism was dearer to him than the tried and true Leninist course. Nothing will come of it, he used to say. In any case, it was impossible to accomplish anything without the peasants. But Trotsky did not simply propose to build socialism at the expense of the peasant. The essence of his view is that he did not believe in the possibility of an alliance with the peasantry, a worker-peasant alliance, for the building of socialism. That's the main thing. At the expense of the peasant, all of us agreed on that, because the workers were already giving everything they had. We had already taken everything from the bourgeoisie. The workers found themselves in very difficult straits and yet worked well, fulfilled their duty. There was no longer a bourgeoisie or landlord class. Only the peasantry remained from whom we could take something so as to move forward. The point, then, is not whether we should move forward at the expense of the peasant, but in the fact that Trotsky did not believe in the possibility of a worker-peasant alliance in order to move forward. But we believed in it. Trotsky said that a socialist revolution is a workers' revolution. Every Marxist says that. Trotsky was not so foolish as to put himself in a highly vulnerable position. So he would say, all of you recognize that socialism can be built only by the working class. What role will the peasantry play? If the peasantry would follow the working class. But it can't because its majority is petty bourgeois. That is why we must set a course on socialism as far as the working class will be able to support us. But since the way is blocked by a peasantry that does not understand socialism, we cannot triumph in Russia under those circumstances unless we are supported by the workers in the West. They in fact will begin the building of socialism there while we trail along behind them. According to this line, we had nowhere to turn. We had to give up, because we could not win without the peasantry, but they were against socialism. And there was no revolution in the West. Lenin was right. We couldn't do without the peasant. We had to adapt our policy toward the peasantry. But within the peasantry the kulak, the well-to-do, too, were the strongest. What could the poor peasantry give? That meant we had to make concessions in some measure to the well-to-do peasantry. Lenin says it all clearly and well, there's no tripping him up. We understand an alliance with the peasants in the sense that the peasants support a dictatorship of the proletariat. At the time the middle peasant was to some extent neutral. But the poor peasantry, Lenin believed, could for the most part follow the working class. Herein lies Lenin's strength. It's no good waiting for the West. At first socialism in one country, taken separately, but this does not mean this is sufficient to enable it to hold out. But if you proceed so, socialism at first in one country, followed by the building of socialism in other countries. Trotsky's denial of this was chicanery. Had we followed him we would have had to stand by helplessly. Lenin had been reproached for, and Trotsky himself wrote that Lenin was in fact, pursuing Trotsky's policy of permanent revolution. Actually, according to Lenin, the February Revolution triumphed, and the next one would be the Socialist Revolution. All of us were taken aback at that time when, as it were, events unfolded as Trotsky had projected. But Lenin's view, by its very nature, was quite different from Trotsky's. Lenin relied on the peasantry, lending the idea of revolutionary stages a different meaning. Stalin too had this difference with Trotsky. The difference is that Trotsky did not believe in the cause of socialism. He said, let's try it, but we will fail. If we are not supported by revolution in the Western countries, nothing will come of it in our country. But Stalin set about the task and boldly brought the idea to life. Stalin, by and large, knew how to utilize both Trotskyists and rightists. Nevertheless, when necessary he made the chips fly. From many persons. Allilieva's death. What kind of person was Allilieva? They say she was not quite normal. She looked sane enough. Nerves and so forth that could be. But you couldn't consider her abnormal. Needless to say, her suicide had a bad effect. 173. Why did she shoot herself? Was Stalin treating her that badly? He wasn't treating her badly, but there may have been some jealousy. Was he unfaithful to her? Someone at work. He wasn't unfaithful, but a person like her could be influenced. People keep talking about a letter she left. They say that besides Stalin, only Molotov read it. A letter she left? First I've heard about it. What things people think up. Jealousy is the most probable cause of Allilieva's death. Of course, jealousy. But to me, she had no reason for it. There was a lady barber to whom he used to go for a shave. That displeased his wife. A very jealous person. Why? She was so young. We had a big party at Vjačeslav's place after the November 7th celebration in 1932. Stalin made a tiny ball of bread and, in front of everyone, threw it at Igorov's wife. I saw this but paid no attention to it. Perhaps this played a part. I think Allilieva was a bit psychopathic at the time. This had such an effect on her that she couldn't control herself. She left the party with my wife, Paulina Semenovna. They took a walk around the Kremlin. It was late at night, and she complained to my wife that she didn't like this, didn't like that. About the lady barber. Why Stalin had flirted at the party. In fact he had drunk a bit, it was simply a joke, nothing special. But this troubled her. She was jealous of him. Gypsy blood. She shot herself that night. Paulina Semenovna condemned her act. She would say, Nadia was wrong. She left him at such a difficult time. What do I remember? Stalin picked up the pistol she had used and said it was a toy, that it was fired only once a year. It was a gift. I think a brother-in-law gave it to her. I was a bad husband. I had no time to take her to the movies, Stalin said. People started a rumor that he had killed her. I had never seen him cry, but at Allelyueva's coffin I saw tears running down his cheeks. Stalin had a dacha called Blizny Ya. There was also Dalny Ya, which we rarely visited. There was a third one too, which had belonged to a pre-revolutionary engineer. It was on a lake and was called Sokolovka. Bukharin would visit Stalin and Allelyueva, that's certain. He was a very sociable, intellectual, and kind person. But I doubt she would have been attracted to Bukharin rather than Stalin. It's unlikely. She loved Stalin very much. That's a fact. But the truth is that she wasn't quite balanced. Svetlana Allelyueva writes that Beria came to Stalin in 1942 and insisted on the execution of Alisha Svanich, who had earlier been convicted and imprisoned for 5 years. And Stalin airily agreed. Why was it necessary? This was unfortunate. Alisha Svanich was quite a liberal, a European. He doted on the West. Stalin sensed this, and when the occasion arose, Stalin made a harsh decision. Beria might have played up to him. Svetlana writes that Nadezhda Sergeevna had left a letter which said, father might think that mother had been with him only for show. She was, of course, easily swayed. She was influenced by Bukharin to some extent. Abel Inukij. He had a brother. I have forgotten his name. He was a swarthy one. He was called Cain. Inukij was a right-winger, a Bukharinist. It's unlikely that he understood much, because he held on to superficial ideas for quite a long time. She writes, father approached the coffin for a minute, then he suddenly turned away and left. And he didn't attend the funeral. No, nothing of the kind occurred, nothing. I remember this well. Stalin approached her coffin at the moment of farewell, his eyes filled with tears. And he said so sadly, I didn't save her. I heard that and remembered it, I didn't save her. Stalin was quite handsome. Women must have been enamored with him. He was successful. Svetlana writes that he hated tears and didn't like cologne and perfume. This could be. He was simple and liked cleanliness. She writes that her father was loved by everyone, servants, bodyguards. He treated people straightforwardly, demanded nothing special from the servants, always answered requests, helped people. Yes, that's right. He arranged to have a lemon shrub planted at his dacha. A big lemon shrub with a greenhouse especially built for it. I never saw him digging around it. Everyone owed and awed at it. Frankly, I owed and awed less than others. I wondered, why the hell does he need that lemon shrub? A lemon shrub in Moscow? I do not understand the usefulness or interest it held for him. Was he 175 conducting some kind of experiment? In the first place, expertise is required for that. Trying out some kinds of new methods, for what? Relaxation. He suggested, let's build a second story on the dacha. I never visited it. I think Svetlana lived or visited there. Why the hell? Akaky Ivanovich Mjelids, FIRST Secretary of the Central Committee of Georgia, told me about the lemon shrub. Stalin invited him to the dacha, cut a slice of lemon, and offered it to him. Is it a good lemon? Very good, Comrade Stalin. I grew it myself. We walked and talked. Stalin cut another slice. Here, try one more. I had to eat it, to satisfy him. I grew it myself and, would you believe it, in Moscow. Stalin said. We walked for a while and he offered another slice. Look, it grows even in Moscow. When he couldn't eat any more lemons, Mjalids had an inspiration: Comrade Stalin, I pledge that Georgia will provide the whole country with lemons. And he set the deadline. You've got it at last. Stalin remarked. They say Stalin married Kaganovish's daughter? This is from the White Guard newspapers. No, this is nonsense, of course, obvious nonsense. He regretted that he had agreed. Stalin regretted that he had agreed to become generalissimo. He always regretted it. And that was right. Kaganovich and Beria overdid it. Well, the commanders also insisted on it. Kuznetsov writes. He doesn't know the whole story. Stalin was opposed to it. He regretted it. What do I need all this for? Why would he need visible distinctions when he was F.A. Mao's in all respects? The military was one thing, but Stalin was a politician, the leader of the state. Youc, Suvorov was neither a state nor a party figure. He needed that title. Stalin was the leader of the communist movement, of the building of socialism. He had no need for that title. No, he regretted this very much. Q6YO, you have to keep in mind that there were many generals, but Stalin was the only generalissimo. Thereafter he would curse, why did I agree to that? The leader of the party, the Soviet people, and the international communist movement, and only a generalissimo. This reduced rather than elevated his rank. He ranked much higher than that. A generalissimo is a specialist in military affairs. But he was a specialist in military and party matters and foreign affairs. Twice they tried to give him that rank. He rejected the first attempt, then agreed and came to regret it. A writer, V.V. Karpov, begged me to arrange a meeting with Molotov, and he agreed. Karpov said he was about to write a novel, Generalissimo Stalin. I want to write truthfully about Stalin. And to write truthfully about him means to write positively. Bear in mind that Stalin was a very complicated figure. Sympathy is not enough. It's useful, of course, and you cannot write without it, but he had personal characteristics that require an understanding of the times. And in any event, you can't show him only as a military leader. He was mainly a politician. He played a great historic role in the affairs of the nation. It's being hushed up now. The riffraff do their job, that's for sure. The conversation turned to the award to Stalin, after the war, of the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. Stalin said he didn't deserve the title. It was conferred only on those who showed personal courage. I didn't display such courage, Stalin said. He didn't take the medal, he was only pictured in portraits with it. The head of decorations presented a gold star of the Hero of the Soviet Union when Stalin died. It was placed on a cushion and carried at his funeral. Stalin wore only one small star, the Hero of Socialist Labor. Sometimes I wore the Order of Lenin. At one time there were persistent suggestions that Moscow be renamed the City of Stalin. Very persistent. I objected. Kaganovich proposed it. He said, there's not only Leninism, there's Stalinism too. Stalin was outraged. I knew him well. What kind of person was Stalin socially? A simple, very sociable person. He was a good comrade. I knew him well. Did he like champagne? Yes, he liked champagne. It was his favorite drink. He started with champagne. What wines did you drink with Stalin? Kinsmarali. Very rarely Kinsmarali. That was Tsinandali. No, red wines. I drank Sagistovi. And when I didn't refill my glass, Beria would say, come on, drink like everyone does. It was a dry wine, and everyone drank sweet wines. What was it called? Kvenchkara. No, we drank it rarely. We drank Otahalshi quite often before the war. Tsalikori. Shota prompted. Tsalikori. Stalin drank little wine. He preferred a bit of brandy. With tea. Is it true that Stalin had wine labels typewritten, as Shtimenko alleges? No, nothing of the kind. Perhaps something was accidentally. Kalinin used to be a light drinker. But he was rarely in our company. Khrushchev began drinking hard later. And Bulganin couldn't abstain from it at all. He was inclined toward alcoholism. People say Beria never drank vodka. Are you serious? He always drank with us, he always wanted to make a show in front of Stalin. He would never lag behind if Stalin said something. He was a talented organizer but a cruel, merciless man. Malenkov was his friend, and Khrushchev stuck to them later. They were distinctive personalities, but they had something in common. It seems to me that Beria didn't like to drink, though he had to do it quite often. Malenkov didn't like it either. Vyacheslav he liked it? Vyacheslav always served pepper vodka. Stalin didn't drink much, although he pushed others to do it. Apparently he considered it a useful way to test people, so that they would speak more frankly. He himself liked to drink only moderately. He got drunk very rarely, but when it happened he was merry and would always turn on the record player. He would put on various records. He had many. First of all, he liked Russian folk songs very much, then he used to put on some comic stuff, Georgian songs. Very good records. Did Stalin go to bed late? Late, I'd say. He worked long hours. Neither you nor he had a private life. We had one, but of course it was limited. We ate Siberian fish rather often at Stalin's place. White salmon. They would cut it in slices, like cheese. It was a very nice fish, tasty. There was something of the Siberian left in Stalin. He used to fish when he lived in Siberia, but generally he wasn't fond of it. We ate fish a la Siberian frozen, with garlic and vodka, and raw. No matter, it turned out very well, and we ate with pleasure. We often ate turbots. Beria used to bring them. Beria would also bring grits, corn, and, in particular, certain kinds of cheese. The cheese was very good, and we all would pounce on it. We were hungry. There was no time for lunch, and you never knew whether you'd eat later or not. Stalin wrote poetry. I translated AFEW verses of his. Here is one. I'll read you my translation. He strolled from house to house, like an aloof demon, and in a thought-fuel song he conveyed the prophetic truth. Many were inspired by this golden melody, and people sighed, thanking the singer. But then they came to their senses, staggered, overcome with fear, they lifted a cup filled with poison over the land and said, "Drink, damned one." An undiluted fatihi. We don't want the heavens' truth. An earthly lie is easier for us. This was written in 1896. He hadn't turned 17 yet. Stalin wrote poetry until he turned 17. That's when everyone writes poetry, it's traditional. He wrote good poetry. Did Stalin know some German? He had been to Europe. He understood it? Did he understand what Ribbentrop was saying? No, that he didn't understand. I didn't understand it either. In different conversations I am often asked, how many languages do you speak? I always reply, Russian. Stalin will be rehabilitated, needless to say. Stalin had a great flair for technology, though he never made a special study of it. I never saw him with a technical book. But he delved into the reports he received from designers and from industrial plants. He read them attentively, compared them, and immediately detected their weak points and how to correct them. Of course, Stalin was inclined to certain excesses. But he had a flair for the new. And he was on good terms with designers, Ilyushin, Vjačeslav. I wouldn't say he had much aptitude for economics. For military science, yes. I too was on good terms with the army, air force, and navy ministers. Only Khrushchev experienced hostility. Stalin had an astounding capacity for work. I know this for a fact. He had a thorough knowledge of what he needed and stuck to the point. And he considered a question in all its aspects. This was politically important. If the subject was cannons then cannons, if tanks then tanks, if the situation in Siberia then the situation in Siberia, if British policy then British policy. In short, all that a leader should keep within his ken. On the other hand, it's worth remembering how he handled resolutions of the Council of Ministers and the Central Committee. The Council of Ministers sometimes passed 100 resolutions a week. Poskrebyshev had all of them sent in a big package to the dacha for Stalin to sign. Packages would lie unopened at the dacha for months. But then they'd all be published over Stalin's signature. In our meetings, 180 he would inquire about these resolutions, what the problems had been. We'd have dinner, talk, argue, and compare notes. If they were not clear, the problems got sorted out. It was senseless for him to read all those resolutions. He simply would have become a bureaucrat. He wasn't in a position to read all that. And you know what questions were discussed: economic, military, political, cultural, and the devil knows what else. All this came out in the name of the Council of Ministers, of which he was chairman. Everything was promulgated over his signature, yet all these packages of resolutions were thrown in a corner, unopened. You would go to the dacha and they would have been lying there for a month, and now there is a new pile. Lenin used to say, "This is published," and he said this when there was 10 times less paperwork. He would sign resolutions that he had not yet managed to read. I don't read everything I sign. You must have confidence in your staff. Stalin would ask, "Is it an important question?" "Yes, it's important." Then he would pore over it to the last comma. But it was, of course, impossible to know everything in order to approve a resolution on how much to give whom for this or that. So he had to trust his deputies, or the people's commissars and members of the Central Committee. Now the role of chairman of the Council of Ministers has been reduced, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Under Stalin it wasn't so. It was written thus: Chairman of the Council of Ministers and Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU, Stalin. For a time, when decrees were issued jointly by the Council of Ministers and the Central Committee, it was written this way: Chairman of the Soviet of People's Commissars Molotov, Secretary of the Central Committee Stalin. That's the way it was printed. This is a Leninist rule. The result was somewhat embarrassing, because the decrees were usually signed this way: Chairman, then Secretary. Secretary was misinterpreted as indicating a kind of office manager, which was certainly awkward. As a solution, we began to sign on the same line: Chairman of Sovnarkom and Secretary of the Central Committee. When I was appointed Chairman of Sovnarkom, I asked to be released from the post of Secretary of the Central Committee. Why? First, it was a burden. Second, new people ought to be promoted. Stalin said, right. And Kaganovich was appointed second secretary. He was Stalin's deputy in the Central Committee. All in all, he was then the most prominent person in the Central Committee after Stalin and myself in Sovnarkom. Before Sovnarkom I was secretary of the Central Committee and of the Moscow City Committee at the same time. Stalin was a very talented person, very resourceful. No one has proved better. We were like teenagers. I am of the old revolutionary school and came to Bolshevism intellectually. He relied on me to a considerable degree. I studied everything, bore every burden laid upon me, and had no interests outside the cause. I was well trained but so overburdened with work. But I work rather slowly. Why slowly? because I am apparently insufficiently prepared for a profound consideration of all these questions. That's why when I begin work I need a lot of time to really think things through. I don't commit big blunders, but this eats up time. Everything is clear, yet one must push on further, further. But now I have time. I dig into everything from dawn to dusk. I now see things which began, unfortunately, back in Stalin's time and mine. You said there was a vast distance between you and Stalin. Of course. After all, he was 10 years older than you. Not only that. His role was different from mine. Stalin played a great, an extraordinary role. He guided, he was the leader. At first he resisted the cult of personality, but then he came to like it a bit. You can't compare me with him. After Lenin, no one person, not me, or Kalinin, or Dzerzhinsky, or anyone else could manage to do even a tenth of what Stalin accomplished. That's a fact. I criticize Stalin on certain questions of a quite significant theoretical character, but as a political leader he fulfilled a role which no one else could undertake. But none of the members of the Politburo can be compared with you either. Perhaps. All the same, one must conduct oneself properly, without conceit. Of course, Stalin did not work alone. Around him he had gathered a rather strong group. Others would have messed up. Many of them were, of course, very able people, but at the pinnacle Stalin alone stood out. As regards personal qualities, he had a very strong character, dogged determination, clarity of mind that most lacked. There were some very good people, highly competent workers, but they lacked clarity. Dzerzhinsky was the best known. He, it would seem, was irreproachable. But at the time of the Brest Treaty negotiations even Dzerzhinsky voted against Lenin when Lenin was in a tight spot. Lenin called the treaty obscene, but without it we could not stand. Dzerzhinsky underestimated the situation. In 1921 Lenin spoke out on questions of the trade union discussion. Dzerzhinsky did not support him. In January 1, 1921 Pravda published Lenin's article The Crisis in the Party. A crisis in the party, no less. Lenin wrote that we had reached the point where we had lost the confidence of the peasant, and without the peasantry the country could not succeed. Lenin put the question point blank. Even then Dzerzhinsky, despite all his good, indeed remarkable qualities, he is sometimes depicted as sickly sweet, but I knew him very well personally, as did Stalin, and despite his boundless fidelity to the party, despite all of his passion, did not quite understand the policy of the party. In Stalin there were no such vacillations. 15 Lith Congress. Debates after Molotov's report. Yes. This was the main question. The second 5-year plan. A resolution was worked out at my dacha. We spent all night working, Kuibyshev, Meslok, and me. Meslok was then chairman of state planning, and Kuibyshev was people's commissar of heavy machine building. Councils of the national economy had already been abolished. Meslok was arrested in 1937. Yes. And Kuibyshev is an honored man. Kalinin usually held a special position. He did not go out on a limb but stuck with us. He always took the side of the Politburo. Naturally that meant Stalin, above all, and me. All of us together, including Mikoyan with certain reservations, were as one. The most frenzied opposition came from the right, of whom the most effective, of course, was Bukharin. Tomsky was venomous, I should say, in certain questions, venomous. In matters of theory he was weak. Anyway, I delivered the report. We worked out the appropriate resolution. Stalin read it, then he summoned us and introduced some amendments. The final text asserted, the main political task of the second 5-year plan was to carry out the liquidation of capitalist elements in the country. The kulak class, it goes without saying, was included among capitalist elements. The Kulak class was referred to in particular and the elimination of classes I in general. You went to FAR. It was adopted, no one objected. You did everything right, said Shota Ivanovich, a bit prematurely, but good. Well done, except FOR the premature death sentences on classes. About classes we were wrong. It could not be done. People were confused and did not focus on this. One noted that all our prime ministers proved to be either enemies of the people or antipartyists or deviationists, all except Lenin. Of course. Lenin was succeeded by Rykov. They shot him. You succeeded Rykov. They expelled you from the party. Then Stalin, the cult of the personality. Malenkov. Expelled, like you. After Malenkov, Byulganin. He too fell into your group. Right. After Bulganin, Khrushchev, voluntarism, subjectivism. After Khrushchev we now have Kosygin. We shall see, let us see. One have omitted none. But the state continued to develop, to proceed on the correct path? Yes, the true, the correct path. I was removed from the chairmanship in 1939 without any accusations. Stalin died, after which they accused me. Stalin. The more they assail him, the higher he rises. A struggle is going on. They fail to see the greatness in Stalin. After Lenin there was no more persevering, more talented, greater man than Stalin. After the death of Lenin, no one understood the situation better than Stalin. I was always of that opinion and said so. To speak about him in such exaggerated language as did Kirov, I believe is incorrect. There is not a single problem in our country that is resolved by anyone other than Stalin. This cannot be said even about Lenin. Stalin fulfilled his role, an exceptionally important, very difficult role. Let us assume he made mistakes. But name someone who made fewer mistakes. Of all the people involved in historic events, who held the most correct position? Given all the shortcomings of the leadership of that time, he alone coped with the tasks then confronting the country. I believe they do not comprehend what is positive in Stalin, and instead they stress what is negative. They don't want to correct Stalin's mistakes, instead they exploit these mistakes in order to discredit the entire party line. Despite Stalin's mistakes, I see in him a great, an indispensable man. In his time there was no equal. Stalin was probably aware of my critical opinion. I did not state it bluntly, but I did express some critical remarks that did not always please him. All the same, I do not know who was closer to Stalin than I. Khrushchev. Malenkov. Marshal Vyacheslav said he never met anyone with as good a memory as Stalin's. He had an exceptional memory. You have been in the leadership all your life. I was very close to it. Did you know what the poverty line was? 60 rubles a month was not enough for a worker. Did you know this? Yes, I did. But what was the solution? We knew about it. We didn't need police spies, everyone knew. You would have had to be deaf not to know about it. We knew, but we were unable to do what should have been done. We knew, but the question of how to rectify the situation was very complex. It seems to me, however, that we knew by and large how to rectify the problem. We just didn't have the opportunity. In my opinion, not everyone has yet found the way. But I think we found a quite promising way. Much remains to be fulfilled, but the imperialists still block us. As long as imperialism exists it will be very difficult for people to improve their lives. Defense capability and much else are needed. A lot has to be built. We are not guaranteed against a third world war, though it is not unavoidable. As long as imperialism exists, however, it is difficult to expect improvement. That's my opinion. The Church of Christ. Many historical monuments were raised during the reconstruction of Moscow. Which, for example? The Church of Christ the Savior. Oh. It's a much talked about question now. Really? They say Kaganovich organized it? They blame him? Really? This is too much. I don't recall whether I was chairman or just a member of this commission, a member surely. A decision was taken to replace the Church of Christ the Savior with the Palace of Soviets. I voted for it. But when Fan, the architect he was. Not a distinguished architect, but he managed to win the competition, showed us the design of the colossal edifice he had planned. I rejected it. I said, I won't sign it. They began pressing me. Stalin said, you have to sign. I knew that the very idea was nonsensical. I looked into certain criticisms of the project. It became clear to me that if the Palace of Soviets were located on the side of the church and topped off with a colossal statue of Lenin, the feet would be visible but not the head. How absurd! A statue of Lenin whose head and body would be invisible. Besides, there are frequent fogs. It was just stupidity on the part of the architect to set about such a project. I said, I won't sign. Then Stalin and Vyacheslav, who were members of the commission, insisted that I sign. I did. But why was the church blown up? Couldn't you have found another place for the palace? It was destroyed on purpose. Objections were raised. I, personally, did not object. Why preserve a church in the center of the city? It wasn't a rare antiquity, we rationalized. A church in the very center of the city, that wasn't right for Soviet power. You could have turned it into a museum. That's right. But instead there's a swimming pool. It's nonsense. They say the church contained many real masterpieces. Yes, it did. Individual articles, it appears, are still preserved. They are now scattered around, but in the church they had all been kept as a single collection. The names of cavaliers of St. George had been inscribed. This was a glory of Russian arms. We don't need churches in the center of Moscow. It's wrong. But why blow it up? It was there, let it stand. We did not hit upon an ideal solution. We couldn't leave it there, but blowing it up was not a good idea either. It wasn't worth it. I too believe this. And I took part in the discussion of this question. Why do they say it was Kaganovich who blew it up? Kaganovich. That's the anti-Semitic mind. Then who? Stalin. He gave the order? No. The Politburo adopted the resolution, and Arkomswm approved it? To blow it up? Not to blow it up, but to remove it? Not to leave it there. And why was it blown up? I don't know. At the time, after all, it was all the same whether it was blown up or not. T86 it was so firm, so solid. Afterward they tried to lay the foundation of the palace, but it didn't work because of underground water. I lose little sleep over that. I see no special value in it. There will be talk. Let them prattle on. TALK can't be avoided. The church had to be removed. At that time many churches were destroyed. The church could have been closed down. It's a pity they blew it up. They say it was beautiful. I never saw it. You didn't? It was before I was born. I was born in 1941, before the war. Before the war? I don't recall. Surely not everything was right in this matter, but in my opinion resentments are not in order. But why was it blown up? What significance does blowing it up have? All the same, the church had to be removed from there. There were works by Vyacheslav, Frskos. That's fine for a museum, but in my opinion the church could not be preserved for that purpose. The church was a work of art in itself. Devil take it? No praying went on there. Well then, what was the church good for? It could have been left standing like the church of Vasily the Blessed. After all, Stalin saved it. True enough. That church dated from a much earlier period while the other came from the 19th century. Many years have passed, and of course some poor decisions were made. Today they appear to be mistakes, but they did not always look that way. I read an article about Masons, their role and charter. I hadn't paid much attention to them before. Not only do they exist, they are very dangerous. We pay no attention to them and they grow stronger. They are adamantly against communism and for capitalism and religion. They have long existed in intelligentsia circles under various names. They sink rather deep roots among the masses of Philistines and the petty bourgeoisie, and pull them into their ranks. They operate quite flexibly and are very malicious, anti-communist. But they keep a low profile, otherwise it would be dangerous for them. Much about them is enigmatic. There's a lot of talk about the Masons now. People say you can find Masons even in the Soviet Union. Surely you can. Underground. They say you too are a Mason. I have been one for a long time, since 1906. Molotov smiled. You joined the party in 1906. You were 16 years old. In what month? I don't recall. On my vacation I came to see my parents. It was summer. Some think there are Masons even among communists. This may be. And they say Molotov was the chief Mason in the Politburo. The chief Mason? Well, so I remained a communist but at the same time managed to be a Mason. Where do you dig up such truths? Several of the presidents of France, the USA, and other countries were Masons. By analogy, some people cite the names of certain of our former leaders. Khrushchev was not accepted, they say, because he was too dull-witted. No, Khrushchev wasn't such a dullard. He was culturally deprived. And they accepted you. The things they think of. Our enemies often dreamed that World War II would find us unable to cope. We would lose without fail and communism would cease to exist, but it did not turn out that way. /VE strengthened our position and created a socialist camp. Herein lies Stalin's vast contribution. Certain writers reason as follows: Russia is the kind of country that would have endured even if it had fallen under the Germans. What kind of victory is it when we lost 3-5 million people? Did we really win? It is just that kind of talk that made victory difficult to achieve. The people who talk that way are animated by prejudice. Have they forgotten that Rus lay under the Tatar-Mongol yoke for 300 years? And were it not for Stalin? Unthinking people speak this way. They are parroting someone else's words. Furthermore, Molotov will have nothing new to tell you because he is impelled to justify his false point of view. By and large, you won't be able to draw anything out of him. I do not believe that everything we did under Stalin was right. But the main thing we achieved gives us justifiable pride. Had we been conquered, we would have had to wait a long time for liberation. Our system passed the test of war, as did our party and our peoples. 188. Above all, the Russian people, whom Stalin called the most outstanding of all the nations making up the Soviet Union. This was not a manifestation of great Russian chauvinism but an historical truth. Stalin had mastered the national question. He was correct in calling the Russian people the decisive force that broke the back of fascism. Like no one else, Stalin understood the great historical destiny and fateful mission of the Russian people, the destiny about which Dostoevsky wrote, "The heart of Russia, more than that of any other nation, is predestined to be the universal, all-embracing humanitarian union of nations." Marshal Golovanov told me that he had never met anyone who rooted more for the Russian people than Stalin. There will be a Russia, and there will be a Soviet Union, and everything will turn out well. Not for nothing did Stalin study questions of linguistics. He believed that once the worldwide communist system had triumphed, and he did everything possible to bring this about, the world's main language, the language of international communication, would be the language of Pushkin and Lenin. Do you read history books? I have read Karamzin's History of the Russian State, published before the revolution. Unfortunately it's out of print. It's interesting, of course. But to know history solely a la Karamzin is bad. Diverse points of view are needed. But Karamzin loves only one, the orthodox. Jes. Nevertheless, orthodoxy did serve Russia in a positive way. Absolutely. I once had to speak before my staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs concerning an article or fable by Demian Bedny on this question. He contended that the Slavs had mindlessly been thrown into the Dnieper to be forcibly converted to orthodoxy. He had to be cooled off, persuaded that Christianity had not been mindlessly imposed. It was a step taken toward the West, a step on our part, toward people we most needed in order to avoid making a lot of mistakes in relations with our neighbors. This move was useful for Russia, and it is pointless to maintain that it was stupid. Not all our pure communists, our Bolsheviks, understood this. Adoption of orthodoxy was a political as well as a spiritual step in the interests of developing our country and our people. For that reason we turned to the West. The culture there was more highly developed, it seemed, the only one that could raise us up. Hence the turn to the West. It must be noted that Stalin was not a member of the League of Militant Atheists. He was, of course, first and foremost a revolutionary, and he continued Lenin's anti-clerical line. Our generals have told me that before a battle Stalin's usual parting words were, "May God grant us victory." Or "May the Lord help us." Moreover, the writer Vladimir Solokhov, who served in the Kremlin during the war, said, Joseph Vissarionovic once appeared on the church porch. At his left was the Patriarch Alexei, at the right. Surely, Molotov? I asked. The Metropolitan Krutitsky and Kolomensky, Solokhov replied without batting an eye. Why are you laughing? Stalin respected priests. Lt was the influence of his seminary education. Well, Solokhov is exaggerating. True, we sometimes sang church songs, after dinner. Sometimes even White Guard songs. Stalin had a pleasing voice. We have survived many vicissitudes. But now we stand on firm ground. Our historians and those who share their views commit certain stupidities. The main thing is that we passed the test of war, and victory has made us strong. Of course, now and then we will still have to suffer hard times. Let Vyacheslav go to work. Recently we went to Stalin's former dacha, Blizny Ya. We had a talk with the bodyguard who was on duty there the night Stalin fell ill. He told us, Stalin went for a walk that evening. He asked a servant, well, what's for dinner tonight? Yes. He entered his room and never came out. Never came out. I lived with Stalin in the same flat in the Kremlin, in the building that used to be where the new Palace of Congresses was erected. On rare occasions we visited one another of an evening. Years passed this way. I usually visited him at one of his dachas, more often, Blizny Ya. Dalny Ya was out in Domodedovo district. What will become of you without me if there is a war? He asked just after the war. You take no interest in military affairs. No one takes such an interest or knows military affairs. What will become of you? The imperialists will strangle you. There was a grain of truth in this reproach. Military affairs were of little interest to me. It should be said that in the 1930s and during the war Stalin was very much abreast of military affairs. Because one must not only know military affairs, one must also have a taste for them. He had that taste. After the war Stalin intended to retire on pension. At table he said, let Vyacheslav go to work now. He is younger. He indulged in that kind of talk in small gatherings at his dacha. He said it without proposing a toast. Do you think Stalin ought to have retired after the war? No, I do not. But he was, in my opinion, overexhausted. Some took advantage of this. They slipped things over on him and buttered him up. That's why he trusted Khrushchev and distrusted me. Perhaps the post of honorary chairman of the party could have been reserved for him. Perhaps, but not just honorary. But was he still capable of work? Less and less, you see. He was chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR, and at the meetings of the council, Vjačeslav, not he, chaired. After Vjačeslav, Malenkov chaired inasmuch as I was busy with foreign affairs and in addition was not one of the first deputies. Or if I was, it was only on paper. Were Russians. He loved Russia very much, said Shota Ivanovich. I think I know why. He lived in Russia, in Siberia, he studied the Civil War, visited farmsteads everywhere. He understood and loved the Russian people very much. True, very much. To rule Russia and not to love the Russian people. The Germans do not. Were Russians. Stalin spoke in the name of the Soviet people. We, the Russians, are preeminent, but everything cannot be reduced to Russianness. Reality is more complex. One cannot regard only Russians as being good. Your poem about Stalin reads, a great Russian was this Georgian. This is a rather scathing phrase, and in my view it requires that something be added about internationalism and that Russianness not be emphasized. Russians alone would have done nothing, because Russians too have many defects. It cannot be otherwise. But no one else thought up the socialist revolution. The Russians were the first ones to do so. Qed. They say the Jews made the revolution, not the Russians. Well, hardly anyone believes that. True, in the first Soviet government and in the Politburo, Jews constituted the majority. Russians bestir themselves when Jews rouse them into action or an enemy attacks, then they close ranks. After his expulsion, Bukharin changed families. He married a very beautiful young Jewish girl. His first wife was a Russian. Many of Stalin's men had Jewish wives, Vyacheslav, Andreev, Rykov, Kirov, Kalinin. There is an explanation. Oppositionist and revolutionary elements formed a higher percentage among Jews than among Russians. Insulted, injured, and oppressed, they were more versatile. They penetrated everywhere, so to speak. They were urban people, for centuries they had lived in cities. Life schooled them to become very active, unlike the typical Russian who first has to scratch his head. Biding their time, they sniff around, stir things up, but are always prepared. Even earlier, the Americans stood at a higher level than we. They had no need to take a giant leap forward, but we did. And we were scarcely capable of this. We even had a shortage of manpower because we had to build so much more. Consequently the state took everything upon itself, there was no concern for the individual. In 1918 Lenin wrote that the Russian is a poor worker. He called the country a small holding, peasant country. To advance from an abysmally low level to a higher one we would need many more years than the more developed countries. For us, 10 or 20 years appeared an eternity. And how to rise from such a low base? The typical Russian at first he is at the heights of enthusiasm, the next thing you know he is lying satisfied on the oven. Just try. In 1918 we were in dire straits, but Lenin drew the right conclusions. We would have had sufficient manpower if it had been well organized. But good organization is precisely what we lacked. The Japanese were well trained, but in our country insufficiently developed capitalism adversely affected socialism. Stalin was People's Commissar of Nationalities and at the same time Commissar of Rabkrin, the Workers and Peasants Inspectorate. Lenin instructed Rabkrin to investigate some mess. Stalin recounted that he went to Lenin and said, I am setting up a commission of inquiry. I am appointing so and so to it. Lenin said to him, "Not a single Jew? No, nothing will come of it. How offensive to us Russians." T.O. Lenin, 2. Lenin used to say, "Russians are lazy." And one sensed that he was terribly hurt by the fact that Russians actually were lazy. They don't finish what they start. They are masters at chattering, at babbling. How to organize such idle chatter was a favorite phrase of Lenin's. In 1939, when Litvinov was dismissed, I began to work on foreign affairs. Stalin said to me, "Purge the Ministry of Jews." Thank God for these words. Jews formed an absolute majority in the leadership and among the ambassadors. It wasn't good. Latvians and Jews. And each one drew a whole crowd of his people along with him. Moreover, they regarded my arrival in office with condescension and jeered at the measures I began to implement. Of course, Stalin was guarded where Jews were concerned. Nevertheless, the person most devoted to him was Kaganovich. Behind Kaganovich's back, Beria used to say, "Lazar, that Israelite." Stalin was not an anti-Semite, as he is sometimes portrayed. He appreciated many qualities in the Jewish people: capacity for hard work, group solidarity, and political activeness. Their political activeness is unquestionably higher than average. That's why they are passionate advocates at either extreme. Under conditions obtaining during the Khrushchev years, the second group came to the top. They bitterly hated Stalin. All the same, in Russia there were Bolsheviks of a kind not to be found elsewhere in the country. One can be proud of them. One may spit on Russians when they behave badly, but there is something there to be proud of. Russia saved the world several times, in spite of everything. And Russia robbed and strangled and was the jailhouse of peoples. Lenin saw great Russian chauvinism as the mot and danger. I regard it as a great service on his part that he made communists aware of it. The Russian people helped other peoples. That's true, but only half true. Other peoples were unable to begin to develop their capabilities until after the liquidation of Russian despotism and Tsarism. Failure to see this means failure to see the main point. It must not be glossed over. If we, the Russians, do not talk about this, we shall forever have half friends at our back. After victory in 1945, Stalin said in his toast that the Russian people were the leading and directing force in the war. No one can deny this. I too regard it as correct. He spoke about mind, patience, and character, but also about our mistakes. His approach was not uncritical. But, you see, the point is that this was a speech suited to a definite period. Overall it was inadequate. For in order to achieve the revolution, the Russians had to have a lasting alliance with other nations. It began with the RSFSR, but to begin was not enough. The revolution had to be broadened, made worldwide. Was this possible only by relying on the RSFSR? Without the world revolution, no victory. But it has been delayed. The greatest pride of the Russian people is that it rose to head not only the USSR but worldwide development as well. This role must not be belittled, quite the contrary, we must show that we are struggling for the very greatest, world historical goals. Without this, communism is impossible. We must consider this seriously. The Russian communist cannot stand on the sidelines of the world revolution. He must take a broader view, for the world revolution. This must be explained, not concealed. This does not diminish but heightens the significance of Russian socialism. Otherwise we will end up in the hands of swindlers. After the revolution the Bolsheviks succeeded in preserving a vast empire on the basis of the Union. 194. Of course. This was an extremely complex task. If a Leninist nationalities policy is not pursued now, republics might secede from us. We have colossal experience in this regard. Despite all difficulties, none has seceded, apart from those whom we permitted to secede, for example Poland, Finland, and temporarily the Baltic states. And this occurred thanks only to the fact that we pursued a policy that Lenin had thoroughly worked out and firmly implemented while criticizing those on the right and on the left, levelers and nihilists on the nationalities question. Pyatakov, Bukharin, and others said that the national question no longer had significance. This was just a myopic, petty bourgeois, devil-may-care attitude. They believed that all problems boiled down to a question of social class, and that was it. But Lenin and Stalin understood perfectly well. It was none other than Lenin who made the appointment to one of the most important posts of the time, People's Commissar of Nationalities. He appointed Stalin to head up this ministry. Lenin strongly praised Stalin for his writings on the nationalities question and entrusted him with these difficult tasks. But at times Lenin also criticized him. Regarding Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, he said non-Russians are often more Russian than the Russians themselves. This was especially true of Stalin in his last years. Lenin didn't like it when non-Russians took Russian surnames. He used to say about such a person, "Won't he desert the Russian nation?" He thought that Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians should for the most part be entrusted to fill the highest positions. One must take into account the complexity of Stalin's character. Concerning Russianness, he held that the government should be headed by a Russian. For a long time he refused to become chairman of Sovnarkom. At the end of the 1920s, just before I became head of Sovnarkom, I wrote to him the following, "Inter alia, it would be better if it were you. Rykov could no longer be left in that position, we want to appoint you." I was then working as secretary of the Central Committee. He was on vacation at Sochi. He answered by letter, saying that I must be appointed. I replied to him that, of course, it was not by chance that I was a member of the Politburo. If I am up to the position, if the people find me qualified, let it be so, but it would be better if you accepted this position. So it was in Lenin's day. Lenin in reality was both leader of the 195 party and chairman of Sovnarkom. I was a kind of first secretary. Back then, however, this position exercised far less power than it later acquired. But under Lenin, after the XTH Congress when I became first secretary, Stalin was not in the secretariat. He was a member of the Politburo and a member of the Orgburo. I also chaired in the Orgburo. The letters between us were secret, conveyed by couriers and delivered by Cheka agents. When he was on vacation and I deputized for him and prepared materials for the Politburo, our correspondence was both personal and semi-official. Stalin used to say, "The horse thief does not say that I stole the horse but that the horse carried me off." Merits and demerits. Does Stalin appear in your dreams? Sometimes. In extraordinary situations. In a destroyed city. I can't find a way out, and I meet him. In a word, very strange, confusing dreams. Stalin was not only an effective popularizer of Lenin's ideas. No, he introduced something new in Leninist theory, no question about that. First, it should not be forgotten that even before the revolution Lenin praised Stalin for his work on the national question and called him the wonderful Georgian. In my time I read Stalin's booklet, a splendid booklet. It played, of course, an exceptional role in elucidating Marxist theory on the national question, which is of colossal significance. In the later period I believe his greatest accomplishment was in collectivization. What kind of role? A very important one as concerns theory. Only Stalin, in contrast to Lenin, said, "Our way passes through the kolkhoz, the artel." Lenin did not and could not see this. You won't find it in Lenin. He wrote about TOZs, artels, and agricultural communes, but mostly about the latter. Stalin used to speak very amusingly about the time he spent in the Transcaucasus at the beginning of collectivization, when Sergo was still in the Transcaucasus Regional Committee sometime in the late 1920s or perhaps the mid-1920s, I could be mistaken. Sergo led Stalin to a commune. "Come on, I will show you how we manage things." Stalin then quite artfully and kind-heartedly recounted, Sergo was ecstatic over the fact that he had a good commune. It really was good strong. We visited it, and individual members of the commune told us how things were going with them, how their life was improving, and so forth. Then Sergo said to me, don't ask about details, because you might uncover something. If you begin to delve, the commune may collapse. But how can such a good commune collapse? No, don't interfere, he implored me. I examined the chairman, a very strong mujik, an intelligent person, with a highly distinctive character. He was well organized, controlled everything himself. One sensed that with the slightest diminution of his authority, the commune would fly to pieces. Stalin related how Sergo trembled for this chairman of the commune, how he did not want Stalin to ask questions. In fact, everything depended on this one person, the good organizer, the rugged, devoted comrade. In my opinion, this was for Stalin one of those important occasions when he saw for himself what a commune was really like. It apparently made a very deep impression on him. He issued a decree and everyone supported it, which held that we now need artels, individual incentives, and mechanization. The principle of individual incentive pound course, only on a base of modern technology and supported by large-scale state power could help. Communes had been started in Siberia, primarily in the initial period of collectivization, in the late 1920s. In many large agricultural regions, the secretaries of local party organizations thought that communes were the main hope for us. They drove the peasants into communes. That's why Rykov thought we had failed. Youc, communes were in Siberia and in certain of the large agricultural regions. Good leaders were there, devoted Bolsheviks, they strove to support communes. I visited a commune in the Kursk region in 1924. They pooled their sheepskin coats in the same closet. They took turns wearing them. In the West they raised a howl over communal practices. The devil take the West. Stalin, just in time, grasped that we must set a course on artels and through the artels gradually move forward. I still think about this, and lately I think about it a lot, because I took a very active part in collectivization. Because of famine we tried to rally the peasant poor and the small-holding middle peasants, and thought the commune indispensable for this. Then, in the early 1930s, Stalin set a firm course on kolkhozes and, of course, on mechanization at any cost. It was the correct solution. But Lenin had said, create TOZs and communes. That was our theoretical preparation. Just examine Lenin's works. He speaks about uniting peasants, he speaks about communes which would benefit nearby peasants so they would come to believe in communes. Rykov held to that position. He thought collectivization would fail. That's right. But there was also the Bukharin point of view. It was allegedly based on Lenin's last articles on cooperatives. But the articles say nothing about communes, or artels, only about consumers' cooperatives, so-called supply purchasing cooperatives. Collectivization was a very big step forward for our work and for Marxism, because Lenin did. 200. Not see this as the end but the starting point, while Bukharin charted a course that would pass through trade and through consumers' cooperatives as the be-all and end-all. Stalin was right, because Lenin propounded only the most general principles of cooperation, how we had to begin, and what was the clearest, simplest, and most accessible path for the peasant. Actually this was so. Youc, for 10 years we encouraged consumers and supply purchasing cooperatives. In the matter of collectivization this question was of colossal difficulty and importance. None of us had any experience with the mujik, we were not closely linked with the mujik. Communists were always closer to the workers, while the socialist revolutionaries were entrenched in the peasants. The SRS considered the peasant as strictly their affair. All the same, Stalin fixed the correct orientation on this question and carried it through well. But this is just what they accuse Stalin of. Lenin, they say, would have carried it through more democratically. Well, the fact is that in Lenin the commune formulation was harsher, yes, harsher. In his article on cooperation he utters not a word about communes, not a word about artels, instead we must have cooperative trade. Of course we could not get along without that. But Lenin focused on the initial stage, pending world revolution. The Bukharinists stopped there, at the starting point. Lenin regarded it as only the initial stage, the starting point. Lenin did not renounce the commune, he did not advance beyond it, but Stalin did. He boldly embarked on the path of artels. Lenin resolved the question as it stood at the first stage, by means of consumers and supply purchasing cooperatives, trading cooperatives. On one hand they deal in consumer goods and on the other in machines, they sell the peasants' produce to the city, and purchase machines from the city for the peasants. But in the commune everything is lumped together in common. Stalin had stated in a report, our task is to make every peasant well off from the socialist point of view. Every family should have a cow, pigs and goats are permitted, but in limited quantity. Furthermore, industrialization was Stalin's contribution. It began as early as 1924 to 1925. How? Stalin formulated the question correctly, industrialization by our own means, our own manpower. We could not rely on foreign loans. He charted a course on industrialization. But how to implement it? At the end of the 1920s and early 1930s his slogan was, technology is paramount, technology decides everything. After we had 201 acquired technology, cotters decide everything. That was the second task. These were the stages of industrialization. At the first stage, technology is decisive, at the second, it is cotters. We have only ourselves to rely on, let us with our own forces proceed. And Stalin inspired faith, faith is extremely valuable. By what means? Industrialization, come what may. In the first place, heavy industry and self-restriction on consumption. Kirov once told how he was somewhere in the Saratov region at a meeting of a collective farm. One woman said, "Why did they bring us this tractor? It sputters and does nothing." Stalin was right, saying that we are 50 to 100 years behind Western Europe, and if we do not close this gap in 5 to 10 years we shall perish. So there was the nationalities question, industrialization, collectivization, the war. One can include the war, it's not theory but practice. Of course it's not only practice. Stalin made a profound study even of this field and synthesized a good deal. For example, he said, why have the Germans had the edge in this war? Because they are more advanced in their cotters, in culture, and have paid much attention to advanced artillery, the god of war. With regard to artillery, the Russians strove not to lag behind. They attached great significance to it but nonetheless did lag behind. In this war Hitler did not have really good artillery, he counted on blitzkrieg for victory. But Stalin had thoroughly worked out an analysis which concluded, no, you won't take Russia by blitzkrieg. The Soviet Union is a big country, the Soviet people are a big people. The Germans counted on a short war since they were well armed and well prepared. That's why they had not prepared powerful heavy artillery. They had the necessary tanks and airplanes. The Hitlerites thought that tanks and planes plus good infantry, which they had, would guarantee them victory. And maneuverability, of course. That's why they availed themselves of strike groups, especially tanks. They were skilled in striking concentrated blows. Wedge-shaped, powerful blows by tanks punched holes into our front through which they poured infantry. Stalin transcended that. He not only employed all of this, he was also creating artillery armies. How to begin an offensive? First, start with a thorough aerial bombardment. Next, the artillery, long-range artillery, continues. Only after this come the tanks, and after the tanks, the infantry. Stalin profoundly worked out the 4 stages in the development of an offensive. I don't know whether the Germans had artillery armies. Such massing of artillery will break through any front. We applied it, in any case, at division strength. Massed artille. 202. Artillery at army strength was still at the talking stage. But it was underway. In the first months of the war, and in my opinion even before the war, Stalin noted that our commanders did not know how to command all types of troops simultaneously. I do not see this denied anywhere by our military. He set about training a new type of commander who mastered the command of all types of troops. As far back as the early 1930s he said to Marshal Boudinot, "Isn't it time to consign the Tachenka to the museum?" The cavalry had to be utilized effectively, with minimum losses and maximum results. Our commanders did not understand this. Not to mention People's Commissar of Defense Marshal Vjačeslav. Stalin was not a military man. Nevertheless he coped ably with the leadership of the armed forces. Ably. There was no People's Commissar heading the Air Force but Stalin. The Navy, led by Stalin, and the artillery, led by Stalin. Mistakes were committed, that's inevitable, but everything moved forward. The forging of a new military technology proceeded at his initiative. Scarcely anyone knows this. Golovanov, in his memoirs, writes that Stalin, and not the Marshal of Artillery Voronov, determined the main thrust of artillery at Stalingrad. That's right. Golovanov couldn't know everything, but this is correct. About the Constitution. The Constitution of the USSR was entirely the creation of Stalin. He supervised and directed the drafting. It was worked out according to his plan under his direct, continuous leadership. I think he made some errors in theory, some of which matter even today. The principle of socialism was not formulated clearly and understandably. But who remembers it? From each according to his ability, to each according to his work. That's right, but not quite right. The economic problems of socialism in the USSR was discussed at Stalin's dacha. A New York Questions, comrades. Have you read it? He gathered together the members of the Politburo, some 7 or 8 people. What do you think about it? Any comments? WE said something or other. I mentioned something not terribly important. Z06. Now I confess, we underestimated the work. We should have gone into it more thoroughly. But no one as yet understood this. Unfortunately, people were bad at theory. The more familiar I become with Stalin's economic problems of socialism, the more defects I find in it. I reread it today. How could he write, "It is obvious that after the disintegration of the world market, the spheres of exploitation of the world's resources by the major capitalist countries, the USA, Britain, and France, will contract, yet the cyclical character of the development of capitalism, the growth and contraction of production, will nevertheless be preserved." This is true. But further on, and this was written in 1952 however, the growth of production in these countries will take place on a narrower base, because the volume of production in these countries will contract. But nothing of the kind has occurred. The fundamental law of capitalism is to secure maximum profit by one means or another. But how can a Marxist present the fundamental law of capitalism without including the downfall of capitalism? After all, in Marx everything moves in this direction. In his analysis of the development of capitalism, the system inevitably leads to its own downfall. That is the essence of Marx's work. All of capital is built on the way capitalism develops. By dint of its internal laws, its fall and the transition to socialist society are inevitable. How can Stalin possibly speak about capitalism, about its fundamental law, without mentioning its eventual downfall? Impossible, of course. Herein lies the defect of Stalin's fundamental law of capitalism. Give and give, that's what they taught you. Herein lies Stalin's error in his fundamental economic law. Just give, give. And Khrushchev included this in his party program. But there was also another, a valuable and indispensable element in Stalin. Khrushchev threw it overboard. He took the lesser, the secondary part of Stalin but forgot the main thing, and he tramples on both Stalin and Lenin. You see, all our woes stem from that. The Bolsheviks have never drawn up such rosy, such deceptive plans that promise that we shall live under communism by 1980. But Khrushchev promised it. That was certainly a wild promise. A gamble. A gamble, and now you want more such gambles. What can we give to the new generation? We ourselves understand very little, think very little, rarely and superficially look into what Stalin and Lenin taught. Stalin committed a gross mistake on this question in his unfortunate economic law. Khrushchev grabbed it and clung to it as if it were the sum total of or the main thing in Stalin. They are pondering this in the German Democratic Republic. They have published a book on it. With them, first comes strengthening the socialist system, but only after the requisite growth and perfection of socialist production on a base of the most advanced technology. Everything for technology, but how to strengthen the system, that's what Stalin overlooked. But the Germans have taken it up. Stalin's last Minister of Finance was Zverev. I knew him very well. I valued him as a financier and often dealt with him. He was secretary of one of the Moscow district committees. At my suggestion he was moved to the People's Commissariat. Before this I asked for a list of those who had graduated from financial institutes, members of the party, reliable workers. I chose Zverev. He was called in to see Stalin. When he came he was very ill with flu, with a high temperature, bundled up with warm clothing. He looked a bit like Sobakvik, like a bear. Shalikov called him our Iron Minister of Finance. He was derided for levying high taxes on everyone. But who to tax? Of course there were no bourgeoisie. He had to extract heavy taxes from our own, from peasants and workers. They say that orchards were destroyed. They were taxed only because fruit orchards near cities yielded supplementary incomes. You could get something out of them, so on went the tax. But just find another way. The state had to live somehow. No one would give us any money. What to do? In this matter, they say, Stalin acted badly indeed, crudely, savagely, barbarically. But just put these non-barbarians in those conditions, let them ensure the life of the state and prevent its breakdown. Just find the means. They were simpletons who did not understand the most elementary things. But Zverev was stalwart. I value him for this. He had competence, absolutely, and party-mindedness. He felt that it had to be done for the revolution, for the party, that it was inescapable. He had a lofty consciousness plus a practical flair. He knew how to find monies to be snatched for taxes. Among the plain people he had a practical bent. None better. To understand politics in the long term was not his suit. But he could think in terms of 5-year plans. He would map 208 out a line. You knew it must be carried out come what may. Stalin approved. Zverev would strive, in a more or less practical way, to find the true path. He writes correctly that in the solution of financial problems, Stalin knew how to identify the main task and inexorably strive to accomplish it. Incidentally, not just in financial questions. Stalin wrote things out in his own hand or summoned Poskrebyshchev and dictated to him. He formulated things very tersely, very swiftly, very concisely, not just as a rough draft. In most cases he produced a finished document. Later, additions and corrections were introduced into the final text. Everyday life. At a large conference table in Stalin's office I had my usual place. But it is difficult to say who sat where. It depended on the number of persons present. The way they show it in films is wrong. I'll have to draw it. I'm not a good enough artist to draw red square. Here is Stalin's office and the conference table. Here is Stalin's place. A window, perhaps 2 or 3. Here is the entrance. The security man sat over there. Here was Poskrebyshev's place. A door here leading to the sitting room. Their maps, a big globe, we rarely used it. The table accommodated about 20 persons. Portraits of Suvorov and Kutuzov hung on the wall near a window. In the office was a death mask of Lenin in a cabinet, on a pedestal, under a glass cover. A separate table for telephones. A spacious office on the 3rd floor. The eternal flame can now be seen from a window. Now about his apartment. Here on the 1st floor there were 6 or 7 rooms, a room for Svetlana, for a library, a bedroom, a room for the servants. Servants were changed over time. There used to be an old Georgian woman. After her, Valentina Istomina. But she was at the dacha. She served at table. If she also served as a wife, who was to know? I read how Engels was straightforward in such matters. He did not have a formal wife. He lived with his housekeeper, an Irish girl. He had no time for marriage. When she died, Marx attached no importance to this, which deeply offended Engels. Engels hired a second housekeeper, the sister of his late mistress. Lenin had an affair with Lnisa Armand, but he had no time for it. 209. Stalin's family life did not work out well. And the children? He had no time for the children. He was not up to the task. Conditions were difficult. Let's save paper. On a half sheet I'll draw the dining room. It was a big longish dining table because often a large group of guests gathered around it. He had a set place at this table, too. A large room, probably with 3 windows. Here was a sofa. Frankly speaking, the apartment was not very comfortable. The cloakroom was near the kitchen. At the dacha there was a gramophone. It provided relaxation. After work it was here that we met most frequently. At night, after meetings, we would go to his place to dine. Naturally, conversation went on. Stalin forbade conversation in Georgian in the presence of Russians. Beria once violated this taboo and Stalin roundly upbraided him. Svetlana Allelyeva writes that Stalin did not get along with his son Jakov. I would say that Jakov was not party-minded. I met him at Stalin's, but quite rarely. Of course they were not on especially warm terms. Stalin received him stilly. Was Jakov a Communist Party member? Surely, but this side of him did not stand out. He had some kind of low-level job. He was handsome, a bit of a dandy. He served in the artillery. As a prisoner of war of the Germans, he bore up bravely and nobly. He perished, a hero. Stalin would not exchange a captured German general for Jakov. He said, "All of them are my sons." Vasily and explained, "Here is the large hall, and another room to the right." Stalin spent time there when he was ill. Here was a large dining room where we gathered for dinner, if you could call it that, at 10 or 1 at night, but not very often. Here is the big table, a record player, many records. He liked classical music. He often went to the Bolshoi Theater, arriving in the middle of the performance. He liked Glinka, Rimsky-Korsakov, Mussorgsky, mostly Russian composers. He also liked the chorus by Pyatnitsky. In the hall all the walls were covered with maps. Khrushchev said that Stalin used a globe in planning military operations. On the contrary, he liked wall maps, geographical ones. Here was Asia. Here was Europe. We spent a lot of time there. He was interested in how to make use of the Arctic Ocean, the Siberian rivers, the treasures of Siberia, especially the mouth of the Obi. He planned to build a port at the mouth of the Obi River. I have never been on the 2nd floor, except once, after his death. In the office there was a desk. It was a good place for talks. but most talks were held in the dining room. While we waited for dinner we sat on the sofa and talked. Here is the bedroom. It's a little one. I have never been in it. He died in this big room. Near the wall there was a piano. Zdanov used to play. He was something of a pianist, though an amateur. Stalin also had a billiard table, and I also played. Stalin was not much of a sportsman. He didn't swim. He did like to shoot. He walked a little, not much. Vyacheslav, Khrushchev, Andreev, and Malenkov liked to hunt. Stalin's arm was normal, but he held it in an unusual way, possibly as a consequence of an operation. In his childhood he was run over in an accident with a carriage. He was very seldom on the second floor, only his daughter stayed there. Bear in mind, I was not one to hang on Stalin's every word. I argued with him, told him the truth. 212. Only saints are infallible. The Lord God can be accused of unjustly creating the poor, the injured. Stalin was great in tactics. He did not delve deeply, but he knew how to get things done. It took boldness, firmness. In his last years Stalin was in failing health. He had been through so much. How he managed to bear up, I don't know. Everyone grows senile to a degree in his later years. It was then that Stalin was very jittery, he suspected everyone. His last years were the most dangerous. He swung to extremes. But in the editing and writing of essays he very scrupulously made certain changes in old formulations. Once Stalin was at his dacha near Batumi, in Georgia, at a kind of resort. He decided to visit secretly another district. He invited his old pre-revolutionary acquaintances, men and women, to meet him. They arrived and complained, bribery everywhere, thievery everywhere, and so forth. Stalin was indignant and dismissed Charkviani, the first secretary in Georgia, and appointed in his stead a new man, Mjladz, who was transferred from Sukhumi. But few problems are resolved by administrative remedies. The Voice of America reported that THIRD-WORLDISM's assassin has died. He spent 20 years in jail, received the award of Hero of the Soviet Union, lived in the USSR for some time, and died in Cuba. Was he under our orders? Of course. THIRD-WORLDISM said before he died, Stalin found me even here. I think Lenin was right in his evaluation of Stalin. I said it myself right after Lenin's death, at the Politburo. I think Stalin remembered it because after Lenin's death we got together at Zinoviev's in the Kremlin, about 5 of us, including Stalin and me, and talked about the testament. I said I considered all of Lenin's evaluation of Stalin to have been right. Stalin, of course, didn't like this. Despite this we remained close for many years. I think he appreciated me because I 213 spoke out about certain matters in a way others hypocritically avoided, and he saw that I addressed the matter of the testament forthrightly. Although I had the best relations with Stalin, I would not oppose Lenin in this matter. I considered it necessary to support the testament in a way that would have an effect on Stalin. He never spoke to me about it. Lenin's testament is, of course, favorable for the most part to Stalin, compared with the assessments given the others. The one of Stalin was the most positive. But Stalin was then, it seems to me, dissatisfied with this characterization. Very dissatisfied. Lenin picked out 2 persons, Stalin and THIRD-WORLDISM. I can't recall just now how Lenin characterized Trotsky in the testament. But Lenin had for the entire preceding period given many descriptions of THIRD-WORLDISM, and they were entirely negative. Lenin, of course, took this into account. He wanted to warn against this very dangerous enemy. That's why he juxtaposed the 2, Stalin and THIRD-WORLDISM. So choose. His characterization of Stalin was shorter, but it was entirely positive. In closing, however, he did point out certain negative aspects. Stalin was, of course, distinguished by rudeness. He was a very blunt person. but if not for his harshness I don't know how much good would have been accomplished. I think harshness was necessary, otherwise there would have been even greater vacillation and irresolution. But Stalin's willfulness, harshness, even brutishness, naturally repulsed People. He clearly, firmly, and unhesitatingly determined the main line, and this of course was very important for the party at that time. He was a complex man. He reckoned with Lenin's criticism. Yes, he did, absolutely. In the early years he was very restrained, afterward, however, he became a bit conceited, as I see it. Conceited? I was always of this opinion. For people exercising such vast power this is most undesirable. A large number of the intelligentsia hold that Stalin distorted and deformed Lenin, and killed the best Leninist cadres, and that Stalin's misdeeds have left us in a mess ever since. That's the rightest deviation. Its most recent manifestation takes less organized form but is quite widespread. We would drive followed by security in a second car. Perhaps Stalin would also have a security man sitting in the front seat of his car. But only Stalin would have had a bodyguard sitting up there. Perhaps, but I 214 did not know about it. Everyone knew about the second automobile. It went with him everywhere. In the early years, as I recall, there were no bodyguards. Back then we traveled by foot. Even Stalin. But fresh terrorist attempts resumed in 1928. Terrorists armed with bombs were apprehended at the border. Terrorists of the socialist revolutionary type. They were audacious. Back then it would have been enough to assassinate Stalin and another 2 or 3 leaders and everything might have come crashing down. I recall a blizzard, snow was blowing. I was walking with Stalin along Manege Square. We did not yet have bodyguards. Stalin wore a fur-lined coat, felt boots, and a cap with ear flaps. No one recognized us. Suddenly a beggar beseeched us, "Give me alms, good people." Stalin reached into his pocket, pulled out a 10-ruble note, gave it to him, and walked on. But the beggar followed us and cried out, "Damned bourgeoisie." Stalin laughed afterward, "Who can understand our people? Give them a little, that's bad, give them a lot, that's bad, too." They say Stalin had a double. He replaced Stalin on the mausoleum when Stalin got tired. I have heard this many times. Nonsense. Someone is trying to make a joke. In your opinion, did Stalin have negative features? Negative. I never asked myself that question before. He was by character an abrupt person, but at the same time fair. All the same, he was liked, very much so. Molotov did not seem to want to recall the negative features. Usually they cite Lenin's comment that Stalin was too rude. You can see why. Of all the accusations leveled at Stalin, that is the strongest. But at various times different people regarded him quite favorably. Stalin called the people screws. Screws are screws, but the important thing is the way they turn. They sincerely loved him. This is not mere puffery. People had a positive attitude toward him. They puffed up Brezhnev's reputation, to no avail. Why do you say that? It worked somewhat. I met Brezhnev admirers in Canada, émigrés. They had hijacked an airplane of ours, and he had permitted them to go abroad. They had high praise for him but raged against Andropov, Lenin, and Stalin. In time Stalin will be rehabilitated in history. There will be a Stalin museum in Moscow. Without fail. By popular demand. The role of Stalin was tremendous. I do not doubt that his name will rise again and duly win a glorious place in history. Stalin used to say, "Truth is protected by battalions of lies." Kirov. At the XIVTH Congress a majority of the delegates of the Leningrad organization were against the Central Committee line, but a small minority were for it. In fact the Leningrad organization was in Zinoviev's hands. The cadres were handpicked by Zinoviev. Zinoviev was guided by Kamina. He was the leader of the Leningraders. In matters of theory, Kamina was more profound than Zinoviev. The Leningrad organization against the CC of the Bolsheviks? Well, then a special delegation of CC members was formed. In this affair I was the head and organizer of the shock group, the Savage Division, as it was dubbed by the Zinovievites. Kalinin, Kirov, Bukharin, Tomsky, Vyacheslav, Andreev, and Schmidt were members. Immediately after the Congress we went to the Leningrad organization to remove Zinoviev. When we arrived, Zinoviev courteously invited us to his office. Just say what explanations you need, and I will tell you. When do you begin work? We shall begin tomorrow. What do you plan to do? Perhaps you can tell me. We shall go the factories, deliver reports, carry out elections. Well, the group fanned out to individual factories. The next day I spoke at the renowned Lenin shipyards. I don't remember the others. We removed Zinoviev. How? We went through all the factories, and everywhere they endorsed the resolution of the XIVTH Congress that criticized the Leningrad Group. 216. We could not afford to lose the major factories. To avoid this we first won over the smaller factories, as the Zinovievites still had powerful organizations in the big factories. They had a tight grip on the factory party committees. It was my responsibility that we not fail in this matter. Zinoviev asked, well, when will you go to the Putilov works? I replied, when the time comes. We are in no hurry. The Putilov works was their main base. All of Zinoviev's hopes rested on the Putilov works. A delegation of Putilov workers came to me and asked, Dear comrade, why don't you visit us? We, the Putilovites, are workers too. I said, we will pay you a visit, a good visit to please you, all of us will pay you a visit. Just give us a chance to look into things at other factories. It was important to encircle them. So we saved for last the two most important installations, the Triangle Rubber Works, a very large plant. We put off visiting this plant and the Putilov Works, which were greatly under the influence of Zinoviev. But the moral pressure exerted by the workers of Peter was turned on them. And we saved the Triangle plant for next to last. Almost our full group went there, Kalinin, and Tomsky. I do not recall whether Bukharin was there. Kirov was. He was precisely the one we would appoint to replace Zinoviev. We began the vote, for the moment on minor questions. Half for, half against. No way. They were continually confusing the rank and file. Those for the CC line on the left, those for the Zinoviev line on the right. It was so difficult to explain. They confused our rank and file. A majority was taking shape for us, but it was not yet a sure thing. Uncertainty, confusion reigned, the mass was split right down the middle. Deadlock. The opposition, too, marshaled its best forces. Only Zinoviev made no appearance, but his most persuasive speakers were there. Our speakers were top leaders, and the Zinovievites were their top speakers. For a long time it was not clear just which side would win the majority. The assemblage was so chaotic. There the mass of the party members were women. They arranged all kinds of discussions. I finally said to Kalinin, get up on the table and shout that you are the chairman and in charge. He got up on the table and said, Dear comrades, those who are for the CC stand on the right, those who are for the Leningrad Group, the opposition, stand on the left. He had clambered up onto the table, they had given him a hand, they respected an authoritative person, a worker. The hall quieted down. The opposition was in the minority, but they sowed confusion in the 217 ranks and blocked a decision either at meetings in the plant or in the cafeteria. Afterward the question of endorsing the CC resolutions was finally put to a vote. I don't remember precisely whether we had a majority or whether it was split 50-50, certainly we won no less than half. There was a newspaper, the Leningrad Pravda, it is still published. I dismissed the editor and replaced him with Skvortsov Stpanov. He perished in 1937? No. He was the translator of Das Kapital, a prominent theoretician, a fervent Leninist, and a backer of Stalin. He wrote a splendid booklet on electrification. Lenin had commissioned him to write it. Ivan Lvanovich Skvortsov Stpanov was a highly educated man and a very staunch, old Bolshevik. As soon as the day ended, I discussed with him what was to be printed the next day so as to strike the hardest blow first of all in the factories we needed most. He went along with this. Thus every morning we fired off a barrage. Day after day for a whole week we skinned the Zinovievites alive, surely for a week and a half, no less. The last factory was the Putilov. Again we marshaled our most effective forces, and we won a thumping majority there. In a word, we did not concede the opposition a single victory. We triumphed everywhere. Only at the Triangle was it a split decision. It was difficult to ascertain who had the majority. Well, 50-50, in my view, was the result. That's the way it was published. We decided to convene a Leningrad City Party conference. I attended it with Bukharin. It probably took place in 1926. It was a foregone conclusion. All the delegates were our people, the opposition had almost ceased to exist. After the factories, the district conferences supported us. Or 3 weeks after this rout of the opposition in the factories, the Leningrad conference was convened. Kirov and I stayed at the Hotel Europa, or later we stayed at some flat. Bukharin and I spent the night in the same room, and he informed me about the conference. Bukharin was the political rapporteur. We triumphed at the conference. Kirov became secretary of the Leningrad Party organization. Zinoviev did not speak, but neither did he capitulate. A vain man, he did not wish to experience public defeat. He dropped out of sight. For a time. He remained chairman of the Comintern. He was removed from Leningrad. Then he was excluded from the Comintern. They made Bukharin first secretary of the Comintern. The post of chairman was abolished, and a secretariat was created with Bukharin as a member. He supported Stalin's line. I have a question about the XVIIthPA Rudy Congress. Is it true that Stalin received fewer votes than Kirov at the elections to the Central Committee? No. How can they say such things? I don't remember exactly, but at one of the closed meetings the results of the elections to the Central Committee were announced. Only one candidate received no blackballs and was elected unanimously, Pyatnitsky. Why? Because he worked as a secretary in the Comintern where he crossed no one. All the others received blackballs. In all probability even Stalin received 2 or 3 blackballs against, as did I. Did you find out who voted against you? What for? It was the party and not some kind of investigation bureau. What significance did it have? I am sure that at every election to the Central Committee, 1 or 2 votes went against Stalin. Enemies were always present. I admit there may not have been a single vote against Kirov. But the only such case I recall is that of Pyatnitsky. But today no one knows or is interested in him. There was a group at the XVIIth Congress led by a certain Oganisov, an old Bolshevik from pre-revolutionary days, an Armenian. He hated Stalin, had been arrested and jailed. I once drove him out of my hospital room, saying, "If you talk that way, I want nothing to do with you." He recounted to me that during the XVIIth Congress they had elected Shabaldov as party secretary of the North Caucasian region. He once had worked with Mikoyan, had fled from the Whites in a boat. A good lad. He himself was not from the North Caucasus, a Russian. He worked in the CC under me as a deputy director of the organization department, a capable man. Well, he had gathered together 8 to 10 Congress delegates, including this Oganisov. So that's why they jailed Oganisov, the scoundrel! Exclaimed Shota Ivanovich. The group included quite prominent party workers of that time. According to Oganisov, during a recess the group met at a designated place in the hall. They called Kirov over to their meeting and informed him they would like to nominate him for the post of General Secretary. But he derided and cursed them out, "You're talking rubbish. What kind of General Secretary would I make? There were such people, unstable types. Their proposal was absurd. I was in the party back then, and of course I knew the leading cadres of that time quite well. Kirov was unsuitable as a leader of the highest rank. He was one of several secretaries, a tremendous speaker at mass meet. 219. Ings, but that's it? Kirov reported everything to Stalin, in detail. I believe that Kirov acted correctly. They say that afterward Stalin made short shrift of these people. No, afterward his repression cut a wide swath, including some of the people involved in the Kirov episode, but that is a minor matter. And Kirov was not given FOR enjoying greater popularity than Stalin. Absurd. Just look up the stenographic records of the Congresses. WH9 enjoyed greater authority, Kirov or Stalin. Just look at Kirov's speeches and collections of articles. What's there? It is difficult to imagine a figure as gigantic as Stalin. One quote from memory what Kirov said. But where are there political signs indicating in him the character of a top leader? He had no such aspirations. He was not that kind of person. Let's take 1917. Stalin was very close to Lenin, wasn't he? Of course. Recently I read that Stalin and Lenin overnight worked out the Brest Pact together. Perhaps. Kirov was far removed from it. It was extremely important. He had only worked on a provincial newspaper. It was absurd to nominate Kirov. This fact shows the mental horizons of such petty people. And Kirov derided them. Some consider it to be a great misfortune for the party that Kirov didn't become general secretary in his time. Let them say what they will, but what is valuable in Kirov from a political point of view? Just cite me his ideas that are distinguished by their value or utility. Nowhere. Are they distinguished from what Stalin said by their originality? Did they say something new? When we dealt with the Trotskyists, who did more than Stalin, who wrote Problems of Leninism, asked Shota Ivanovich. That's not the point, I said. They believe that Kirov was more humane. Second, if a palace revolution had been carried out in 1937 it would have placed at the head of the country intelligent people such as Tukhachevsky. They would have coped both with the country and with a schism. That is absurd. Where is the evidence that Tukhachevsky could do something useful for the country apart from his specialty? Where is it? What kind of data? Whose? He was raised up by those who willy-nilly helped betray Bolshevist policy. I consider Zhukov a greater military man than Tukhachevsky. Why? Oh, you knew them both? Asked Shota Ivanovich. I knew them both, but they were different. Zhukov possessed fireness. 220. And of course a practical bent. Tukhachevsky was more highly educated, but of course less of a military man. The point is, Tukhachevsky did not know where he was going. It seems to me that he would have veered to the right. He was closer to Khrushchev. Well, all right, if you say that Kirov was better, what do you know about Kirov? What did he accomplish? We know about Stalin, he had his publications, articles, and we know where he worked. And Kirov? By and large he did not work in the Central Committee. At the close of the XVIth Congress I sat with him in the Presidium room where Stalin said to Kirov, "Now it is time to transfer you to work in Moscow." I supported Stalin. Yes, that's right. Kirov jumped on me. What are you saying? I am not up to work here in Moscow. I can manage in Leningrad no worse than you, but what can I do here? He was in a rage. He was very much afraid he might be transferred. His strong point was direct work with the masses. Such people are very necessary. In some instances he was more necessary than other people, in his place. But he did not measure up to anything above that. He lacked training in theory. And he wasn't all that strong. After all, we had to remold the state and prepare for war, you know what that meant. How did you find out about Kirov's death? I was in Stalin's office when Medved, chief of the Leningrad OGPU, phoned to say that Comrade Kirov had just been murdered in his Smolny office. Stalin replied, "Boobs." The same evening we traveled to Leningrad. Stalin, Vjačeslav, and IWE interrogated Nikolov, Kirov's assassin. Expelled from the party, He was an embittered man. He said He had premeditatedly committed the murder on ideological grounds. He was a Zinovyevite. I think women had something to do with it. At Smolny, Stalin interrogated Nikolov's wife. What kind of person was Nikolov? An ordinary person. An office worker. Short, stocky. Apparently he was angered and affronted by his expulsion from the party. He was used by the Zinovyevites. In all probability he was neither a genuine Zinovyevite nor a Trotskyist. They condemned not only Nikolov but a whole list of people. The point is that they were condemned not for the murder but for 221. Their participation in the Zinovyevite organization. But as far as I recall, there was no direct documentary evidence that the murder had been instigated by a Zinovyevite group. Nikolov, as it were, acted on his own, but, judging by his past, he was a Zinovyevite. A tenacious legend has been created that Kirov could have replaced Stalin. But where are his theoretical works? But they were all practitioners then. You didn't necessarily need theoretical works to your credit. Absolutely wrong. Kirov was a great agitator, though he lacked organizing talents. Frequently rightists gathered around him. In this sense he was not very perceptive. He had Shudov as second secretary, a right-winger. He later got burned, of course. The general public knew nothing about Kirov before 1917. He was a communist, though not an active one. He needed a rostrum which was nowhere to be found then. Later he showed that he could speak to the masses, the workers, but in the years of reaction he was not very active. He would write short pieces for a local liberal bourgeois newspaper. He had no rostrum from 1906 to 1917. But the legend persists that Kirov was supposed to have replaced Stalin as general secretary. Was Kirov's personality wrong for the job? Certainly not. He himself in no way aspired to it. He was capable of work but not in the leading roles. I can tell you bluntly that he would not have been acknowledged as number one, especially by the Semeta leaders. But they say, some type of Georgian ruled Russia. There were times when Stalin, as a Georgian, a home alien, could allow himself actions in defense of the Russian people such as no Russian leader in his place could have contemplated. Kirov was a poor organizer, though he could work the masses rather well. We all treated him fondly. Stalin liked him. I would say he was Stalin's favorite. Khrushchev's casting aspersions on Stalin and insinuating that Stalin had Kirov assassinated, that was fool. I used to be friends with Kirov. I can now recall that only Zdanov received from Stalin the same kind of treatment that Kirov enjoyed. 222. After Kirov, Stalin liked Zdanov best. Stalin is said to have been afraid that Kirov would replace him. That's absurd. Why should he have been afraid of Kirov? Oh, no. You must understand, eloquence came second. Eloquence alone isn't enough. We had to have either an especially outstanding person or a very fine group. T.A.K. Khrushchev, for example. He cobbled together a strong group for himself. Everyone then wanted a breathing spell, to live a bit easier. But Stalin's way demanded that the helm be held even more firmly. We want to live well. With the war over, people certainly wanted to relax a little. This included not only certain individuals but the bulk of our cadres and the masses generally. They were all exhausted. Not everyone in the leadership could stick to the new course, because it was extremely difficult. The change was never formally announced, but as a matter of fact the XXIVTH Party Congress was concluded by Brezhnev, who spoke these words: "We can now enjoy breathing freely, working well, and living calmly." The living calmly part was particularly addressed to the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks could not accept that. With people enjoying a calm life, the Bolsheviks are no longer needed. They become totally unnecessary. The Bolsheviks are always in the thick of the fray, leading the people, overcoming obstacles. For what would they be needed if life was proceeding calmly? The Social Democrats would be much more appropriate. They would be perfectly suited. They would submit, so to speak, to this spontaneous movement of capitalism. Under Khrushchev, bread and other foods were in good supply, and people liked that. He actually took advantage of that situation. He was more adroitly manipulated than manipulator. Everyone wanted a breathing spell so that tensions would fade away. "We want to live well," Shota Ivanovich said. "We live only once, and we want to have women and a good time. Without women you can't get along." Women got Poskrebyshev and Vjačeslav into trouble. Having fallen out of favor then, I was rather on the margin. One day I heard that Poskrebyshev was no longer on the job. That was a surprise. Stalin had him removed but not imprisoned, since he could not be accused of embezzlement. But Vjačeslav did spend security. 223. Funds for his personal pleasure. Neither damned Stalin for this. Later, when I was back in Moscow from Mongolia. No, from Vienna, I happened to see Poskrebyshev on TV Erskoy Boulevard. I didn't approach him, I just nodded and he nodded back. Poskrebyshev had intrigued against me industriously, and he was eager to recruit my interpreter Pavlov, who seemed agreeable to the secret assignment. Although he lacked the true character of a party member, Pavlov was an efficient worker, and I gave him the job. Pavlov knew English and German well. Of course, I was not enthusiastic about him lacking the qualities of a conscientious party member, but he could do a good job and he was not known to have any suspicious connections. When I was back at the Foreign Ministry after Stalin's death, I had Pavlov fired from his job there. Stalin had kicked me out of the ministry, and when I returned in 1953 Pavlov was an interpreter for Vyshinsky who had replaced me as Foreign Minister. So Pavlov started dropping in to inform on Vyshinsky. I would tell him, "Look, Pavlov, why don't you just go to hell? I don't need you anymore. I know Vyshinsky inside and out. Why are you telling me all sorts of things about him? Consider yourself expelled from the ministry. I can't work with you any longer." I knew he had info remed on me in the past. Was Berzkov any better? I had him sacked from the Foreign Ministry earlier to be employed as a reporter. Security reported that his parents had stayed with the Germans in occupied territory somewhere in the Kiev area. Those could have been just rumors, but nevertheless I had the report and I was not in a position to have it verified. So I promptly had him transferred to the Novy Vremya magazine. I just couldn't keep him on. I didn't even give him a reason for the transfer. Whatever the security people reported was strictly confidential. But he was a young fellow then. Poskrebyshev worked against me. He was involved in intrigues in the higher echelons, mixing with the right people and spreading the word to middle-level officials. He appeared to have remained loyal to Stalin. But he was involved in filthy affairs. Given the circumstances, women can serve as agents or weapons to have a man dragged into sordid business. One has to learn to reckon with that. He was a capable man. He replaced Miklas. Before Miklas. 224. Tov Stuka served as Stalin's secretary. A good man, he was. He died, his lungs. The military didn't like Miklas. Well, on the whole Simonov depicted him quite truthfully. Nonetheless, that man was loyal to the end. You said you too had been bugged. I seem to have been bugged all my life. The security men told me about that, but I didn't check. They treated me well. They would give me a straight warning to be careful when I talked. And they would do it without any ulterior motive, just so that I would be on the safe side. Whenever they were required to report, they would add a good word. So we tried to be careful about what we said. At times Stalin was extraordinarily suspicious of everyone around him. And he couldn't afford to be otherwise, no way. Had I been compromised in any of the reports, you could easily imagine what. That was the difficult part. Most difficult. As long as classes exist, that's Lippy. Any loophole would be used against one, no stone would be left unturned. Whenever a direct approach failed, relatives and even the doormen of relatives would be approached. Anything that worked would be used. Favors could be granted for money. There are always some ready to engage in foul play. One couldn't fail to consider all this. But I had always been aware of it and always understood that I might find my future hanging by a thread at any time. One had to bear this in mind, there was no other way. Being cautious was the only sensible way of living. One had to observe constantly 1,000 constraints, though they did not guarantee one's safety. Nothing on earth is absolute, and that's how it is. Still, one could work for the good of the cause. We never forgot the agent provocateur Malinovsky. Vjačeslav. Stalin had been quite critical of Vjačeslav in certain respects, especially after the war. Now and then Vjačeslav would try to approach. 225. Stalin, saying, "We became friends in Baku in 1907. And Stalin would respond, "I don't remember that." Of course, I would say that Stalin never completely trusted him. Why? Well, all of us had our weaknesses and had acquired some ways of the gentry. We were seduced into that lifestyle, there is no denying that. Everything was provided for us, all our wishes were attended to. As a result, Vjačeslav started to behave like gentry. He enjoyed mixing with artists and actors, he loved theater and especially painters. He would often entertain them at his place. In foreign publications Kalinin is described this way, Kalinin's affection for Moscow ballet dancers is well known, and the fur coat that the all-union elder gave to Tatiana back was certainly provided by the funds of the state. Stalin allegedly told him, "If you aren't going to vote for me, then that fur coat." No, no, no. The problem was that Kalinin was then accompanied by a woman other than his wife, and everyone was well aware of it. His wife came from Estonia. She was arrested. She had ties leading to Rykov. Ballet dancers. Oh, no. That weakness should be attributed to Anukic. He was friends with Karakan, and both of them indulged in these kinds of affairs. Vjačeslav clung more to the painters, and they were non-party people for the most part. Stalin regarded these affairs with great caution, and he was absolutely correct to do so. Had he been less careful, he might not have lived much longer. The situation was extremely tense. Vjačeslav pursued his liberal ways. He took to drinking. When people drink, their tongues become loose. Given the complexity of the conditions in which we lived, one had to be particularly careful about one's remarks. Vjačeslav rather loved to pose as something of a patron of the arts. And the artists, for their part, tried to the utmost to reciprocate. Alexander Gerasimov, a very talented artist, painted Vjačeslav riding on horseback, Vjačeslav skiing. Their association appeared to be one of mutual back-scratching. Stalin was correct in his criticisms, For all artists are big mouths. They are essentially harmless, of course, but they are constantly surrounded by ne'er-do-wells of every sort. And such connections were used to approach Vyacheslav aides and his domestics. It was out of the question to ignore this. Stalin himself could not have controlled the situation even if he had wanted to. The more critical issue was Vyacheslav personal lifestyle. This mattered in those years. Vyacheslav performed well at critical moments. He always supported 226. The party's political line, as he came from a workers' family. He was approachable, and he could speak in public. His reputation was unblemished, and he was personally loyal to Stalin. Later his loyalty turned out to be not so strong. But in those years he very actively came out in support of Stalin, though as if he was not entirely convinced. This was also telling. This is a very complex question, and it has to be understood if you want to see why Stalin was somewhat critical of Vyacheslav and did not invite him to attend all our conversations. At any rate, Vyacheslav was not invited to confidential discussions. Sometimes he would just barge in, which invariably caused Stalin to frown. Vyacheslav showed himself in a particularly bad light under Khrushchev. Shortly before his death, Vyacheslav is reported to have said, at a gathering, "I thank the Communist Party and our dear Nikita Sergeyevich for letting me live in this country house. I am faring very well, thanks to the solicitude extended by our beloved Nikita Sergeyevich." I think his remarks were somewhat overstated, but that kind of bootlicking went on with respect to Khrushchev. Vyacheslav did much to distinguish himself, and he achieved a great deal. But he went to pieces in the end. He didn't catch on to things. He didn't have an easy time in the Ministry of Defense. Trotsky had installed so many of his own people there. Because of Vyacheslav's connections and his circle of acquaintances, Stalin eventually ceased to regard him with the trust he had displayed earlier. Nevertheless, after the XIXTH Party Congress, Stalin kept him on in both the Presidium and the Politburo, while I was kicked out of the Politburo. Of course, much was expected of Vyacheslav as Commissar of Defense. He wanted desperately to measure up, but he couldn't. It was necessary to adopt a new approach. Before the Finnish War he was opposed to providing submachine guns to the troops. If we switch to submachine guns, where on earth will we find so many bullets? We'll never have enough. Like it or not, we produced the necessary bullets. Given your enemy, you had to have no less than he. Of course, he lagged behind the times. We will not have the capacity to do this, he would argue, and Stalin would respond, how can you say that? Others have it, why not us? Stalin was a fast learner and was quick to grasp anything new. During the Finnish War we found ourselves in a rather foolish situation. We had no machine pistols or submachine guns, but the Finns had such arms. They would ambush our troops amidst the trees. Our losses were heavy. We certainly did the right thing when we removed Vyacheslav from the Ministry of Defense. Despite all the good qualities he had exhibited during the revolution, he was now lagging behind the times. The Germans were then helping the Finns to procure arms. This made our situation very difficult. We had to take stock of all our deficiencies. Not everyone understood this. Vyacheslav is a legendary hero of the Civil War. Why did he allow himself to become a dishrag for 3 years under Khrushchev? Shota Ivanovich asked. That was a disgraceful page in his biography. On a hunting trip near Tbilisi, Khrushchev once called, Molotov. I think he cursed me as well. No, he went on to say, Molotov won't give up. Molotov alone remains true to himself. I admire those people who went to the gallows for their ideas. A man could be told, just one word, give up and you'll start a good life. But a Bolshevik chooses the gallows. He chooses the gallows. And did the Bolsheviks not go to the gallows? Asked Shota Ivanovich. When Vjačeslav died, Vjačeslav Michajlovič went to pay his last respects. Quietly and modestly he in the line, but he was quickly recognized and approached by some generals who escorted him to his place in the Guard of Honor. "You are making things up," remarked Molotov, and waved his hand in est. "No, it happened. You did go to pay your last respects to our first marshal." Khrushchev was very eager to become a marshal of the Soviet Union. Marshal Golovanov once told me he had been approached with a questionnaire about whether he would approve Khrushchev's appointment to marshal. All of our marshals had to sign a sort of order to that effect. This idea, initiated by Eremenko, failed miserably. Zhukov, Rokossovsky, Golovanov, Kuznetsov, and other top-ranking military officers who had become marshals during the war refused to sign the order. Kaganovich said his brother Mikhail had brought him into the party. Mikhail was Commissar of Aviation, and he later committed suicide. He was not a man of the highest caliber. Lazar, of course, was of high caliber, very energetic. He was a good organizer and agitator, though he floundered on questions of theory. Generally speaking, we had FEW theoreticians. Genuine Bolshevik theoreticians were not easy to find. Did the Mensheviks have more theoreticians? The Mensheviks were nothing but theoreticians. Vjačeslav was weak as a theoretician. Like Kalinin, he leaned a little to the right. But he was a tenacious supporter of Stalin, since Stalin's authority was high. They were all afraid to break away from him. 20 years have gone by since Stalin died. And who has remained loyal to Stalin throughout? Kaganovich and myself. I know of no one else. Malenkov. He's also held unwell. No, he is not against Stalin. Last summer I ran into Bulganin, and we walked together for about 1.5 kilometers. Not once had he dared to drop in on me. Apparently Khrushchev had scared him to death. Nevertheless, he feels rather strange. Peaceful coexistence is beyond his comprehension. And he shouldn't be this way. The theoretical level of a majority. I met with Kaganovich at Luzniki one day, for a walk. He lives in that neighborhood. Whatever I write, I mail to the Central Committee. I have concealed nothing concerning important issues. Naturally, I may be wrong, I may misunderstand things, or I may be behind the times. Nonetheless, I keep working each day, and I don't think I am so terribly behind. I do not merely exist, I work. New elements certainly have emerged. I asked Kaganovich if he would have a look at a memorandum of mine, and he said, rather profound. Regrettably, he had no questions. I urged him to read carefully. Go ahead and read it. He didn't criticize the Khrushchev program, and he didn't comment on my critical remarks either. And the new program was entirely unacceptable, because it was based on anti-revolutionary groundwork. 229. Kaganovich visited me recently. His mind is active, but he is ailing. He has pains in his legs, in his arms, and so on. How does he relate to you? Me? Not badly. He always used to be personally opposed to me. Everyone knew that. He would say to me, for you it's easy, you are an intellectual, but I am from a workers' family. Even now he says things like this. Poor Filo, he's not doing well. There is no one to look after him. He cooks for himself. My only daughter helps to support me. I don't see anyone else. She has an apartment of her own, he would say. Another sad story. He is in a difficult situation. As a worker he had been very good. Molotov observed the old relations of subordination in his communications with Malenkov and Kaganovich. Didn't you call Malenkov? I asked. Why should I make the call? It used to be them that called me. To day is the 40th anniversary of Victory Day. Kaganovich called. Molotov said this to him on the telephone. Lazar? Hello, hello there. My congratulations, too. What? I didn't quite hear you. I am becoming really deaf. I can't hear very well. Yes, I certainly realize that. Thank you. Accept my congratulations, since that is our common cause, struggling for our army and our people, who are victorious. That is necessary, but difficult to accomplish. How are you getting on? How are you? I said. Poorly. And you got no reply? No answer whatsoever? That is too bad. I can't see why. I got the summons all of a sudden. It turned out all right in the end. I can't understand why they did not summon you. Someone must be getting in the way. As for Malenkov, I keep worrying about why you are angry with me about this. Is it really? No. Not like that. I have always felt and still feel that this problem would be resolved in your favor. Well, good luck. Thank you. All the best to you too. Goodbye. Why Kaganovich has not been restored to the party, I can't understand. In those years we felt strongly about the struggle. We beat the right-wingers. Kosygin is an honest person, a genuine man of the party. Much better than the others. Stalin would refer to Kosygin as Kosiga. Well, how are things, Kosiga? He would usually greet him in a friendly manner, warmly and informally. And Kosygin rose very high. Afogggy day, the streets are slushy. Shota Ivanovich and I set off to visit Molotov. Tomorrow Molotov turns 85. He looks hale and hearty. As we walk up the steps of his country house, he looks through the window and smiles at us. He promptly has both of us sitting at the table. Sit down, or else nothing will be left for you. We are a serious people, keep that in mind. We are all Orthodox, and the Georgians are Orthodox, too. Why do you say too? The Georgians were the first Orthodox people. Stalin also took pride in this. Actually, we are denying historical facts. Bulganin was buried recently. Did you attend the funeral? I did. It was highly restricted, no regular visitors allowed. The cemetery was declared closed for sanitary inspection. I spent about an hour and a half there. Relatives, friends. They all arrived straight from the mortuary. No speeches were made. But he was a military officer once, first a marshal and then a colonel general. A company of troops should have been lined up, a gun salute should have been fired, and a military band should have played. These are military regulations. The party regulations are different. They reign supreme. Was Stanov a strong leader? Not strong, though he had AFEW good works to his credit. I think his articles and his last public speeches were interesting. Was he stronger than Kirov? 232. Than Kirov? Definitely so. Self-taught, as they say. Self-educated. Nevertheless, he certainly had some formal education. Stalin valued Stanov above everyone else. Stalin held him in exceptionally high esteem. Despite my expulsion from the party, Budeny would always send me greetings on national holidays. His handwriting grew shaky, and yet he would keep mailing me his postcards. Leafing through S.M. Budeny's memoirs in the magazine Dawn, I came across this passage. Veterans of the revolution went through some bitter experiences. They would often get into difficult situations and said death more than once. But we never saw a greater danger than calling into question the revolutionary fervor and revolutionary deeds of the prominent leader of our party, the faithful comrade in arms of the revolution's leader V. I. Lenin F.V. Stalin. History belongs to posterity, and may it never serve as a distorting mirror. Budeny's conduct was praiseworthy, but at the same time one could not demand too much of him. He was meritorious and popular with the people. A friend of mine, an author, brought from Parisa after Konov's Enigma of Stalin's Death and gave it to me to read. I gave the book to Molotov, and after AFEW days I visited him to ask what he thought of it. It is so filthy. He depicts all of us as a gang of brigands. Nevertheless, the book contains a grain of truth. Beria was a man who, so to speak, was not so much a man of the past as a man of the future in just one sense. He strained might and main to grab leading positions. Among the reactionary elements he was the activist. That's why he strove to clear the way for a return of private property. Anything else lay outside his field of vision. He did not avow socialism. He thought he was leading us forward, but in fact he was pulling us back to the worst. On the book, Akit are pictures of Beria, Khrushchev, Malenkov, and Bulganin. Molotov looked at them and went on to say, Khrushchev was absolutely a reactionary sort of person. He merely hitched himself to the Communist Party. He certainly didn't believe in any kind of communism. Bulganin didn't really represent anything. He 233 never took a firm stand either for or against anything. He drifted along with the wind, wherever it blew. Beria, to my mind, was not one of us. He crept into the party with ulterior motives. Malenkov was a capable functionary. You read this book and you become rather frightened. Bulganin played a minor role, while Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev constituted the nucleus of the new direction. I don't think Malenkov was very interested in issues of theory and problems of communism. Khrushchev was somewhat interested in these questions, though in a retrograde sense, in order to find out when and how things could be reversed. Beria was unprincipled. On a number of occasions I heard that Beria, in his youth, had been recruited by some foreign intelligence service, and there had been some reports to this effect. But this has never been proven. But whether he actually was associated with the Baku commissars and served the cause in his youth should be verified. In his younger years he worked with Mikoyan. They ended up hating each other. They certainly hated each other. But then Armenians and Georgians are not, shall we say, well disposed to each other. Beria didn't trust any Armenian. He believed the Armenians wanted to seize the best land in Georgia. Could these four have conspired against Stalin, as after Konov alleges? The threesome without Bulganin, yes, they could have had all sorts of plans. Beria's role is not entirely clear. The book offers several accounts of Stalin's death, and each version features Beria. This is true, and there is some basis for it. At times Stalin would change direction very suddenly. Khrushchev mentions Tito in this regard. Stalin said that getting rid of Tito required no more than lifting his little finger. Stalin was certainly mistaken in this. To this day Tito is Tsar and God in Yugoslavia, though not all communists share this view. But the fact is, he is securely ensconced among the Yugoslav communists. You see, books like this are published abroad and then manage to make their way to us. I think you did the wrong thing last time when you mentioned this book with other people present. One shouldn't do this. People immediately besieged me, saying, "Give me the book to read." I thought we all were a close circle. A close circle we are, but all sorts of people were there. Most of them are not politically conscious with respect to communism. 234. I have just finished reading a new book Peter I by Pavlenko. It's obviously a serious book and based on a great deal of material. Peter I acted very decisively and, as Marx said, used barbaric methods to drive out barbaric conditions. But Marx highly valued Peter I as the reformer of the country. Peter I was, of course, a remarkable man. But his ways were far modem and very drastic. Yet in order to accelerate the transition to a new society he had to act resolutely and often cruelly. In my opinion, Stalin was not completely in control of himself during his last years. He didn't believe anyone around him. I'm judging from my own experience. but he promoted Khrushchev. In this Stalin was rather confused. According to this book, he ceased to trust Beria. I think so. He knew Beria would stop at nothing to save himself. This same Beria was responsible for clearing the security officers, and Stalin made selections from those whom Beria had chosen. Beria had tricked Stalin into believing that he himself had made the entire selection, but Beria was behind the whole thing. Is it possible that they had poisoned Stalin when they were with him on the day before he became ill? It's possible. Beria and Malenkov were close. Khrushchev communicated with them, but he had his own ambitions. He outwitted them all in the end. Khrushchev had a more solid social background, because Philistinism was ubiquitous. He catered to the Philistines. Khrushchev wasn't interested in ideas. He couldn't tell one from the other. He wasn't interested in ideas about the building of communism. Did Stalin intend to retire after the XIXTH Congress, as after Konov writes? I don't think he was going to retire. He didn't seem to have any serious plans to that effect. Could it be that he was just going to test the waters? Yes, quite. I think it was this and nothing more. The circle around him was relatively close. Suggestions and ideas could be put forward rather informally at Politburo sessions. Stalin had nothing to fear in this respect, but there is reason to say that it was just a probe or a test to take stock of sentiments and attitudes. After Konov writes that after the XIXTH Congress, at the Presidium of the Central Committee, Stalin asked to be relieved of the responsibilities of General Secretary. Correct. That did occur. After that he would become one of the Central Committee secretaries. 235. Not the General Secretary. He was already that. Stalin suggested that the title General Secretary be replaced simply by Secretary. He also writes that Molotov assumed Stalin's place on the Central Committee. This is not clear. At Stalin's suggestion, Malenkov delivered the report of the CC. What role did Ignatieff play? I didn't know him very well. He was not especially distinguished. A small man. He couldn't aspire to higher office, and he didn't. In the book his role is elevated beyond what it actually was. This is a fact. The book cites Khrushchev at the XXTH Congress, when he alleged that Stalin had said to Ignatieff, "If you don't get the doctors to confess, we'll have you shortened by a head." I think that's improbable. I didn't know that. It seems to me unlikely. Recently I went to see the P.O. Skrebishevs. I talked with Vjačeslav's daughter, and she told me that when her father was arrested shortly before Stalin's death, he exclaimed, "Stalin's days are numbered. He has only a short time left to live." He realized that Beria was bent on removing all the people who were loyal to Stalin. That's right. At that time it was said that Vjačeslav had grown corrupt. More people from Stalin's intimate circle became corrupt as well. They were reported to have gotten involved with women from the outside. By that time, however, I was not exactly in the know. After Konov writes that the only one who was candid in his relations with Stalin was Molotov. Indeed, of the three who spoke at the funeral, I was the only one who spoke from the heart. I would agree that it was so. I don't believe Khrushchev grieved over Stalin's death. No, he was extremely spiteful toward Stalin, and more so toward Beria. At times Stalin would express scorn for Beria. He wanted to have him removed. Whom did he trust? It's hard to say. No one, I would say. Khrushchev. There's no way he would have trusted that one. Bulganin was not the right sort. I don't think one can say that Malenkov was close to Stalin either. There was no one of prominence from the younger generation. He had cut off the Leningraders. After Konov writes that Stalin had made up the doctor's plot in order to bring down Beria. Couldn't he have done it some other way? These things are not that simple. It must be convincing to others. Otherwise people say nothing but are incredulous. The announcement about the doctor's plot contained a passage on the loss of vigilance in our state security agencies, a strong hint to Beria. Correct. He saw that Beria was thorough but not completely sincere. After Konov writes that Beria, Malenkov, and Khrushchev originally wanted to isolate Stalin, to ship him off to Solovki. Nonsense. That bears no resemblance to the truth. Khrushchev told Harriman about his version of Stalin's death. Stalin invited the FOR to visit him at his dacha. On Saturday they had a dinner party, and on Sunday he didn't call. On Monday the chief of security reported Stalin's illness. The FOR arrived at the dacha but chose not to call the doctors. They refused to be seen with the sick man, and they all went home. The doctors were called only when it was clear that Stalin's condition was hopeless. The doctors were late allegedly because of slippery road conditions. In a radio announcement on July 1, 1964, Khrushchev said, "Throughout human history there have been a number of cruel tyrants. All died by the very acts with which they had maintained their power." He also referred to the accounts of I.G. Ehrenberg and P.K.P. Ponomarenko, which are quite consistent. In late February Stalin had called a session of the Central Committee Presidium on the questions of the doctor's case and the deportation of Soviet Jews to a separate zone within the USSR. Stalin's resolutions were not passed, after which he fell to the floor in AFA int. Beria was silent at the session, and then he too distanced himself from Stalin. I concede that Beria was an accomplice in that affair. He openly played a very treacherous role. Stalin spent most of his life at his dacha in Kuntsevo. That was where he died. During his last days I had in some sense fallen out of favor. I had seen Stalin 4 or 5 weeks before he died. He was absolutely healthy. They called for me when he was taken ill. When I arrived at the dacha some Politburo members were there. Of non-Politburo members, only Mikoyan and myself, as I recall, had been called. Beria was clearly in command. Stalin was lying on the sofa. His eyes were closed. Now and then he would make an effort to open them and say something, but he couldn't fully regain consciousness. Whenever Stalin tried to say something, Beria ran up to him and kissed his hand. 237. Was Stalin poisoned? Possibly. But who is there to prove it now? He was treated by good doctors. Lukomsky was good, as was T.A. Kuperin was more of an administrator. Someone from the Politburo would always be on duty. I was on duty too. But all hell broke loose the moment he died. I repeatedly clarified with Molotov the details of Stalin's death. I recall that once, when we were walking in the woods, I wasn't getting anything substantial from him. So I ventured to ask him a provocative question. Beria himself was said to have killed him. Why Beria? It could have been done by a security officer or a doctor. As he was dying, there were moments when he regained consciousness. At other times he was writhing in pain. There were various episodes. Sometimes he seemed about to come to. At those moments Beria would stay close to Stalin. Oh! He was always ready. One cannot exclude the possibility that he had a hand in Stalin's death. Judging by what he said to me and I sensed. While on the rostrum of the mausoleum with him on May 1, 1953, he did drop hints. Apparently he wanted to evoke my sympathy. He said, I did him in. As if this had benefited me. Of course he wanted to ingratiate himself with me, I saved all of you. Khrushchev would scarcely have had a hand in it. He might have been suspicious of what had gone on. Or possibly. All of them had been close by. Malenkov knows more, much more, much more. My primary responsibility, as I see it, is not to write a truthful history, although that is a big, important task. A much more important, and more difficult, undertaking, which is more complicated to manage, is to help to restore and continue the work of Lenin and Stalin. This involves not only history but also the future. To analyze the past as seen from the perspectives of the future and the present seems to me a most important undertaking. I cannot take on this task, of course. I don't have the strength for it. Nevertheless, I could offer some sort of assistance and impart a more correct way of thinking to such a study, which I consider to be essential nowadays. Stalin was working on the second part of his economic problems, and he gave me some materials to read. Now no one knows what was done with these papers. Could Beria have taken them? No. Beria had no interest in that sort of thing. He was eager to know who was against whom and how to take advantage of one and bash the other. Most important to him were the conflicts between individuals and how he could make use of them. And, when necessary, to be able to produce some sort of document that declared, "Look what you reported about him." In short, he sought to provoke fights. Mjladz recounted how Malenkov and Beria formed a new government. Malenkov made this announcement: "Comrade Stalin is in very critical condition. He is unlikely to pull out of it. Should he recover, he will need at least 6 months before he can resume his duties. Therefore the country cannot go on without leadership." After that, Beria announced the members of a new government. He looked cheerful, as if he wanted to show that nothing terrible for the country had occurred. That's possible. I can't remember those details. Before he died, Stalin raised his arm. He raised it, but... I am reading to Molotov excerpts from after Konov's book which describe the events of June 2, 1941, we arrived at his dacha and suggested that he address the people. Stalin refused point blank. Then Molotov was instructed to do it. Yes, that's right. That is approximately what happened. It was proposed that Stalin head the high command of the Red Army. And he refused. Why should he have assumed all these responsibilities? At any rate, he remained at the head, and he didn't immerse himself in trivial, secondary questions. Of course, he did the right thing in this respect. When the Politburo members started to remind Stalin of his personal responsibility in the event of catastrophe, Stalin switched to a counter-attack and accused Molotov of treason. Molotov. Yes. For signing the pact with Ribbentrop. Why, that's absurd. Stalin himself had been there. More to the point, he initiated the whole thing. 239. He charged Vyacheslav and Zdanov with sabotaging agreement with the Anglo-French military missions. That is totally wrong. In response to protests that all had been done under Stalin's personal supervision, Stalin, with uncharacteristic fury, jumped up from his seat. He cursed everyone at the table and disappeared to one of his hideouts. Well. Then after Konov cites Khrushchev, I know what sort of hero he really was. I saw him paralyzed with FEAR before Hitler. He was like a rabbit hypnotized by a boa constrictor. He certainly had a difficult time after the German attack, but he never appeared to be like a rabbit. He stayed at his dacha and didn't come out for 2 or 3 days. He took it all very hard, certainly. He was even a little depressed. But it was difficult for everyone, and he especially so. Beria is alleged to have visited him and Stalin reportedly said, "All is lost. I give up." Certainly not. It's hard to say now if that was June 22 or 2-3 one day just ran into the next. I never heard him say, "I give up." I never heard those words. I consider that to be improbable. After Konov writes about Evgenia Alilyeva, Svetlana's aunt, who came to see Stalin in August 1, 1941 and was staggered by his mood of panic. No. By that time he had already straightened himself out. When was he appointed war minister? June 30. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief was formally Stalin, though in fact the responsibilities were fulfilled by his deputies, Zhukov in the army, Beria with the NKVD troops. Well, what do you think? That's impossible to say. Politically, the Supreme Command was handled by Beria and Malenkov. Nor can one say this. He writes about Zhdanov's intrigues against Malenkov and Zhukov and about how Zhukov was Malenkov's protege. Malenkov supported Zhukov to some extent. But to say he was Malenkov's protege is going too far. Zhdanov enjoyed the support of Molotov, Kaganovich, Vjačeslav, Andrei all resentful Politburo members. No. At that time we were not resentful at all. Then he writes that after the war, Zhdanov was promoted, as were Vozhnezhensky and Kuznetsov. Kuznetsov became a Central Committee secretary in charge of state security, and he proceeded to purge the security organs of those who were loyal to Beria. Beria then decided to bring Malenkov back from exile in THIRD and to crush Zhdanov. The Leningrad affair was brewing. Malenkov might have been in THIRD, but I have no recollection of it. He might have stayed there a short while. Then Zhdanov was taken to the hospital, where he died, and the others were arrested. Dimitrov proposed that the Bulgarians and Yugoslavians form a Balkan Federation. Did these things happen? They did, though it remains unclear what part Dimitrov played in that affair. In February 1948 Stalin said to Dimitrov, "You didn't consult me? Why you gab like women at a crossroads and say the first thing that crosses your mind." But Dimitrov advised the Yugoslavs to remain firm in their disagreement with Moscow. That's also unlikely. Dimitrov never returned from his trip to Moscow. It looks as if the Politburo had been filled with gangsters. After Konov argues that Beria and Malenkov forced your break with Stalin. I didn't believe so at the time. They presented your cohort Molotov, Vjačeslav, Kaganovich, Mikoyan, and Andreev as a weapon in a Zionist plot. Furthermore, you might very well have been portrayed as a British-American spy. Quite right, for a change. Stalin had gone as far as to suspect that his doggedly loyal Vjačeslav was a British spy. He ordered that a listening device be planted in Vjačeslav's apartment. That could be. But he never accused Vjačeslav. Thoroughly amoral characters, that's the impression left by the book. Authors now seem willing to go to any extent in order to. Stalin never killed out of love for killing. He was no sadist, and even less was a paranoiac. At the XIXTH Congress Stalin turned out to be totally isolated from the other members of the Politburo. Stalin voted down 6 Politburo members. Nonetheless, they were all reinstated in the Politburo at the plenary session of the Central Committee. This was an historic, unprecedented defeat for Stalin. Did it happen that way? That never happened. And there is another detail. He writes that February 17, 1953, Stalin received the Indian ambassador Krishna Menon. He kept making sketches of wolves in his notebook in the course of the meeting, and at some point he allegedly commented, "The peasants act wisely by killing mad wolves." It appeared that he had certain members of the Politburo in mind. He was just amusing himself. Collectivization, we extorted the grain. On January 1, 1928, I had to go to Melitopol on the grain procurement drive. In the Ukraine. To extort grain. From the kulaks? From everyone who had grain. Industrial workers and the army were in a desperate situation. Grain was all in private hands, and the task was to seize it from them. Each Reemstead clung to its stock of grain. We FANNED out to the localities to get it. It was my first such mission. Remember it well. I arrived in Kharkov. The capital of the Ukraine was still there, and the Central Committee of the Ukraine was still located there. The party activists were convened. They were told that the Ukraine must hand over its grain immediately, without delay. We criticized the slackers and traveled onto the countryside. January 1 I arrived at Melitopol. It was a holiday, everyone was celebrating the new year, but I went straight to the regional party committee's building and ordered, "The party activists must meet here today." It was a large town, the administrative center of a large territory, a grain surplus region. That's why I was sent there to get all the grain. The activists' meeting was held late in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. I turned on the pressure, "Give us grain. It is high time to put the squeeze on the kulak." And so forth in that vein. A resolution was adopted to require, to fulfill the collection plan, to direct. It was a peasant district, all the peasants lived on and worked their own farmstead. We took away the grain. We paid them in cash, but of course at miserably low prices. They gained nothing. I told them that the peasants had to give us grain on loan. Industry had to be restored and the army maintained. Then I went out to the countryside, to the Greek and Ukrainian settlements. I applied utmost pressure to extort the grain. All kinds of rather harsh methods of persuasion had to be applied. We started with the kulak. "If you don't put the squeeze on the kulak." I traveled around the Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, and Melitopol regions by special railroad car. I lived in it, protected by a security detail. By day I went out to the villages but did not stay there overnight. I returned to the railroad car to spend the night. Soon I returned to Moscow. Stalin met with the most experienced grain collectors. I reported how I used pressure tactics and other ruses. I mention it because after that meeting Stalin wanted to go to Siberia on a grain procurement campaign. That was his celebrated journey. Did you stay to sit in for him? Yes, I did. Was there ever an instance when both of you were out of Moscow? No, never, I believe. He said then, "I would cover you with kisses in gratitude for your action down there." I committed these words to memory. For your action. He too wanted that experience, and soon afterward set off for Siberia. Stalin was interested in the grain areas. He wanted the peasants there to take better care of their crops. He visited the main centers Novosibirsk, Altai. Before the trip he had carefully studied the reports I and others submitted, and he suggested that a special resolution be passed on the issue. From then on, the kulaks who failed to meet the quotas fixed for grain deliveries would face repressive measures. The kulaks were first of all held accountable if they failed to meet their procurement quotas. They were liable to violent measures, confiscation of their grain and execution. When the decree was published everyone began to sense that grain procurement had the force of law. It greatly increased the pressure, and grain flowed in. I went to the Ukraine, Stalin himself went to Siberia, and I believe Kaganovich and Mikoyan too traveled on grain procurement missions. After that we went seeking grain every year. Stalin no longer made the trips. But we went out for grain 5 years in a row. We pumped out the grain. In 1927 I delivered the report on collectivization. In 1928 we allowed a bit of a let-up in the drive. In 1932, after I had already been appointed chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, I went to Siberia to procure grain. There, apparently, an attempt on my life was made. In a road accident we rolled over into a ditch. Were there any instances when the instructions issued by you, the Politburo, or Stavka went unheeded locally? Such instances did occur. And they occurred not only during the war. 243. They were chronic, but especially during grain procurement drives. We used to go to the villages for grain. Hand over the grain. We've got nothing left. Nothing left? Go and get it. You surely have something cached away. We never knew what they hid away, but often they did hold back stocks of grain. Come on. Give it up. Quick. Those drives were well warranted then. To survive, the state needed the grain. Otherwise it would crack up, it would be unable to maintain the army, the schools, construction, the elements most vital to the state. So we pumped away. Of course, we did not always succeed. We were sitting targets for criticism. They would say, "Look, the center is demanding the impossible." Such talk was rife. Only the overwhelming authority of the center, with Stalin at the head, enabled us to fulfill the plans. Among writers, some say the famine of 1933 was deliberately organized by Stalin and the whole of your leadership. Enemies of communism say that they are enemies of communism. People who are not politically aware, who are politically blind. No, in collectivization, you can be sure, hands must not tremble, you must not quake in your boots, and if anyone begins to shiver, beware. We get hurt. That's just the point. Now everyone demands everything ready-made. You are like children. The overwhelming majority of present-day communists come to us hands outstretched. They just demand that everything good we have be handed them on a silver platter. They act as if that is the meaning of life. But it is not. People will be found who understand this. Such people will come along. The struggle against the petty bourgeois heritage must be merciless. If life does not improve, that's not socialism. But even if the life of the people improves year to year over a long period but the foundations of socialism are not strengthened, a crack-up will be inevitable. But nearly 12 million perished of hunger in 1933. The figures have not been substantiated. Not substantiated? No, not at all. In those years I was out in the country on grain procurement trips. Those things couldn't have just escaped me. They simply couldn't. I twice traveled to the Ukraine. I visited Sikovo in the 244 Urals and some places in Siberia. Of course I saw nothing of the kind there. Those allegations are absurd. Absurd. True, I did not have occasion to visit the Volga region. It is possible that people were worse off there. Of course I was sent where it was possible to procure grain. No, these figures are an exaggeration, though such deaths had been reported of course in some places. It was a year of terrible hardships. At the XVTHPA Rudy Congress you delivered a speech on the peasant question. On collectivization. Yes, on collectivization. You took a very interesting position. I would like to know, what did you mean by cultured master of the land? I have forgotten what I said back then, but a cultured master of the land was a well-to-do middle peasant, even a kulak. We had not yet fully broken with the kulaks, as it were, because it was too soon. At this stage the relevant party decisions called for limiting kulak proc levities, not liquidating the kulaks. Not until 2 years later did we decide to liquidate the kulaks as a social class. This was, perhaps, a preparatory period. Yes, it was. The line back then was, don't alienate the middle peasants as a class, but put the pressure on the well-to-do middle peasants. On December 1, 1927, at the XVTH Congress, you stated, he who now proposes that we adopt a policy of FORCED loans, of compulsory requisitioning of 150 to 200 million PUDs of grain FROM about 10% of peasant households, that is, not only FROM the kulaks but even FROM part of the village middle stratum, however well intentioned, is an enemy of the workers and peasants, an enemy of the alliance of workers and peasants, who is pursuing a line leading to destruction of the Soviet state. These are your words in 1927. But, look, I should like to clear up what ensued. Just a month later Stalin goes to Siberia to collect grain and says that we must liquidate. Not a month later. When was it? The Congress was held in December 1, 1927, and he set out on his trip in January 1, 1928. 245. He went later than that. No, it was not more than a month later. Stalin went on a grain procurement trip to Siberia on January 1, 1928. But we had not yet launched the slogan of liquidating the kulaks as a class. and Stalin demanded that the grain be extorted without delay and that Article 107 of the Criminal Code be applied. He went to Siberia after I had been to the Ukraine to get the grain deliveries completed. Correct. But what happened right after the Congress does not jibe with what was said at the Congress. Why not? Restricting the kulak is one thing, liquidation of the kulak is another. Back then our position was restriction of the kulak, not liquidation. Not until the autumn of 1929, in October or November, did Stalin launch the slogan of liquidation of the kulaks as a class. TWO years had passed. Some delay was necessary for the conditions to be right for the collectivization campaign. Then we struck while the iron was hot. All the same, with our grain procurements we cleared the way for the next phase. YOUC, we would say to the peasant that the grain was needed, neither the working class nor the army could get along without it. But the kulak would not hand it over. What were we to do? So, a year passed, then another, by which time the liquidation of the kulaks as a class had been prepared. There was no other way. Old Lenin have delayed the collectivization project a bit? Old he have launched the campaign later than Stalin? No. I don't think so. No. WASNT collectivization started prematurely? I don't think so. Some argue that Lenin would have carried it through differently. They are opportunists. They just don't understand. They are obtuse. They are unable to get to the heart of the matter. Some writers now argue that Stalin and Molotov declared they would not rush ahead with collectivization, but as a matter of fact we couldn't have delayed it any longer. Fascism was emerging. Soon it would have been too late. War was already looming on the horizon. Some also argue that the mujiks should not have been so cruelly treated, and that Lenin had had different ideas on that score. Lenin could also operate with resolve. Our situation, especially after Lenin was gone, became very dangerous. The mujiks were ruined, their will to work the land was destroyed. In general, the whole business was ill-prepared. That is what people say. Of course, certain errors were made then. It was a very complex undertaking. The revolution occurred in a country where the petty bourgeoisie prevailed. At what point did the fate of the revolution hang in the balance? The transition to the new economic policy. Lenin said then, "We do not entirely enjoy confidence any longer. We are not trusted by the peasantry. If we do not find a way out of this situation, we'll be driven out." That was made public. He was most outspoken. Will be driven out. The peasant is a petty proprietor. As long as he is engaged in small-scale farming, he cannot do without trade. He is prepared to take to market the last of his produce to buy a length of cloth, shoes, and clothing. He has no alternative. We would have been ruined if we had not realized that. And that was the first critical moment. Before this, of course, there was the crisis over the Brest Peace Treaty. Had we not concluded the Brest Peace at that point, the Soviet government would have collapsed. Another critical moment arrived with collectivization. After that, industrialization. All this was evident. But as regards NEP, according to Lenin, it was our strategic retreat from socialism. He was condemned when NEP brought so much disappointment among the intelligentsia. Party membership cards were turned in. Those things happened. That was quite a turn, a drastic one, of course. During that period the NEP saved us from ruin. Collectivization and rooting the leftists and the rightists, particularly the rightists, were closely linked. The struggle against the right-wing deviation also raged around collectivization. But the struggle against the THIRD-WORLDISM, the so-called left-wing, deviation had already been fought out. By the time we passed through NEP to collectivization, we had already won reliable support. NEP was adopted at the XTH Congress. At the XLTH Congress, Lenin summed up the results of the new policy and said that if we had not abandoned our earlier policies and had not restored public confidence, Soviet power would not have survived. That was essentially his analysis of the NEP 1 year after it was launched. In 1922, at the XLTH Congress, Lenin delivered the political report, and I delivered the report on organizational matters. 247. Our policy was flexible but forward-looking. Just at that point the workers' opposition started up. Among workers as well as among peasants, an entirely new party began in FACT to take shape. They accused us of jettisoning our line, of renouncing socialism, of renouncing leadership of the working class, of drifting with the current toward capitalism. But otherwise Soviet power would have been lost. Something is wrong with our agriculture. The writers need to be placed in the Ministry of Agriculture, then they will put things right there. The Americans are jubilant. They have concluded another grain deal with us. They say they have never had such a profitable contract. The new one is for a number of years. It's unpleasant. Unpleasant but a trifle. It's a trifle for the state. But we must have adequate supplies for the future. To achieve that goal we will have to work hard for another decade if we don't want to be affected by bad harvests. We want everything. We are like fairy tale heroes who want everything right then and there. But we are not heroes, not entirely at least. I think the current situation indicates that we need to develop our agriculture along the path of socialism, while the 5-year plans now do us some harm. They pin us down, hold us back. In their time they were useful, not only useful, even necessary. But now the 5-year span no longer affords full clarity. If there were, so to speak, a long-term plan, which was broken down into 5-year plans, we would have clarity. In practice now, many details are inscribed in the plan, but properly speaking there is no due clarity on where we are going. We seem to lack the brains to think through the long-term prospect, while the 5-year plan is not long-term anymore. It used to be. When we had nothing. When we were drafting the first 5-year plan, and this was typical, we stood for a 5-year plan, but the rightists, Rykov and Bukharin, favored a 2-year plan and fought hard for it. Why? We had to get out of a critical situation in agriculture. To prevent a collapse, what could we do in the next 2 years? And they actually wanted to mark time. We would not have been any closer to collectivization in 2 years. We would have issued some specialized directives, avoiding the main issue. And today we have all kinds of specific instructions crammed down our throats but no long-term outlook. After all, we need a political line. Improving the living conditions of the people is not a long-term outlook. We have been at work on that since the October Revolution. That is not a long-range goal for communism. We are building the material and technological basis for communism. But how are we building it? How are the current tasks related to the future? Tak metallurgy, this, that, and the other are on the whole being accomplished to improve the situation of the people and thereby to undergird efficiency. This is correct, but this tells us nothing specific about a way of life. If the general line is set on peaceful coexistence, we don't need revolution. We did a pretty good job of carrying through collectivization. I believe our success in collectivization was more significant than victory in World War II. If we had not carried it through, we would not have won the war. By the start of the war we already had a mighty socialist state with its own economy, industry, and so forth. I personally designated districts where kulaks were to be removed. We exiled 40,000 kulaks. My commission did its job. Frumkin's letter. Vasily Belov, an author, wanted me to ask you about Frumkin's letter to the Politburo. Right, I do recall a man by the name of M.I. Frumkin. It was the summer of 1928. Exactly. Why, oh, you have a great memory. I can still remember the main events. He criticized me in that letter of his. He was a radical right-wing theorist, a Bolshevik. As we pressed on with collectivization, he wrote in opposition to it. In 1927 I was entrusted to deliver a special report on collectivization at the XVTH Congress. As a matter of fact, I was then chairing the Rural Commission. 249. In the Central Committee, and the entire responsibility for. I myself come from a village, but I didn't know rural life well. Fromkin contended that the struggle against the kulak would lead to the degeneration of agriculture and that we would be left without bread. So if we put the clamps on the kulak, we would face famine. He attacked me as I was, so to speak, among the instigators of collectivization. He said I was wrong. There was such a letter, and it was sharply condemned by the Central Committee. But behind Fromkin stood Rykov and Bukharin. He was in touch with them at all times. Fromkin by and large had won a reputation for being quite independent in his judgments as far back as 1911, when he was the first to speak out on an important issue. In Petersburg a struggle was raging between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. The Mensheviks had already become liquidators. We roundly cursed them out because they wanted to liquidate the party. We, however, regarded the party as an illegal, strictly clandestine organization which at the same time had the ability to work within legal organizations wherever possible. The very flexible, well-balanced, and highly intelligent line pursued by the Bolsheviks set them off from the Mensheviks. The question then arose, what should be the main slogan of the workers of Petersburg? The Mensheviks proposed, in Peter, let's build a workers' palace as a center for cultural work among the workers. But Fromkin proposed not a workers' palace but a workers' daily newspaper. He was supported by another well-known worker, a baker, who later became an anti-Stalinist. The former baker died in the 1960s, having deteriorated mentally. Back in 1911 he had supported Fromkin's idea. The Bolsheviks stood for the workers' newspaper rather than for the workers' palace. That was how Pravda originated. The Mensheviks then launched a daily paper of their own. Fromkin's role was a small one, but it has stuck in my memory, and from time to time I recall that he wrote to the Central Committee, sown area is growing smaller, harvests are declining, grain marketings are falling, the country is without bread, but you persist in attacking the kulak. You are pushing the country toward the abyss. Fromkin was a very straightforward man. I knew him well. A man of integrity who confronted the Central Committee openly and head-on. He explicitly wrote that he would not support collectivization and would criticize whomever wanted it, both the Party Congress and Stalin. What became of him? J1 Molotov remembers. He too got mixed up with right-wingers, I think. The second wave. Before the XVTH Congress, Bukharin and I worked on all the decisions pertaining to collectivization. We drafted the resolution on collectivization, and I delivered the report on it. 3 of us had examined and reworked it, Stalin, Bukharin, and I. We worked out the fundamental decisions and line. It is true that earlier, in 1925, Bukharin had told the peasants, enrich yourselves. That statement, as it turned out, was no accident. The results were better. Bukharin and I drafted a resolution on my report at the XVTH Congress. Later Stalin scoffed at Bukharin. To camouflage his opportunistic line, Bukharin argued at one of our meetings, you say I am defending the kulak, but in fact I favor a forced offensive against the kulak. Stalin responded with a laugh, Bukharin now favors a forced offensive. Even we didn't suggest that. But as long as he insists, all right, let us have it recorded that way, a forced offensive against the kulaks. Bukharin was cornered. But then Bukharin, of course, carried on as before. He subjected the party line to scathing criticism. The Mao's formula signed by Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky went like this, the Central Committee is pursuing a Trotskyist line on questions of the village and the peasantry. It is a policy of military feudal exploitation of the peasantry. First, we favor applying strong pressure on the kulak. But not pressure that will be extended to the mass of the peasantry. Trotsky did not believe we must count on the peasantry. He believed they were people who could not stand for socialism. Flexibility of policy would help us in a very healthy way. Economic measures, Bukharin said, would suffice to finish off the kulak. Trotsky betrayed the party by mounting military feudal attacks on the peasantry which were merciless robbery. Stalin and Molotov pointed out in their speeches that the peasantry should be handled with caution, without illusions, that NEP would last a long time. Had we proceeded with that kind of policy, we wouldn't 251 have the problems we are trying to correct even now. Instead, people started hiding grain in pits, and drunkenness increased. Although the kulaks amounted to only 3 to 4% of the peasantry, the numbers repressed were incomparably greater. Molotov replied that, true, they had said such things, but then time told and circumstances demanded a much more rapid transition to collectivization. The peasants were quick to respond to collectivization. The process advanced at a turbulent pace we hadn't expected. As far as dekulakization goes, the Central Committee resolution of January 5, 1930, precisely designated the areas where collectivization was to be carried out. But of course there were more than a few excesses. Stalin pointed this out. As to the NEP, it was never formally abandoned. Some of its elements are still practiced today. I understood the feelings of those who wrote about rural life. They took pity on the muzhik. But what could you do? Sacrifices were unavoidable. Some argue that Lenin would have never pursued that kind of policy. But in matters like that Lenin was more severe than Stalin. Many suggest that Lenin would have re-examined his stand on the proletarian dictatorship, that he wasn't a dogmatist, and so on. But this is said by people who very much would have liked him to revise his views. People now say, under Khrushchev it was bad, but now it is even worse. It is not possible for everything to be good as long as imperialism exists. Imperialism must be destroyed. We have much building to complete. Socialism is a cause of worldwide significance. There must be meat, there must be this and that. What if we concentrate our main efforts on that? We may achieve a certain success, but we shall then be back where we started. Period. Imperialism is still there. But facing imperialism is socialism, the adversary. Why should they have plenty of everything, and we don't? We are still not up to it. Do you think collective FANNS could now be disbanded? Not all at once. But we have to proceed in that direction. A big step in that direction was made with the recent decision of the Central Committee. The objective should be deeper specialization, wider cooperation, and a switch to industrial rails, to an agro-industrial way of development. The tasks that have been set are quite correct. I think my letter was of use in that regard. But there is no time to lose in this matter. It is a very important path along which the kolkhozes must evolve so as to heighten the very level of socialization, that is, to be transformed into sovkhozes. There is no other way. That was stated by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Apart from the land we nationalized, our collective farms are not consistently socialist. Plants and factories are, which is most significant. Certain laws must be thoroughly reconceptualized and updated. The process should begin with specialization and increased amalgamation of kolkhozes, followed by the creation of agro-industrial complexes. But the well-off kolkhozes will be against this. They find themselves in a favorable situation. At the expense of the state, they get land melioration and so forth, they deliver part of their output to the state and retain the rest, a very advantageous situation, indeed. This Marx and Engels feared. In my opinion, the kolkhozes have already seen their day. Things should not be rushed, but there is no reason to procrastinate either, because that would apply the brakes to an upsurge in the rural economy. Stalin's economic problems has a correct idea, a very correct idea on this question. The drought is not the problem. It is imperialism. This must never be forgotten. We are not likely to have it easy as long as we have to face imperialism. Of course we would like to live better. We deserve a better life. But improvement will be a slow process. But people can't find meat for sale anywhere in the country. To hell with the meat. Just let imperialism drop dead. This bad drought. Everything we have is concentrated on it, and of course this is quite natural, correct, and necessary. But I would nevertheless approach it differently. It is probably because I've got all I need. No, not merely because of that. 253. And our assisting others is not an end in itself but has to do with the struggle against imperialism. Repression. Nowadays you don't get the real facts handed to you on a silver platter. They are mixed up and corrupted in every way, so to speak, and obscured by all kinds of other facts. It would now seem impossible to find a way out of this predicament. But for all that, there is a way out if one thinks and strives to sort things out. First, our country moved to the front line, so to speak, and has lived with two fundamental problems since the onset of the revolution, which it could not surmount in a brief period and which are not yet fully surmounted. The first is our internal backwardness. To move to the most advanced positions for the destruction of capitalism and the building of socialism in a backward country that, after all, is a Herculean task. The overwhelming majority hold that this task even contradicts Marxism, and they would depict Lenin as having departed from Marx. They try to do that in the West, though Lenin was a consistent champion, thinker, and revolutionary in the spirit of Marx and Engels. Marx constructed his theory objectively, but Lenin, they say, introduced a subjective, a new element to a degree not found in Marx. This is wrong, of course, but to a certain extent corresponds with the facts. He faced a new element in the backwardness of the country. The second problem is that the developed capitalist countries have remained capitalist. That is the external factor. It's undeniable. These are the two problems, not to mention others, with which we must cope. They present colossal difficulties which might be overcome only under special conditions. In the early years, even after the victory of Soviet power, Lenin conceded that we had failed, so to speak. He frankly stated that if we proved unable to build a socialist society, we should nevertheless do everything we might toward that end. He would concede nothing as concerns the general line of advance. But have you seen what Grossman writes? The problem is not Stalin but Lenin. Even here there is a grain of truth, because Lenin did not have the potentially ties that became available to Stalin. Would Lenin have tolerated the opposition that surrounded him if he had been in a different position? 254. But what could he do? His genius lies in his ability to hold out under those conditions. That is real genius. 1937 was necessary. Bear in mind that after the revolution we slashed right and left, we scored victories, but tattered enemies of various stripes survived, and as we were faced by the growing danger of fascist aggression, they might have united. Thanks to 1937 there was no fifth column in our country during the war. Even among Bolsheviks, you know, there still are some who are loyal and dedicated as long as the nation and the party face no danger. But as soon as something dangerous appears, they first waver and then switch sides. I don't think we did the right thing to have rehabilitated many of the military who were repressed in 1937. The documents have not yet seen the light, but in time things will be cleared up. It's unlikely those people were spies, but they were definitely linked with foreign intelligence services. The main thing, however, is that at the decisive moment they could not be depended on. Molotov was speaking in response to the persistent argument that if Tukhachevsky and Yakir had not been executed, the war's beginning would not have been so terrible for us. Just the latest effation in falsification, he said. A friend of mine, a professor, comes to see me from time to time. How shall I explain that period? He asks. I say, but what would have happened if the right-wingers had been in charge? Where would the course of history have turned then? If you look closely at the details, you will see the answer. As long as the state exists, certain ills come with it, but neither survival nor progress can be achieved without the state. Unequal living standards, depending on what position you currently hold, a minister or. These things are all intertwined, and they should never be disregarded. As long as we have the state, and we will be living with it for many years to come, as long as we have money and it is here to stay for some time, these are the fundamental factors that spawn all kinds of bad things, including bureaucracy, careerism, money grubbing in every form, and, of course, cruelty. The party purges are fully in keeping with the principle of democratic centralism, though apart from the Bolsheviks they have never been. 255. Practiced by other parties. Only recently the Czechs have run a party purge, while we had several very thorough purges. Very sweeping and very harsh. Quite a few mistakes were made in the process, too. So 1938 was too soon for rehabilitation? What do you think? Was it because of the imminence of war? It was because of war and confusion about who was to verify whom. Distrust was pervasive. It was not only the flagrant rightists, not to mention the Trotskyists, who suffered, but also many waverers who irresolutely implemented the line in which they had no confidence, those who at a critical moment might betray, might go back on their word. Despite all that, people like Khrushchev and Mikoyan survived, and not only they. Yes, but it's a shame that many good people perished. The struggle was so intense. In such an intense, complicated struggle, fought by people often untested, sometimes they perhaps maliciously helped to destroy good people. There were undoubtedly such cases. Testing for loyalty and reliability, you know, is very complicated. Herein lies the danger for a state, especially a dictatorship of the proletariat. Any dictatorship, it requires harsh, unquestioning discipline. But who is to maintain it? People who do not always want it, down deep oppose it, and oppose it in practice as long as that is possible. But the moment they sense danger, they go to FAR to curry favor and to protect their careers. Many deeds have been committed by such people, because we do not have ready-made pure people, purged of all sins, people who would carry through a very complicated, difficult policy fraught with all kinds of unknowns. Verifi or not, verification itself is not always appropriate. To stage a purge of the party is very dangerous. The best people are the first purged. Many people who are honest and speak frankly are expelled, while those who keep everything in the dark and are eager to curry favor with the party chiefs retain their positions. This was to a certain extent inevitable as long as careerism and time-serving held people in their grip. 1937 was the continuation of the revolution, concluded Shota Ivanovich. In a certain sense the revolution has not been completed to this day. In a way, yes. Socialism has not yet been completely built. To those people who arrive after the task is completed, it seems everything is easier. These things must be properly sorted out. Trotskyism and particularly the rightist deviation need to be recalled. Youc, in 1937 there were many who wavered and vacillated. Many honest communists perished then. There is no smoke without fire. The security people overdid it. They were overzealous in fulfilling their tasks. But many wavered, and good people often perished as a result. Some were offended, others were demoted. People had different motivations for their criticism. But there were critics who were unable to appreciate our accomplishments. They were prepared to do damage. A great many people cheered hurrah, and were for the party and for Stalin in words but vacillated in deeds. Khrushchev, who was a Trotskyist in his time, presents a striking example. In many cases it was difficult to sort things out. But back then one had to be very much on the alert. Now we have all become wise after the FACT, know-it-alls, and we lump together discrete time periods. We passed through dissimilar time periods. One must closely examine each period and each historical actor taken separately. Socialism demands immense effort. And that includes sacrifices. Mistakes were made in the process. But we could have suffered greater losses in the war, perhaps even defeat, if the leadership had flinched and had allowed internal disagreements, like cracks in a rock. Had the leadership broken down in the 1930s, we would have been in a most critical situation, many times more critical than actually turned out. I bear responsibility for this policy of repression and consider it correct. Admittedly, I have always said grave mistakes and excesses were committed, but the policy on the whole was correct. All the Politburo members, including myself, bear responsibility for those mistakes. The allegation persists that the majority of the condemned were innocent and were wrongly punished. But in the main it was the guilty, those who needed to be repressed to one degree or another, who were punished. 257. Policy is one thing, but its implementation is another. Had no brutal measures been used, there would surely have been a danger of splits within the party. Office-seeking within party ranks also played a negative role. Each person clung to his position. With us it has always been like that. Once we launch a drive, we push it steadfastly to the limit. The opportunities for abuses in such circumstances are tremendous when everything is on so large a scale. Marxist thought must be constantly replenished. We can't know whether or not there will be a personality. May God grant there be not one personality but many good ones. Citing these mistakes, some people have tried to impugn our entire system. They say, you were wrong. That's no way to build socialism. But who built it better? We were the first. I justify the repressions despite the grave mistakes committed in the process. Bear in mind it was not merely overdoing it, not with Vjačeslav heading state security. He explicitly told the court that the oppositionists had remained in high offices for so long only because he had assisted them. Now I confess my mistakes and wrongdoings, I therefore ask you to spare me. Let me live, I have rendered a good service to the court. I have the transcript of his trial. He said, indeed, the rightists and the THIRD-WORLDists sitting here in the dock were exposed so late because I was the one who prevented that. And now I am condemning them all. Can you guarantee life to me in exchange for that service? What a skunk! A communist, a people's commissar. And that scoundrel sat next to Dzerzhinsky. As Dzerzhinsky's closest aide, he was gradually, after Menzhinsky, moved up to take the job of people's commissar for state security. What kind of man was this? What filth! I used to know him well in those years, and I regret he was such a close aide to Dzerzhinsky. Dzerzhinsky was a radiant, spotless personality. Vjačeslav was a filthy nobody who wormed his way into the party and was only caught in 1937. We had to work with reptiles like that, but there were no others. No one. Now you understand why so many mistakes were made. They deceived us, and innocent people were sometimes incriminated. Obviously 1 or 2 out of 10 were wrongly sentenced, but the rest got their just deserts. It was extremely hard then to get at the truth. But any delay was out of the question. War preparations were underway. That's how it was. And that was in 1937. It took 20 years. Not 20 exactly, they were thrown out of the Politburo earlier than that, but they were in it for quite some time. There were so many open and heated debates on a variety of issues. First it was THIRD-WORLDism, then Bukharin in 1928-1929. Confrontation with Trotsky started even earlier, under Lenin, then, starting from 1925-1926, it was Zinoviev and Kamina. The right-wing opposition Bukharin, Tomsky, and Rykov emerged in 1928-1929. It has received little coverage, but at the time it was the chief threat because essentially it reflected the interests of the kulaks and of many well-to-do peasants who followed them. That right-wing opposition was and is even today extremely hard to fight. But no one writes about this or tries to explain it. Of course we committed a number of grave errors in the matter. But in fact those errors were many fewer in numbers than people think today. Yes, even now I believe that the Central Committee acted correctly in 1937 and in the late 1930s. To have done all this smoothly and graciously would have been very bad. After all, it is interesting that we went on living with the oppositionists and oppositionist factions until the events of the late 1930s. After the war there were no oppositionist factions, a relief which enabled us to set a good, correct policy. But if most of these people had remained alive, I don't know whether we would have been able firmly to stand our ground. It was mainly Stalin who took upon himself this difficult task, but we helped correctly. I do mean correctly. Without a man like Stalin it would have been very, very difficult, especially during the war. There would no longer have been teamwork. We would have had splits in the party. It would have been nothing but one against another. Then what? We overdid it and committed many errors. That's indisputable. You should never forget that if there hadn't been repression, the opposition wouldn't have been so fool. Yevtushenko writes in his novel that what was built on FEAR could not be regarded as victory. If heroes like Yevtushenko had been placed on a pedestal, would we 259 have won the war? We were a backward country of small holding peasant farms, as Lenin said. The fact that we survived, that socialism endured and after the war moved forward, all of this, in my opinion, is our greatest accomplishment of this period. Yes, in this achievement the epidemic of repressions itself played a crucial role. In the spring of 1921 Lenin, at the XTH Party Congress, said that merciless struggle must be waged. In that case could we tolerate further discussion? No, no more discussion. But discussions went on and on interminably, though on a reduced scale. Under Lenin there was no alternative. But early in 1923, as soon as Lenin was incapacitated, we had to reckon with a new situation. Under Lenin it was one thing, without him, another. Under Lenin there were so many disagreements, so many opposition groups of every conceivable stripe. Lenin regarded this as very dangerous and demanded resolute struggle against it. But he could not take the lead in the struggle against the opposition or against disagreements. Someone had to remain untainted by all repression. So Stalin took the lead, assuming the burden of responsibility in surmounting the vast majority of these difficulties. In my opinion he generally coped with this responsibility correctly. All of us supported him in this. I was one of his chief supporters. I have no regrets over it. Was Stalin correct about the class struggle becoming more intense under socialism? It was correct in view of the periods analyzed then. It implied certain periods of intense confrontation rather than continuous struggle. The service rendered by Stalin's leadership in strengthening the unity of the party and of the world communist movement as well as tremendous. Stalin was a man of integrity. I have heard that Stalin and you issued a directive to the NKVD to apply torture. Torture? Did you? No, we never did that. Vyshinsky is charged with abolishing legal procedures. A person's future was decided by one man. Z60. Well, he shouldn't be charged with that. He was never the one to make those decisions. Of course there were such excesses. But there was no other way out. An individual could be sentenced at the will of a district party secretary. That was possible. The true Bolsheviks could not afford to hesitate on the eve of WORLDWAR2. It's most important to realize that. It is also said that Stalin and Molotov considered only themselves to be true Leninists. There was no alternative. Had we not regarded ourselves as Leninists, and had we not attacked those who wavered, we could have been weakened. Concerning 1937 someone has written, so many families had a loved one arrested. Weren't Stalin and Molotov aware of that? Philistine talk. Such talk is inevitable. Recently a chauffeur drove me here from Moscow. He was an elderly man whom I had never seen before. I accept any driver they send over to me. I normally listen to the Mayak to get the latest news and enjoy some music. But this time my driver wanted to talk and asked if I would turn off the music. I wondered what he would say. I tried to ask him a question to enliven the conversation. He remarked, "Isn't it great that in Russia there is a Siberia?" I said, "Yes, Siberia is a vast land. We would be worse off without it, and we will benefit from having it in many ways. Yeah, France has no Siberia, Germany has no Siberia, but they are not faring well." I thought, what was he up to? What exactly do you have in mind when you mention the benefits of Siberia? I asked. I know we possess boundless wealth there. I think you know what's on my mind. There was the time when all that human scum and rubbish had to be crushed. Stalin was far-sighted, Joseph Vissarionovich was a man of vision. Those who had to be put out of the way were done away with just in time. Just in time because it was necessary to act strongly, resolutely, and mercilessly. Comrade Stalin took the job firmly in hand. Right. I agree with you, I told him. 261. Then he remained silent till we were close to the house. The people see everything. What is it they say? Is there going to be a second revolution, or what? I recall as a child, said Shodolvanovich, that it was terrible, it was horrible when NKVD agents appeared. It was AFEAR, imagine, analogous with that inspired by the Gestapo of course. They would come to take someone away. They took my father. He perished because he was not fond of Beria, and my mother suffered terribly. It was horrible, I don't deny it and I well remember it, but admittedly without the state security agencies there would be no Soviet power today. Certainly. You know why my mother was arrested? Asked Shodolvanovich. For being a member of the family of a traitor to the motherland. Just a family member. And nothing else. I understand. And why was your father arrested? It seems he was a right-winger. A party member since 1905. He had been to jail 3 times as a Bolshevik. Even if he was a member since Napoleon's time, at some point he was a Bolshevik and then he apparently ceased to be one. He was always a Bolshevik. After the rehabilitation decree was issued, my mother received a special pension on his account as well as a FREE voucher for a stay at a spa. Mother was a housewife. She came from a poor peasant family. From the kulaks, probably. Like my mother, father also came from a poor peasant family. Stalin and you looked on from the Lenin mausoleum when the holiday marchers filed past bearing placards inscribed, Ezhovi Rukavitsi. Did Stalin approve this? No one voiced any objections then. Ezhov was a pre-revolutionary Bolshevik, a former industrial worker. He was never affiliated with an opposition faction. He was a secretary of the Central Committee for a few years. He worked in the Central Committee for quite some time. At one time he was secretary of the Kazakh Regional Party Committee. He enjoyed a very good reputation, but I can't rule out the possibility that he Z6Z became somewhat demoralized and corrupt. I still retain some impressions of him. In Asya Kovlev's book The Goal of My Lifetime, Stalin says of Ezhov, you call the ministry, he's left for the Central Committee, you call the Central Committee, he's left for the ministry, you send a messenger to his apartment and there he is, dead drunk. How then is Ezhov to be perceived? He had been honest but then committed all kinds of follies. Could that be so? Why, oh, you could say he overreached himself and committed all kinds of follies. When a man is afraid of losing his job and turns overzealous. That is called careerism. It is tremendously important because it keeps growing and is one of the main defects of our time. By that time Azov had sunk to a point of degeneration. You are not the first to tell me that Stalin said this. I have read Vyacheslav but don't remember everything. They started to accuse Azov when he began to set arrest quotas by regions, on down to districts. No fewer than 2,000 must be liquidated in such and such region, no fewer than 50 in such and such district. That's the reason why he was shot. His official conduct, of course, had not been subjected to oversight. Didn't the Politburo err in placing excessive trust in the security agencies? No. There were deficiencies. You could say that Molotov is not bald. But that does not mean he has curly locks. If you say that a man is not tall, that does not mean he is short. I did not say that Azov had an unblemished record, but he was a good party worker. Closer oversight was needed. Oversight was inadequate. Didn't the security agencies place themselves above the party? No, that's not so. The acute danger of deviations should not be dismissed. There was not enough time. We lacked resources. I did not say that the Politburo was overly trusting, but I did say that insufficient oversight was exercised. I disagree that we were overly trusting. The oversight was inadequate. There were things we have spoken about that broke people. And all of these oppositions. Friends today, enemies tomorrow, caught up in ferocious struggle. There were good people even among the rightists, of course. Of all the members of the Politburo who worked under Lenin, Stalin alone remained. All the others went into opposition at one time or another: Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Tomsky, Bukharin. Of course, for Stalin it was an unbearable situation how to suffer criticism from all quarters, not to mention dissatisfaction, grumbling, and distrust. He needed nerves of steel to withstand it. Stalin too valued Bukharin highly. Yes, he did. Bukharin was highly educated and cultured. But what can you do? The THIRD-WORLDISM. In the first place, as chairman of the Council of Ministers, I am accountable for all the repressions. I am responsible for. I knew Ukhanov quite well. He was quite a good, likable fellow. Handsome too, by the way. A worker, a metal worker actually, from the dynamo plant, and a revolutionary. He was chairman of the Moscow Soviet. He became associated with the rightists. I am responsible for everyone inasmuch as I signed most in FACT, almost all the arrest lists. Of course we debated, then made a decision. In the end, however, the decision was based on trust in the CPU's word. Haste ruled. Could one go into all the details? But you must remember that quite a few right-wingers were operating within the NKVD. Vyacheslav was a right-winger through and through. Azov was different. I knew Azov very well, much better than Vyacheslav. Vyacheslav was also a pre-revolutionary Bolshevik, though not from the working class. But their results were the same. No, there was a difference, a political one. As concerns Vyacheslav, he was hostile to the party's policies. Azov had never been hostile, he just overdid it because Stalin demanded greater repression. That was somewhat different. Azov had no ulterior motives. The machinery rolled stop it where? Sort everything out properly? But the sorting out was often done by rightists or even by Trotskyists. Through them we obtained a lot of incriminating materials. But when a regimental commander gets arrested merely because he knows Yakir, or because he saw him once from a distance, one didn't necessarily have to see him to be in his group, or be a friend of his for that matter. Did each of Stalin's supporters know him personally? Each Stalinist just had confidence in his line and policies and height for them. Those public trials are surprising in that people like Bukharin, Rykov, Rosengolds, Krestinsky, Rakovsky, Vjačeslav confessed to things that seem ridiculous. Vjačeslav said, "I am no better than any spy operating against the Soviet Union." That was manifestly preposterous. Why did they do that? People who know Rykov and Bukharin, even Rosengolds, were deeply shocked. How was this possible? I think it was another stratagem of theirs to carry on their struggle against the party at the public trial to so malign themselves as to make all the other charges seem unbelievable. I would even say that their confessions contained only 10% absurdities, perhaps less. THIRD-WORLDISM confessed to certain things on purpose in order to show how preposterous the whole trial was. That was a struggle against the party. You refuse to take into account the psychological and political dimensions of the matter because you wonder, could all those charges have been true? The confessions seemed artificial and exaggerated. I consider it inconceivable that Rykov, Bukharin, and even Tyarsky agreed to cede the Soviet Far East, the Ukraine, and even the Caucasus to a foreign power. I rule that out. But some kind of talk revolved around this matter, and the prosecutor later oversimplified it. The time will come when everything will be sorted out. Solzhenitsyns could also be found in the party leadership. Then they had to be tolerated. Things are no different today. By 1937 they had lost a platform to stand on and the support of the people. They voted for Stalin but were double dealers. It was shown in court that the right-wingers had Kuybyshev and Gorky poisoned. Vjačeslav, the former chief of the secret police, was involved in arranging the poisoning of his own predecessor, Menzhinsky. Did Stalin himself have any doubts about 1937? Did he speak of any extremes or excesses? How could he not have had doubts? And not just doubts. Ezhov, chief of state security, was executed by firing squad. Didn't Stalin merely make a scapegoat of Ezhov, thereby placing all the blame on him? Simplistic. That version is pushed by those who misunderstand the state of the country at the time. Of course the demands originated with Stalin, and of course there were excesses, but all that was permissibly, to my mind, for the sake of the main objective, keeping state power. Some fiction now includes episodes in which Stalin is tortured by doubts about the victims of 1937. Poor things. Pity them. Don't forget, they worked to ruin the cause. Stalin is said to have apologized to Rokossovsky. Quite possible. Rokossovsky was a good man. Merezhkov was also in jail before the war. After the trial, Trotsky called Zinoviev and Kamina apathetic creatures. Here's what Bukharin said at the trial. I admit that I am guilty of the dastardly plan of the dismemberment of the USSR. Trotsky was negotiating about territorial concessions, and I was in a bloc with the Trotskyists. This is a fact, and I admit it. I already said when giving my main testimony during the trial that it was not the naked logic of the struggle that drove us, the counter-revolutionary conspirators, into this stinking underground life, which has been exposed at this trial in all its starkness. This naked logic of the struggle was accompanied by a degeneration of ideas, a degeneration of psychology, a degeneration of ourselves, a degeneration of people. There are well-known historical examples of such degeneration. One need only mention Bryant, Mussolini, and others. And we too degenerated, and this brought us into a camp which in its views and features was very much akin to a Kulak Predarian fa schism. He was very articulate about that. Go on. For 3 months I refused to say anything. Then I began to testify. Why? Because while in prison I made a re-evaluation of my entire past. When you ask yourself, if you must die, what are you dying for? An absolutely black void suddenly rises before you with startling vividness. There was nothing to die for, if one wanted to die unrepented. And, on the contrary, everything positive that glistens in the Soviet Union acquires new dimensions in a man's mind. This in the end disarmed me completely and led me to bend my knees before the party and the country. I feel it my duty to say here that in the parallelogram of forces which went to make up the counter-revolutionary tactics, TROTSKY was the principal motive FORCE. And the most acute methods terrorism, espionage, the dismemberment of the USSR, and wrecking proceeded primarily from this source. I may infer a priori that TROTSKY and my other allies in crime, as well as the Second International, all the more since I discussed this with Nikolaevsky. Who is Nikolovsky? A Menshevik living abroad. Will endeavor to defend us, especially and particularly myself. I reject this defense, because I am kneeling before the country, before the party, before the whole people. The monstrousness of my crimes is immeasurable, especially in the new stage of the struggle of the USSR. May this trial be the last severe lesson, and may the great might of the USSR become clear to all. Let it be clear to all that the counter-revolutionary thesis of the national limitedness of the USSR has remained suspended in the air like a wretched rag. Everybody perceives the wise leadership of the country that is ensured by Stalin. It is in the consciousness of this that I await the verdict. What matters is not the personal feelings of a repentant enemy, but the flourishing progress of the USSR and its international importance. He is a little hypocritical at this point. I once more repeat that I admit that I am guilty of treason to the socialist Fatherland, the most heinous of possible crimes, of the organization of kulak uprisings, of preparations for terrorist acts, and of belonging to an underground, anti-Soviet organization. I further admit that I am guilty of organizing a conspiracy for a palace coup. These are profoundly practical matters. I said, and I now repeat, that I was a leader and not a cog in the counter-revolutionary affairs. A good speaker. Re-articulate. Pure diction. Now they have managed to trample these trials underfoot. They don't appear in print anymore. The entire proceedings, you know, were published for all to read. Attending the trials were foreign reporters, both left-wing bourgeois and Hitlerite press, diplomats, ambassadors. Past mistakes and losses of life had been great because we proved too trusting of individuals who could no longer be trusted. Their degeneration was already complete, and we got rid of them belatedly. Personal ambitions could also be traced in that affair. The palace coup schemes. Personal. I can't agree with that. That conclusion would reduce the whole affair to mere trifles. Each of us, bad or good, has his own personal interests. But why should those individuals have initially proceeded in one direction and then made a U-turn to march in the opposite direction? Personal ambition would be something petty and narrow. The trouble was that they no longer believed, they had lost all faith in the cause and consequently had to seek a way out. But only implacable enemies of Soviet power could point to another way out. Either I defend the October Revolution or I am against it and look for allies among its enemies. You see, it's never easy when you must grapple with difficulties. Not everyone has sufficient stamina for it. But the party keeps moving forward. It keeps advancing. The opposition desperately looked for a crack in which to hide. No way. You are known by the public. You are Trotsky, you are Bukharin. You are supposed to say what you have always said. They repeated their past affirmations of faith, but down deep they no longer believed in the cause. Here you have what turned them into such spineless creatures in the end. At the trial, how did Bukharin put it? What have I left? Should I hide anything? What for? Now I've got nothing. I face non-existence, so I am prepared to tell everything. They sensed they could not squirm out. They were caught. But now it is said that the accusations had no basis in fact whatever, apart from the confessions of the accused, which still cannot be taken as proof of guilt. No other evidence was required. We were absolutely certain they were guilty. They were enemies. You just read Bukharin. What an opportunist. And what about the Kulak revolts? Their innocence was out of the question, then. Absolutely. Look, they strained to reduce their testimony to the point of absurdity because they were so terribly embittered by defeat. Victory over them was complete. Of course Bukharin had a very high opinion of himself, and failure was not to his taste. Re-embittered, indeed. They now say the trial was conducted with actors in place of the accused. Then I pose this question: the Germans just once arranged a show trial of a single individual. Goering presided over the trial, and the whole affair ended in a flop the very first day. Correct. But in our country everything was made public with the exception of 2 military tribunals. For reasons of military secrecy these were closed trials. The enemies of Soviet power have always been good at concocting ingenious stories. The open trial lasted for 12 days, with the world press attending and with 21 individuals, all well known to the public, sitting in the dock. Our enemies also attended the trials. Nowadays it is said, yes, many lives were sacrificed in order to defend Soviet power. But who needs a system that caused so many millions to perish? Wouldn't a monarchy or a constitutional democracy have been better? Every well-off individual in bourgeois society will talk that way, but those not well-off, the worker, the peasant, the poor man, can't agree with this. Lives were sacrificed under the old regime, and if not for Soviet power the number of lives lost would have been greater, there would have been ever more wars without end. That would have been inevitable. Just try to prove it. It does not require proof. Life will demonstrate it to those who still don't see it. But the masses of workers and peasants do. Those who allege that the trials were badly scripted are, in their obtuseness, simply allied with the White Guards. No CPU or any other security service could have fabricated the trials that way. 3 major trials were held, in 1936, 1937, and 1938, with much material released to the public. The defendants were totally demoralized, and they divulged a great deal about their operations. I think and assume that in their testimony they withheld information and tried to mislead on certain points. To say that people like Krestinsky and Rosengolds, people like Yagoda, like Bukharin and Pyatakov all followed some kind of script is absurd. As long as there is imperialism, all of this will be repeated time and again. There will be rightists and leftists. As long as imperialism exists, we shall not be delivered from this. Had you not prevailed in 1937, the Soviet government might no longer exist, said Shota Ivanovich. No, that's an extreme supposition. There would have been more victims. We would have prevailed in any case. But it would have required millions more victims. We would have had to beat back the German invasion and fight the internal enemy at the same time. You are reproached inasmuch as Stalin allegedly killed off the most talented people in the country. The most talented being Trotsky, Zinoviev, that ilk. With such talented people we would have crept backward. There is talent and there is talent. A new version has developed with regard to the open trials of the 1930s. It is said that the defendants were promised life in exchange for exhaustive confessions, something on that order. That's a White Guard version. It's their fabrication. Such notions appeared earlier, too. Are they complete FOLs, or what? Some people reproach you, said Shota Ivanovich, for not having done a thorough job in 1937. There should have been greater repression because many covert enemies remained untouched. You have shown in your memorandum that double dealers were ensconced in the party. Yes, both in the regional party organizations and in the people's commissariats. In the Politburo itself were people who did not believe in our cause. Rykov, for example. And Zinoviev, too. Rykov was convinced there would be an uprising in the Don area. Now, how can we explain the bitter struggle within the party before the war? That's a very important question, an extremely significant idea which I couldn't entirely grasp at first. The exploiting classes had not yet been finished off, and this was reflected in the party. The exploiting classes are now said to have been eliminated by then. By 1937 there was not a single kulak around. The job was considered done the day after all the kulaks had been deported. Now, let me address what was not completed. The kulaks were defeated, yes. But that was not complete victory. The kulak mentality can still be seen today, and on a grand scale, too. Party members defend the kulaks. They're hard workers. Some argue. Many writers say such things. Complete blockheads. People say Lenin would never have treated his opponents the way Stalin did. Stalin displayed a despotic character. Lenin spent so much time on a person like Trotsky. That was a different era, and there were no other alternatives. That was it. I will leave the party CC. I will leave the government, Lenin threatened. YOUC, that's how FAR things had gone. Of course Lenin displayed more flexibility in certain cases. Stalin was less tolerant. But, on the other hand, Lenin demanded that Zinoviev and Kamina be expelled from the party in the days of the October Revolution, and Stalin definitely ended them. It could go either way depending on the case. But it cannot be said that Lenin was soft. He didn't spend his time wiping children's snotty noses. Lenin should not be portrayed like that. We could not pause. People have good memories of Postyshev. Kozyrev. Postyshev made a good impression. He had good qualities, too. But in his later years he made mistakes and drifted toward the right wing. Kozyrev was from the younger generation, he came from a workers' family. As a Komsomol member he was very active, though definitely a rightist. He was a Bukharin Slepkov type. There was such a youth faction which included Slepkov, editor of the magazine Communist. That faction included Maritsky, the actress's brother. Astrov. Astrov later began to write books on party history, thereby completing his convalescence, as they say. AFEW more names can be mentioned, Eichenbaum and others. The youth group of the rightist faction was led by Slepkov. This Moscow organizer wasn't bad, but a kulak type, very troublesome. Under the influence of the neo-Bukharinist go-slow lobby, a great deal of damage had been deliberately inflicted on the national economy. What else could you expect in a country of peasants? Not only in a peasant country but even in Germany, and especially in Britain, where workers constitute the majority, the ruling class, fearful of losing its property, created a workers' aristocracy. This tendency cannot be checked by halfway measures. Khrushchev. A person like him could have switched sides in a flash. The times were most difficult. Bourgeois Democrats call you inhuman. You have people shot because of the views they hold. In a bourgeois parliamentary system, senators are never placed before a firing squad. That's because in bourgeois democracies they don't do what needs to be done. Initially we did not take everything into account, we did not understand everything that was going on. Of course we did not believe that everything would go smoothly, but certain developments escaped our attention. When wrecking began, however, we quickly began to understand. If the communist Rukimovich, according to our information, participated in wrecking personally knew him well, he was a very nice fellow, but look, he was already a waverer. At the Central Committee plenum of 1937 I named him as a wrecker. He admitted it. There was testimony. Yes, it's possible the testimony was concocted and fictitious, but not to the extent that innocent people pleaded guilty. Now Rudzutak never confessed to anything about himself. He was executed by firing squad. A Politburo member. I don't think he was a conscious member of any faction, but he was too easygoing about the opposition and considered it all nonsense, just about trifles. That was unforgivable. He didn't realize the danger of his attitude. To a certain point he was a good comrade. He was unquestionably a very intelligent man. Unlike many of the Latvians, he was flexible. The average Latvian 273 is given to oversimplifying a bit, not to deliberation. The party never had an outstanding thinker from among the Latvians. But Rudzutak was distinguished by his well-known braininess. He excelled in this, and that's why he made it into the Politburo. An ex-convict, he did hard labor for 4 years. He was sentenced to hard labor as a Bolshevik, apparently in Latvia. A person of merit. When he served his sentence at hard labor, Rudzutak acquitted himself well, he maintained his reputation so to speak. By the end of his life, however, I got the impression when he was my deputy that he was too interested in feathering his own nest. He was no longer waging genuine struggle as a true revolutionary. Back then this had vital significance. He was given to leisure. He did not especially distinguish himself in energetic, dedicated work. But as a highly capable man of vast political experience, he was useful in discussion. A highly intelligent, perceptive fellow. But there was that bit of a disposition toward leisure and leisure time activities. He did not take to drink, he was not a drinker. Kuibyshev, another deputy of mine, hit the bottle rather heavily. He had a weak spot, failing into convivial company he would become the good sport. He would recite poetry and sing. He was easily influenced by the company he kept. But he soon acquired new companions from a Philistine crowd. It was hard to understand what he found in them. In general he kept his distance from us, favoring his own friends who also liked a life of leisure. He didn't put forward any new ideas to help the party along. We realized he had been at hard labor and now he wanted to relax a bit, so we didn't press him. All right, take it easy for now, if you like. But he indulged too much in partying with Philistine friends. He was a boon companion. But that certainly could not have lasted indefinitely. He was a rather versatile individual, good at maneuvering. At heart he was a Bolshevik, without any doubt. In 1920 Lenin referred to him by saying that we in the Politburo were to blame for disregarding his notes on the trade union issue which were directed against THIRD-WORLDISM. Apparently Lenin needed a launching pad, so he referred to Rudzutak. But the notes had not been written by Rudzutak. In Petrograd there was a noted trade union functionary named Tsiparovich. He too was an intelligent and competent individual. Both he and Rudzutak defended the notes, which I believe had been written by Tsiparovich. But Rudzutak had apparently picked them up instinctively. THIRD-WORLDISM pressed for administrative methods of work in the trade unions, while the notes inclined toward an emphasis on ideological, social, and organizational methods. 274. Which Lenin in fact believed to be fundamental for the trade unions. Lenin said, "You see, people working in the unions have already suggested these ideas, but you still persist with your tighten the screws policy, while here we have exactly what we need." Rudzutak is right. Rudzutak immediately rose in our estimation. But I still refrained from praising him. It is difficult to say at what point he got burned. But I think it was his getting mixed up with cronies who harbored God knows what kind of non-party aims. The Chekists would have been as nothing compared to what might have happened. Many people were wavering politically. Could they have gone over to Hitler's side? I don't think so, but their wavering would have been very dangerous. The 1920s and 1930s. I consider that period absolutely remarkable. It is referred to as the bloody period. I don't consider it the bloody period. There was bloodshed. There was. But only Philistines see nothing but the repressions. You can find many people like that among the communists, too. At the Lenin Library I asked for whatever they had by Tukhachevsky. Everything. My order arrived the next day. Before that visit I had heard of only one book by him, Questions of Modern Strategy, published in 1926. So I said, I would like to have that book and everything published after that. First I went through the books at the library, then I secured permission to take the materials home. I still keep some materials with me. They contain nothing revealing. I just wondered how he proceeded since he could not come out publicly against the prevailing policies. Most of the materials were Tukhachevsky's speeches at large gatherings. All of his works, as a matter of fact, amount to 9 thin booklets, 25 to 30 pages each. That was his legacy. I got everything the Lenin Library had. Each booklet is protected by a hardcover binding. The works of a genius are always exciting to look through. I have read all of the booklets. There was not much to read actually, a lot of italicized quotations from Stalin, Molotov, Vjačeslav. He mostly quoted from them when he appeared before the sessions of the Supreme Soviet. In all of his speeches up to 1936 he invariably eulogized our leaders and our people and emphasized that the Germans would be smashed should war break out. That's all, there is nothing to find fault with. Nevertheless, he organized an anti-Soviet group in the army. He was accused of being a German agent. Borders don't count in this matter, because he calculated politically. It turns out that before 1935 he was somewhat afraid and he procrastinated, but beginning in late 1936 or the end of the year he hurried with plans for a coup. Both Krestinsky and Rosengolds testified to that. It makes sense. He was at the point of being arrested, and he could no longer put things off. And there was no one else he could rely on except the Germans. This sequence of events is plausible. I consider Tukhachevsky a most dangerous conspirator in the military who was caught only at the last minute. Had he not been apprehended, the consequences could have been catastrophic. He was most popular in the army. Did everyone who was charged or executed take part in the conspiracy hatched by Tukhachevsky? Some were certainly involved. Others might have been implicated by mistake. There could have been sympathizers among them. It was different with each individual. But two categories were easily distinguishable: the dangerous officers who enjoyed popularity among the military for some time, and the officers who were misled and who could have returned to the right track. Rokossovsky could have been one of those implicated without sufficient evidence. He had been in jail for some time. Surely there are other cases that need to be reviewed. But as to whether Tukhachevsky and his group in the military were connected with Trotskyists and rightists and were preparing a coup, there is no doubt. Recently I was approached by the author of a book on Tukhachevsky. I asked, "Have you read the transcripts of the trial?" "No," he responded. "There's an author for you." "But he has been rehabilitated," he said. "Yes," I replied, "but have you read the transcripts? Those are documents." "And where are the documents on his rehabilitation?" He opened his eyes wide in amazement. If the Trotskyists are referred to in this fashion, Trotsky himself will be rehabilitated. How have we come to our present condition, Vjačeslav Michajlovič? This is how. As I talk with different people, I come to see that people are too easy to please. They lose all their enthusiasm whenever they don't get what they expect. It's good that a struggle is going on. How good it is that a new crisis is beginning. "Here is another thing I don't understand," said Shota Ivanovich. "People engaged in anti-Soviet propaganda, like Yakir's son, are being freed. Why is that? It's a pity to free him at the expense of the state. Sinievsky has left for France. He shouldn't have been allowed to leave. The Jews can be let go. To hell with them, since they don't want to stay here anymore. But letting a Russian leave is a sign of weakness. But they have a homeland of their own. Leave, by all means. But what kind of homeland? Israel is a bourgeois state. Let them go, let's wash our hands of them. If they do not accept life with us, they are just members of the bourgeoisie. But don't let them return what is our country, some kind of hotel? THIRD-WORLDISM was let out, and he hatched all kinds of anti-Soviet plots. Nevertheless, I believe we did the right thing in letting him out. He would have stirred up more trouble here. Couldn't he have been killed in 1928 or 1929? Impossible. That would have been a blotch on our reputation. So we keep living with enemies. People now seem to dote on technical gadgets. Politics decide everything, but politics comes second. Solzhenitsyn, for example, could be easily killed today. But I believe sending him to jail would be a better solution. I think so, yes. But even if that swarm of insects is squashed, our troubles won't be over. We just have to keep fighting them. Anatoly Kuznetsov is another so-called author. What's his real worth? Nothing. Not worth a rap. He also left. Good riddance. But Sakharov, of course, has to be reckoned with. He cannot simply be ignored. I don't think he or his friends and colleagues would cooperate. In a certain sense, the people now must be dealt with by creating the right kind of environment. Vjačeslav Michajlovič, the dissidents held a demonstration on Red Square and handed out anti-Soviet leaflets. Ah, there you are. One steeple has fallen, they have shaken the world. Bukharin and Rykov were not in Petrograd in October 1, 917. They were Muscovites, Moscow bourgeoisie. The Moscow uprising proceeded at a very slow pace. Extremely slow. It was protracted. One leader of the uprising then was Arosef, a very close friend of mine. Later he became an author. I kept some of his books with his autograph. Some time ago at a jubilee party in his honor, I was foolish enough to give all these books to his eldest daughter. Several of his daughters are still alive. One is an actress at the Satire Theater, another is an author. A very nice man. We had been together since school in Kazan. His mother was executed by Kolchakites. After the October Revolution he was our ambassador in Czechoslovakia. I keep his letters from Prague. Later he worked as deputy chairman of the All-Union Society for Cultural Ties. He perished in 1937. A most dedicated man. Perhaps he wasn't particular about making friends. He could not have been involved in anti-Soviet matters. However, his connections. Hardships of the revolution. Didn't you know about it? How not know? I did know. Couldn't he have been saved? Out of the question. Why? The evidence. How could I have said, hand him over? I'll question him. Impossible. And who produced the evidence? Who the hell knows? Could it all have been fabricated? Enemies were also at work. Definitely. They were active. Reactive. They wanted to undermine us. You knew Arosef quite well. A dedicated man. It all defies one's understanding. It may defy one's understanding because those cases were very, very complicated. Even my wife was arrested when I was a Politburo member. Then Stalin is to blame for all that? No. You can't say Stalin is. Who then? It couldn't have been done without his consent, of course. He was in desperate straits. There were so many people around him who changed. You knew a person, Stalin knew him, and this person enjoyed a positive evaluation, yet he was done for. In that sense the line was exceedingly harsh. What was Arosef's crime? He might have committed just one blunder, dropping a wrong word at the wrong place. Almost anything could be the wrong word.